lonely at the top.
Lonely, lonely, lonely.
Money on my mind.
Money, money, money.
Don't care what they yarning about me in particular. Try on the road chasing my dream because I know.
Chase it for me. Wanna love like a man, mama love. Barakata, Hikisha, my love. If you want to let it come along, no they find anybody, no money I want. No they hear what the people they talk. What they get, I shall get it till love. That's a life from no one, no get another one. I go take, I'm do waiting alone. Waiting alone.
Waiting alone.
Waiting alone. Waiting alone. Wait on my own. No more, no be vodka. Mr. Money Ginger.
But no, they waste time.
Mr. Money Ginger.
Ayérayé Olódùmarè, ọba mi gbangba yípo padà, ọba mi gbangba lára. Òjò winiwini balẹ̀ gbogbo ilẹ̀ á sì tutù bí èjì òwúrọ̀. Mo ṣèbà Elédùmarè tó láyé lọ́rùn. Àtórí aláìsùn wọ́n ṣe ni ọba tí ń gbẹ́kú ẹni lódìndín. Ṣé bí wà ló fọ̀rọ̀ dálé ayé o? Kábíyèsí rẹ̀ iṣẹ́ ló ṣe ni, iṣẹ́ ló ṣe ni, iṣẹ́ ló ṣe ni ọba mi àfìrí gbọ̀ngbọ̀n.
Why is it you dance especially for me today? Yeah. Yes. Hello. Oh yes. Remove your shoes. Yes. All right.
Hello, good evening everyone, good day and morning, afternoon, depending on what time you are. I guess greeting covers it all. It has been an interesting week. I wouldn't say it's the most exciting one in terms of serious events taking place around the world. However, it's interesting because let me play this headline from the recent U.S. Nigerian joint operation against ISIS in Nigeria. Let me play it now.
Leader. The U.S. president made the announcement on social media last night. He says Abu Bilal al-Manuki, believed to be the group's second in command, was killed in Nigeria. The operation has generated reaction across that country, with many Nigerians praising the joint effort.
I want more of such strikes because we've been fighting this terrorism without fighting terrorism.
Trump says the operation was a meticulously planned and complex mission, and Nigeria's president calls it, quote, a significant example of effective collaboration in the fight against terrorism. ISIS has not yet responded to the claim. Dominic Velitis has more on this story.
This was potentially a very significant counterterrorism victory. A lot of the detail we're getting is coming from US President Donald Trump himself. In a post on social media, he confirmed that both American and Nigerian forces were involved in the mission to eliminate Abu Bilal al-Manuki, a mission Trump described as meticulously planned and very complex, yet one, he said, that was flawlessly executed. And Linda, in describing al-Manuki as the most active terrorist in the world, Trump had this to say. Al-Manuki thought he could hide in Africa, but little did he know we had sources who kept us informed on what he was doing. Now, Trump hasn't yet disclosed the exact location of this operation, but in a separate statement, from Nigeria's President Bola Tinubu. He was killed along with several of his lieutenants during a strike on his compound in the Lake Chad Basin. The president adding that the mission was made possible through the recently formed US-Nigeria partnership and intelligence sharing efforts. That relationship, Linda, deepening late last year following high-level talks between the two countries in Washington, a security partnership which now appears to have achieved something really rather significant. Linda.
And what do we know, Dom, about the commander and the effect this could have?
Well, according to reports, Linda, al-Manuki was born in Borno State back in 1982. He later became a senior commander in Islamic State's affiliate in West Africa and based in the Sahel and Lake Chad region. He reportedly rose up through the ranks pretty quickly, eventually becoming head of General Directorate of States, making him one of the most senior figures within IS's global hierarchy. And we're told, Linda, that he played a key role in coordinating operations, in funding, and in providing guidance to terror cells across the region. Indeed, he was linked to the 2018 Dapchi schoolgirls kidnapping, which you may remember more than 100 girls were taken from a boarding school in northeastern Nigeria by the militant group Boko Haram. So no surprise then, Linda, that his reported death today is being described as a major blow to IS's African and global networks, both to its funding channels and its command structures too. Linda.
Dominic Velitis in Bristol, England.
Yeah, that is the operation to take out the ISIS senior militant in Nigeria. It's all good. Anytime they take them out, it's always a good thing. And but I don't think that solves anything. And I don't even know why Nigeria even needs their help, foreigners' help. You know, just this week, I think I'm going to play some of the videos because I think we didn't talk about it as part of the title, but we just cover it as things that happened during the week. You know, I'm sure some of you have heard about what the French Macron leader did in Kenya when he took over the mic. So I'll play that video about that too, and some of the things involving Dangote refinery. But in the meantime, let me play this one about an ex-minister that was a former this I think electric, or let me just play the video so you guys can see the video yourselves.
Joining us on TVC News at 1, I am Veronica Dan Ikboy. We begin with judicial matters, where Justice James Omotosho of the Federal High Court, Abuja, has sentenced former Minister of Power Sali Mamman to 75 years imprisonment over alleged 33.8 billion naira fraud linked to the Zungeru and Mambila hydroelectric power projects. Justice Omotosho sentenced the convict on each count and ordered that the sentences run consecutively. He added together the sentences amounted to 75 years. Justice Omotosho ordered that the sentence will start to run from the day the convict was arrested. Every security agency, including Interpol, has been ordered to arrest the convict wherever he is seen. Monies recovered from him, as well as the properties, will be forfeited to the federal government, and the convict is ordered to pay the difference left in the 22 billion naira meant for the Mambila and Zungeru hydroelectric power project.
That is quite sad.
Justice Ojieno is a lawyer. He joins me on the news.
You know, a minister that was supposed to help fellow Nigerians get power, what did he do? Try steal the money. You know, just our people are really disgusting. I'm telling you, our people can be very, very disgusting. And the reason why I say our people, because some of us, when you have family members that go into government offices, you expect them to do the same thing. That's how awful some of us are. You don't understand that what you are doing is making the entire thing worse. I don't understand why our people can't learn any lesson ever. I guess we will learn by force someday, if we are lucky. Yeah, the KO, thank you for joining. Justice Amotosho of Nnamdi Kanu fame. Oh, I see. Oh, he's the one that convicted this guy too. So maybe he's a no-nonsense judge then that convicts people when they are wrongdoers. If you do anything wrong, you get sentenced. But that said, Nigeria is a very, very funny country. And maybe that's how other nations are too, because you can argue that many countries they have similar problems. Let me go to the news of Dangote rejecting Nigeria's. Let me just play the video so that you guys can watch it first before I actually start talking about that. So that is on Dangote, isn't it? Where is this? Yeah, this thing. Okay, yeah, that's it there. So that should be here. All right, Dangote. Let's see.
The president of the Dangote Group, Alhaji Aliko Dangote, has said the group rejected requests by the NNPCL to increase its 7.25% stake in the Dangote Petroleum Refinery. Dangote stated this in an interview with the CEO of the Norwegian Sovereign Wealth Fund, Nikolai Tanden, the Punch report. The report says that petrol supply from the $20 billion Lekki-based refinery rose to 3.18 billion liters in the first quarter of 2026, while imports fell sharply to 965.52 million liters, with the plant supplying over 3.2 trillion worth of petrol domestically within the period. With the war in Iran and its resultant disruption of the oil sector playing a part. According to Dangote during the interview, the NNPCL's offer to increase its 7.25% stake in the refinery was rejected because the company is planning to go public and give other Nigerians the opportunity to own shares in the plant.
Yeah, I really appreciate that from Dangote, opening it up for Nigerians to have access to his shares. And if Nigerians, I think his reasoning was that if Nigerians have a stake in the refinery, they are more likely to protect it, because he knows fellow Nigerians that work for foreigners would want to sabotage a refinery for their own country. Kai, how our people can be like this? Why would anybody sign on to destroy something like that for their own country because of their selfish need? But human beings, you can't always account for their impulses. You can't always account for that. Now, let me see if there is any more major news. I think I've covered all the ones on my title. And I've made myself clear that this terrorism issue that Nigeria is facing, it will never end. Mark my words, it will never end until Nigeria decides to upgrade its security posture. And not only because of terrorism, also because of sustainable growth. Because you can't have sustainable growth if you have a weak security apparatus. Nigeria has very, very weak security apparatus, like many black African countries. I don't know where I should be shouting this from. Should I be shouting it from Chatham House before our leaders will hear? Or before our people will hear and go and harass their leaders to do the right thing and recruit people into those security forces? It's not only about this Boko Haram. It's also about just everything else. Even when you invent something, how do you think you're going to defend it? Even if you don't have any say, if you don't have power, if you don't have ability to defend yourself, you don't have anything. You really don't have anything in this world. All you are living on borrowed time. Because those people that have it will come and take it from you. As a matter of fact, you have sent them an invite to come and take it from you by not securing yourself. But I'll keep saying this, and fellow Nigerians will just hear me and think, oh, this guy is a broken record. He doesn't know what he's talking about. You wonder why we have problems. How can you not know what I'm talking about? Any Igbo man now, if Igbo man hear me now, they will know exactly what I'm talking about. Because that's what they are doing. A Chinese man will hear me and they will know exactly what I'm talking about, because that's what they are doing. Even UAE will know what I'm talking about. But only us. Only us. We are worrying about repentant Boko Haram, Nnamdi Kanu, all kinds of games that we like to play with each other. And many of us are really, really sellouts. Let's face it. Many of us are downright sellouts. We always want to get money, get funding from all these Igbo institutions, because that's how we believe that we are going to make headway. because you want to get money from those Oyibo institutions, you start moderating what you say. You start, by doing that, you don't understand that you have already defeated the purpose. You think you are trying to be smarter than them. As if because when they give you money, you don't know why they are giving you the money. You've already censored yourself in the first place. By censoring yourself, you will never even discover other truths you're supposed to be able to discover. But that's what we do. We sell. We give up. We compromise here and there, thinking that things are going to get better. This is why a country like Iran that has been bombed by 5 countries, at least 4 countries, still has more energy power supply than we do. And that Iran has been under sanction for going to 50 years now. How is that even possible? Do you know what is happening this week? Let me even find that video about the French one. France, Kenya. Kenya now has not gone and signed a deal with France now. I think 800 troops from France arrived in Kenya recently. And they are coming to Kenya to give them training. Training. African countries have been receiving training since 1960. Training is all they know. They want to get more training. They come to Nigeria, they are getting training. They go to Ghana, training. Togo, training. They never stop training. And yet they don't even have a military to write home about. When are we going to stop training and actually going to start doing something? When are we going to stop pretending to be... I'm telling you, man, the black man is the worst human being on the face of the earth in terms of being able to protect his own people. Don't say I'm saying the black man is the worst person on the face of the earth too, because I know all of you now, some of you will just run with it. That's the one he said the black man is the worst thing on the face of the earth. That's not what I said. I said when it comes to defending his own people, the black man is the worst, without a doubt. As one of the major races in the world, we have the weakest and the most undefended people. There was a report that came out recently about the Kenyan woman. I think, let me see if I can find that video actually. The Kenyan was the lady, because the British have a military base in Kenya, the lady was killed by her boyfriend. A British guy was killed her and put her inside Sockaway. And they put her inside the Sockaway. And there is no justice because the Kenyan government signed an agreement with the British that the British soldiers cannot face justice in Kenya. Can you imagine that? They cannot face justice in Kenya. A Kenyan citizen is dead. Who signs that type of agreement? And then the same thing happened in South Africa, where South African women, 2 of them, were fed to pigs by Oyibo people. They feed them to pigs, and even these years to do last South Africans, they are still they don't care. We don't even when I hear this news, when I hear some news, I just think, what is it with us? What is it with our men? Do they not ever have shame? Don't they get embarrassed? Because Oyibo people, they get embarrassed. So if you go to Oyibo country now, you start doing something funny. That's why you don't see black men going after Igbo women, bragging about it the way we brag about South African women. When we go to South Africa, you see Nigerians, they will be bragging that they're taking South African women. Go and try that with the Igbo country. Or Arab country. You do it twice, you will disappear. Or India. Go and try that in India. Or China. Whenever you see all those black people in China, when you see them hanging around Igbo women, you see how they are acting. They know. They know if they misbehave, they will disappear. Why do you think their men are that conscious of protecting their women? But our men, they will just leave our women unprotected, leave their lands unprotected, and they will at the same time be fighting to death about their tribe. So this is the shame of our people, where Macron comes to Africa, and it's funny because what he said in that gathering was very, very interesting. when he took over the stage. That was very, very funny to watch, because when I saw it, I was like, whoa, 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 whoa. And what he said before that is the one I even find the most interesting. He said something about taking charge. No, he said he's going to take charge or something. You see, that's what he said. He said, oh, let me see. Let me get the video there now. I think that's the video. Yeah, this is the video there. Let me get the video so you all can see the shame of our people. Our leaders keep asking for training that never seems to end. When you are training for 60 years or so, you would think by now you should be highly qualified. But our training never seems to end. We keep getting training and training. Every time they come, they say they are coming to give us training. They will come into our country, they are giving us training. At least this time they came to Nigeria, they say they are coming to fight Al-Qaeda. That's a bit different. They've changed the rule book a little bit. When do we ever qualify from this training? More and more training. Let me just get this video first before listening. Do you know, while Nigeria was getting training, and since 1960 we've been getting training. While we're getting training, China has gone on to become a nuclear power and gone on to become a major superpower in the world. That even Trump had to go to China this week to go out there, find a way to make ends meet. Some people are now even arguing that they might even have a new Berlin Conference kind of agreement, whereby they will just split the world in half. China takes the other half, America takes the other half. So that was what could happen, where we are busy getting training. More and more training. Let's get more training. Let me play the video of Macron now.
You're not waiting your turn.
I will make order.
You see what he said? I will make order. You see, maybe what he said there. Let me finish the video first before I say something.
Excuse me, everybody. Hey. I'm sorry, guys, but it's impossible to speak about culture, to have people like that super inspired coming here, making a speech with such a noise. So this is a total lack of respect. So I suggest, if you want to have bilaterals or speak about somebody else, something else, you have bilateral rooms or you go outside. If you want to stay here, we listen to the people and we play in the same game. Okay? Thank you.
And this, ladies and gentlemen, is called leadership.
You see how even
already
and telling him that that is what they call leadership. I guess it's a form of leadership when you think about it. At least he took charge. More than you can say for our people. All our leaders know how to do is carry their own citizens and throw them in that room and torture them. Torture them for days or weeks, and people will be looking for them. Some of them never to be found again because they have power. Sometimes I'm tempted to start thinking that something is wrong with black people. You see that guy's face in that video. Almost looked like a joke, his face. But it's not his fault. That's just his natural face. But the face looks crazy. You have to admit. He looks like somebody that is backward. But he's not. But that's how he just comes across. And that seems to be the fate of black men in the world today. We just seem to be, with all our inheritance, we just seem to stand there and await for our people to just get abused repeatedly, over and over again. And then we go on and top it up by abusing ourselves on top of it. And even I don't know, something I'm beginning to think that I shouldn't even feel sorry for our women anymore. Because the women, they go on, because I was watching a video recently about NFL. In short, let me get the video so that you guys can see for yourself, because some of all these things, they are really, viewers, forgive me, sometimes I like to do this, and some people say I don't let people talk when the show is on. In reality, sometimes I let people talk too long, and others complain that I give them 20-minute slots sometimes. So people talk for 15 minutes straight. but it's often forgotten. They remember only this part when I'm trying to share my own thoughts about the events of the week. And sometimes you may not agree with it, and I think the reason why people don't like coming here, because they don't like my opinion. Because the opinion they are conditioned to accept is that people are good, Jesus Christ is white, devil is black, and corruption, we hate it, but we practice it. We want a good Nigeria, but we do everything to destroy the country nonetheless. It's like we have contradictory behaviors that we keep dancing around over and over again. We say we want to be sovereign, but we don't want to defend ourselves. We say our leaders should serve us, but we allow our leaders to go and serve other people. What is wrong with our people? And they will keep hating each other. Hate it all you want. You can run and hide. That hide, no matter where you hide, reality will follow you. It will follow you, and if it's judgment that is going to come, and that judgment will come. Because that's what reality does. Reality doesn't care. Whether I say it or not, it's still going to happen anyway. It will just do its own thing. Let me see whether I can play this video and of that lady. I'm going to find that video, but in the meantime, let me share the link just in case some people want to come in, and they can come in. I know that sometimes you know, you have to give them the opportunity to come in if they want to come in. If they don't want to come in, then I have the time to just keep talking and sharing. Believe me, if they don't come in, I'll be sharing more and more information, and I can assure you, those people that sit here and listen to them, please take them seriously, because there are very few times somebody will come and give you unadulterated information that is out there, that is based on as much evidence as possible, as truthfulness as possible. Because sometimes people just talk based on their own opinion. I hardly talk based on my own opinion. I actually, if I have an opinion, it's based on like continuous evidence of nonsense that keeps happening over and over again. You know, it's just what it is. Let me see. I will find that video, and I think there's one other video I've not played. I'm sure there was one I left out. Let me get that one. I think it's about the Trump visit to China. And man, Americans were like surprised about how advanced China was. It's like, have they not been watching the videos of China lately? Don't they see how advanced China has become? China is racing ahead of America. And all, you know, many Nigerians that are in support of America, they always get in their feelings when they hear this one. They were like, oh no, China is just there. America is still overpowered. Keep dreaming. Keep dreaming, because you see, this same time they are the type that will go out there betray their country for America because they love America so much. Let's see.
Jing, good to have you with me here in Beijing as we wrap up a second day of talks between President Trump and President Xi Jinping that has come to an end here in the Chinese capital. Just to get you across some of the recent lines that have just come in that we've been looking out for, we have details about the possible visit to Beijing by Russia's President Vladimir Putin. So this coming to us via Reuters, quoting the Kremlin. Details of Putin's visit to China have been agreed, a date to be announced soon. President Putin and President Xi will discuss the results of Trump's visit to China during their bilateral contacts. So a clear indication then that President Putin is on his way to Beijing at some point in the near future. Once we get a date on that, we'll bring that to you. In the meantime, getting you up to speed with what's been happening here. Well, President Trump has now departed from Beijing. He left on Air Force One a few hours ago, being seen off the runway by government officials and school children waving flags. Now, earlier in the day, both leaders met at Zhongnan High. That's a highly secure compound in the heart of Beijing where China's top leaders live and work. The first full day of Mr. Trump's trip to China concluded with a lavish state banquet on a visit that appears to signal something of a reset between the rival superpowers. Now, the two sides have been giving differing accounts of what was discussed during a lengthy meeting on Thursday. Mr. Trump said they'd made some fantastic trade deals, but didn't give any details. The US president also told Fox News that Mr. Xi had also offered to help to end the war in Iran.
President Xi would like to see a deal made. He would like to see a deal made. And he did offer, he said, if I can be of any help at all, I would like to be of help. Because,
he did say that.
Yeah, he did say that. And look, anybody that buys that much oil has obviously got some kind of a relationship with him. But he said, I would love to be a help. If I can be of any help whatsoever, he'd like to see the Hormuz Strait open. He said, if I...
Now, I spoke to our China correspondent Stephen McDonnell earlier and asked him more about the trade deals that were mentioned by President Trump.
This is, I suppose, potentially a bit of perspective in terms of what constitutes a deal and what constitutes a bit of a promise to kind of maybe do something. I mean, Donald Trump was earlier talking up more US oil sales to China. I think it seems at best that the promise really is for China to consider this. He says they need our oil because of the difficulty they're having getting their oil from Iran. Of course, that's because of the war that he started. So, you know, the Chinese government might feel a bit miffed if they were forced to go to another source for that reason. When you look at, you know, also the comment from Xi Jinping when he apparently said, any help I can give you to unblock the Strait of Hormuz, there I am, anything at all. No confirmation from the Chinese side that he's said anything like that, and it doesn't really sound like the type of language you might expect from Xi Jinping, especially when you consider that what the Chinese side has said is necessary to fix that problem is different to what the US side says is necessary. For example, the Chinese government has been calling for a...
Oh, can you hear me? So that video you just saw just now was about Egypt, when the question was asked about whether Egypt was considered to be part of Africa or part of the Middle East. We will deal with that one next. And this is part of the walk of shame most black people have been walking. And but I want to deal with this one first. I know this one is a little bit off topic, but let's consider this period. You know, just for those people that like continuity, when Dr. Damages is on, what they tend to have, he tends to do is for 1 hour, people are just talking and, you know, getting around and stuff like that. So consider this that, where I just talk about different things. It's a kind of rant, really. Let's put it that way. It's a kind of rant, but it's not a rant. These are serious issues that I'm raising here, but it's up to you to think whether they are serious or not. Obviously, our people don't consider anything serious. So let me go share this, because this is about a video about how white women coach each other to get black athletes as partners. And it is very interesting, some of the things that was said there. And but let's play the video so that some of you can hear it. We are going to go back to the topic, and don't worry, we have time. Don't worry, it's not like we are that pressured for time. There's no show after our shows, so don't worry. You will have all the time. If you want to talk, you will have all the time you need to talk. All right, let me play this.
Them a chocolate NFL player, and y'all keep falling for it.
Hi everyone, welcome to yet another video. It's Ndage here. We're going to be talking about something that you guys tagged me in. We have these messages that are circulating on social media where there is white women, or there was a white woman giving advice to her younger sister or to her sister on how she can acquire her access to, famous athletes, especially black men. And I've been, researching about this topic. Like, I was actually intrigued. The fact that white women have to sit down and be given an essay, a literal essay, that took me out. I was like, oh, interesting. Interesting. So this is not just a coincidence. It is a pattern, and it's a thing that has been going on for apparently a long, long time. And when I did my research on, people and what they think about this, I actually got to understand, like, oh wait, so this is actually a pattern. Like, most of the people that I was seeing when people were explaining about the situation, I got to realize, like, hey, most black men that are actually athletes are mostly with white women. And hey guys, I'm not here to judge anybody. I mean, you can love whoever you want, that's not my problem. But it's just interesting to see, like, this is not something that I actually put my mind onto until these messages that are actually circulating on social media. But I listen to what people have been actually saying about this whole situation. I'll come back and let's talk about it.
The brands most of the time want proximity to whiteness. So that means whatever the brand wants, they're going to get. And especially when you have managers and agents who are like money driven and who know they're going to get that 3 to 5% cut off of that athlete, they're going to encourage the athlete to date a white woman. They're going to encourage that athlete to date women who are very, very light skinned and also have a very classy persona on social media, because that's what brands are going to pay the most money for. Because a lot of times when you have athletes, especially who come from like predominantly black communities and a lot of times low income communities, and this is kind of like their golden ticket out of the hood, if that makes sense, they're going to do whatever it takes to get that money, especially when there's millions of dollars on the line and they're not used to money. So many black creators, even on here, they come and tell you that they don't make the same as their white counterparts. And even me, as a light-skinned black woman, it's like, I know that I have privilege, but I also know there's my same white counterparts doing the exact same thing, getting paid way more than I am. So imagine a darker skinned creator. So think about it. A lot of these athletes, this is their golden ticket out. This is their golden ticket to the life that they've been dreaming of for them and their family. So if they have to be in a proximity to whiteness to get millions of dollars, they're gonna do it, and their agents, their managers, everyone on their team is gonna push them towards that. And I'm not saying that those black professional athletes can't like white girls. That might be 100% their type. But if they're given the opportunity to pick between a beautiful white girl and a beautiful black girl, they're gonna pick that beautiful white girl because she is gonna give them that proximity to whiteness, and then is gonna get them paid way, 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 way more than dating that black girl, because then brands will see them as more marketable because they're closer to whiteness. I know black.
You know, this is a serious issue that maybe is a topic that we should discuss maybe on a Sunday session, because there is this element that seems to have weight to it, that, like, if you're in the West, you have a partner that is white, you are a kind of, how do I put it for want of a better word, inoculated against some of the things that could limit your ability to grow or limit your ability to succeed in the West if you are with a white partner. That's what you tend to, at least that's the belief. It's not necessarily true, but there is something to be said. That's what is going on out there. Because even recently, after I watched this program and I watched a boxing, a kind of boxing video about Hagler. You know, people that follow boxing definitely know about Hagler. And Hagler was a ferocious boxer. And in the end, he was married to an Italian woman. And a lot of our top athletes are married to white people. So it's very, very interesting how that is, and the detail that they go into in terms of teaching them how to be white, how to take care of those athletes and capture them even. It's crazy. They go into details. For me, when I saw some of them, I felt, oh my God, this is too much, man. This is too much detail. It's like they've got the formula. Let me play it again so you guys can hear some of it.
It can be insulting to our sisters. Okay. I consider it insulting to the community as a whole. As someone who works in the school, I've had to entertain conversations with black girls who are asking Dr. Umar, is there something wrong with me? Because it appears that when you all make it, y'all always abandon the community in pursuit of your spouse.
Bagging a chocolate athlete, that's the new terminology they're using, but honestly, it's a tale as old as time. And these are their terminologies, so I'm going to refer to how they said it. Make sure the chocolate men, the NFL athletes, feel like they're the priority. Also, make sure you neg the black woman, because the NFL chocolate athletes are always going to be attracted to the black woman, but we need to make sure that the black woman looks like she is the Shanae. So basically provoke her, but then hide your hands after you throw the rock, right? I mean, it's a playbook. It's a good playbook. It's a great playbook, even because if you look at the NFL, even if you look at the NBA, you can see a lot of those women are the partners. Do you think that's a coincidence? Not only is it not a coincidence, the coaches are encouraging that because they want the money back in their community. Again, these women have been playing by this playbook forever. But when we say it, when we call it out, we're labeled aggressive, we're labeled hating. You should just let love be love. I want to be very clear. I don't care, because I mind my business. business. I don't really ever talk about this stuff. I mind my business. That is who you want to be with. However, I'm just really surprised at the what? Where's the surprise?
So this has come out, and I've seen a few articles about it where basically this white girl's in college, asked her sister how she snacks a chocolate NFL player like she has, and her sister gave her the run-by-run playbook that her then roommate exposed. And basically her sister's telling her how to go and catch a black man, NFL player, to make her life.
Just to contextualize it, I'm not doing this because of I just want to do tittle tattle or gossip or any kind of stuff like that. I'm covering this because it signals something that I've highlighted before, that whenever we interact with any other group, we put ourselves at a disadvantage. Or it's like universally, we put ourselves at a disadvantage all the time. That is why I'm highlighting it. And also, the consequences of these things actually do matter, because if you keep having successful people that go and marry out, you know, Dave Chappelle, one of the greatest comedians, Michael Jackson, his children are white, for crying out loud. Who is going to be the father of black children that are going to go on to have trust fund and go and do very, very well? Is it Dangote that is going to father all of them? If all our men are doing these things, you know, many of our Nigerian men, they do stick around, but still, those ones are the ones that are still this thing. If they get the chance, many of them are still marrying Oyibo people like crazy. Not that there's nothing wrong with it. It's almost as if it's orchestrated. It's not natural. That is what I have an issue with. It's systematic. They are going after some of these rich people that could have created more than 1,000 or even 20,000 families that have generational wealth in America, but all of them return back to Europeans, because the black men specifically, they are the ones that do this thing the most, but the black women are learning the same thing now. When they are successful, they just go and marry outside the race. That's what they just do. They don't protect. Do you know that this reminds me of something? Do you know there was somebody I met here in the UK here? The man is having trouble forming new relationships, even if he has separated, completely divorced from his wife, almost 10 years now more. He's finding trouble forming new relationship, because if he's saying that if he does that, then all he has may go, or at least some of what he has will go to the new partner and maybe the children, whatever. But he actually prefers he goes to the family that he had earlier with the previous partner. That is, people are making decisions because of these things, and this is not a Nigerian that is doing this. I don't know how many Nigerians that think like that. Nigerians, they see a woman, they like her, boom, that's it. But these people are thinking carefully because they care about where their money is going to end up. How many times do our people think like that? At least when it comes to other people. Maybe we care about it when we are trying to marry each other. But when it comes to people, open the door, flood it open. Let them come in and let them get everything. You know, but that one doesn't even have a black child. All his children are white. But let me carry on playing the video so that you can hear the details. What got me about this is the details. The details that was revealed on how this is done.
Rich and great. And it's hilarious because I have known all along and have always said white women, for the most part, are sent to college to find husbands. And y'all sons be falling for this shit every damn time. So as you can see here, this is the girl, Halen, and saying, tell me why my roommate's sister is giving her a full tutorial on how to get a top athlete. She even is going so far as to call y'all sons pick-me's. She says right here, rule number 1 is the foundation to learn athlete with a pick-me mindset. So they're going after the guys who basically want to be chosen, which makes me say, what are y'all parents doing at home that your son is such a pick-me that as soon as a white girl gives him some attention, he feels chosen and glorified?
Look at that. She's asking, what are you doing at home that your sons feel like they are like pick-me's? What did you expect? I see. This is the thing I don't understand. When I tell our women this thing, they don't hear me. They think I'm just saying it because I'm a chauvinist. What do you expect? You wear Oyibo woman's hair on your head all the time. You make your lashes like an Indian woman's hair. Then you go and try to put lenses to copy Oyibo woman's this thing. You try to talk like Oyibo people all the time. What do you think when your sons grow up and they see the real deal? What do you think they're going to think? And she's asking, what are the women doing to their children? If I'm the one asking this question, they will think I'm being mean. But it's our women that are doing it. They are conditioning your children to be like that. When you tell them, they don't listen. I don't know how is it our women got like this? Because our men used to wear jerry coils. They stopped it. Our men used to do a lot of things that are so Western. They've stopped it. Most of our men are just wearing what men wear now. They don't even care like conforming to any Western standard. They just wear their own things. Some of them people pull their trousers down their waist, for crying out loud, even if we don't like it. But they are doing their own thing. They don't care. But why is it that our women always have to kowtow to the establishment and the way Oyibo people look all the time? If you hear our women talk, our women they are even destroying their own race from inside without even knowing that. And they will say the Nigerian men or the black men are the ones going outside to badmouth our own women. No, in reality, they're doing themselves. Like you will see our women now, they will be talking about Arab women. They'll say, oh, look at how beautiful they are. It's like, why do you always have, whenever you talk about an Arab woman, or whether you talk about an Igbo woman or Indian woman, why do you have to say they are beautiful? Because when you're talking about it, they don't call you beautiful. Why do you always put yourself down? Because personally, before I will praise somebody like that, I will make sure it's reciprocal, especially when it's between these races. Because if they are not seeing you as worthy of praise, why do you see them as worthy of praise? Because especially when it comes to desirability. Desirability is one of the key features of evolution and procreation and survival. For you to just say, oh, other people look good, but you don't praise your own people. When it comes to church, we are the devils. And you go and worship that God every Sunday, where they will put picture that the Christ looks like a Igbo man and the devil tend to look like a black person. And you wonder why the son feels inferiority complex, and when you see a Igbo man, sure, let me let this woman talk, Jared, because the reason why I just interrupted just now, because I've been saying this thing forever. And she's asking the question, and she doesn't even know the answer. Good thing for her, she's not wearing any funny thing that makes her at some things like, let me just play, Jerry.
It's giving y'all ain't doing your part as black parents at home to instill a sense of self-love and a sense of love of his blackness and love of black women, or etc., and a true sense of pride in himself, that as soon as a white girl, they can scope out the pick-me black boys and they latch onto them. And y'all sons fall for it every damn time. Another thing she pointed out is, let them cheat. Deal with it. Don't go looking for it. If it's just a fling, let it go. Because he's the prize, remember? Because he's a pick-me, so you got to make him feel like he's the prize, because he can change your life. Which boils down to what we keep talking about, the fact that they seek these boys out. They don't have any desire for them. And if they weren't playing in the NFL, your son would get no attention. But they seek them out because at the end of the day, it's bringing generational wealth back to their white families. She then makes this claim, as you see below, they're still always going to be attracted to black women, which makes a lot of sense, because as a black woman, you often will see when a white woman was with a black man, they be staring daggers at us like we want his ass. And man, we don't give no dams. You can have him. Okay? Because the ones we want don't go over there. So keep him. But as you see right here, she says you should antagonize black women to override activating their inner shenane, because that will make him see her and ditch her. So again, parents, what kind of sons are you raising that something like that can make him look negatively on a black woman? It's giving you instilling anti-blackness in your sons. Hate to say it. And it's giving that the white women are choosing racism, because actively antagonizing black women for the purpose of making her look bad to a black man that you want to snag is actually fully and completely racism. In addition to, when her sister asked, I want a chocolate NFL player, they also fetishize your ass and reference you as fucking food. She's got rule number 3, completely ingratiate yourself into your life where he can't function without you. Okay, that also comes back to parents. You didn't raise your son to be independent. So as soon as someone's willing to take over the mama role while he's in college, washing his clothes, cooking and doing all those things, they immediately fall into that because you didn't teach your son how to be an independent young man. Because the black girls that are in college are there because they probably had to sacrifice and they trying to get their education. She's there because mommy and daddy sent her there so she can focus on doing all the things and being a new mom to your son, because she don't have shit else to do but to try to snag him. And then, of course, they put the go wild in bed, do anything and everything to him, and do not tell his mom any personal business, and always look good and appealing. The ultimate ending in all of this is the fact that y'all sons are out here willfully falling for this shit, and a lot of you parents are sitting back thinking, oh, well, Samantha's so nice, while Samantha was all on a mission to get your son's fucking money, because she even makes sure she says, push for marriage or at least have multiple kids. But hopefully y'all will see this and show your sons what the real deal is, and maybe they'll get it together. Because when these girls end up ruining their lives, we don't want to hear about it.
Like a question.
This is, I think this is something that I'm sure Saxonia you'll be interested in, because when I saw this video during the week, I think it was more of a bias, isn't it? Because I've been talking about this about things for a long time in terms of why, our women put themselves in such disadvantageous position. And but I'm quite glad that as she's explaining it in the video, she kept asking, what are you doing to your sons that are making your sons behave like this? Why are they falling for these women like this? And this is very, very systematic. Do you know, there was a day we sat here, we were searching for black men in the UK that are sport athletes that are married to black women. You'll be surprised how hard it is to find in the UK. Historical one, Paul Ince, you just name them. You call them, it's always white. Even the black women too. Even the black women, it turns out that most of the black women that play football, they tend to be the gay side, where even when they are gay, they are still going out with white people. It's like you can't even make it up. The way we do this, and I think there is an element of protection that happens that you get when you get married or have a partner that is European, in a European country. In a way, this similar stuff is going to happen in Nigeria. If you are in Nigeria, a white person is in Nigeria, and they have a partner that is Nigerian, the white person gets an additional protection. So that too could be a part of it. But this NFL one, they don't need that protection. They're already successful. That's the whole point. Then these women come into their lives, take them over, they will give them children, give them everything, and then the women suddenly have generational wealth. That's generational wealth that should be in the black community, but it's ended up in another community completely. You can just name them. Just name all the stars. Almost half of our staff. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe half of our major stars in America are all married to Europeans. Half of them at least. From the way I imagine it. I know that footballers definitely do. I know that basketballers definitely do, but maybe it's not up to 50%. But maybe Boom Boom Ray, you will have a better hold on this. We are going to be going back to the main topic anyway. Just hold on, just before you speak, because you are going to speak on both of them all at the same time. Look at that. What did it become of it, man? What did it become of it there? Yo, look at that. Are you? What I'm saying is not. See, I'm not saying that it's like, oh, you should never go out with a white woman or anything like that. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that there are consequences to these things that our people are not picking up on. So let me just play this video before you respond, this Ibu Murray.
Considered the Middle East, or is it considered North Africa?
Yeah. This is bad. This is,
It's a question from. It's a geographical question. It's a geographical.
Let's talk about Middle East, because we use Middle East loosely to just make it easier. But the term itself comes from middle to what? Why is it called Middle East?
I don't know.
And why is Japan called the Far East?
It's a good question.
Because these were names that were named by the British Empire. It is Far East for me, Middle East to me.
They're the ones.
It was a British-centric terminology.
Right.
Because Britain is here.
Yeah.
So Britain is here, and then Egypt is here.
Yeah.
And then Japan is here. So that's the Far East,
and this is the middle
to Britain, and this is the Middle East to Britain. So you see, so now there's like a huge talks about like, don't use the Middle East, it's a colonial term. But like I use it just for simplicity.
Right.
So to answer your question, yes, Egypt is in the Middle East.
Yeah.
It's in that region where they call now the Middle East.
Yeah.
And also we're North Africa. So basically, to answer your question, Egypt is, yes, they're Middle East. And in the same time, they are North Africa.
So
and at the same time, there's Southern Mediterranean.
Yeah.
You know, you can be...
It can interchange because of where it's located and based off of how we're using the term loosely. That's a great explanation.
So at the same time, there's Southern Mediterranean.
Yeah.
You know, it's in that region where they call now the Middle East.
Yeah.
And also we're North Africa. So basically, to answer your question...
So I just stopped it there. So there are two aspects of this that just make me furious. But I'll let you, come in, and you can come in from any end, from terrorists being neutralized in Nigeria, or some of the stuff you've heard in the videos that I've played. Welcome, this in Bumumbre.
Yeah, I think it's loaded. The way you sequenced it, it's just an invitation for everything to be all over the place. I think a better thing to have done would have been to do it sequentially and move on from topic to topic. But of course, you're the head of the show, so. I came in where I was listening because I was trying to cook something real quick when you spoke about the race issue, and which you kept playing videos on it. And I think it shows your lack of understanding of the American system, or the American, not culture, but the American environment. And while what you said, some of them, yes, I agree with. And these are pertinent discussions for people, especially those that are from here, their kids of African descendants, things of that nature. I think if you understood, or if people understood the racial history that has led to this convolution and the things you are talking about, then that would help. Of particular interest to me was when you mentioned Hagler and Marvin Hagler having an Italian wife. I didn't know what point you were trying to make outside of the fact that he was an entertainer, that or a public figure that married someone of a different race. But I decided to come on. Before Marvin Hagler, we had someone called Jack Johnson. And Jack Johnson was the first black heavyweight champion of the world. For those that follow boxing, you will remember his heavyweight fight in Australia, where the cops ended up turning off the camera just before he knocked his opponent out. Jack Johnson is very instrumental to the racial issue of not only America, but the world right now, especially when black men marry white women. Because one of the ways, because the white world could not accept the fact that there was a black heavyweight, they decided to take Jack Johnson out. They put people before him, and he, of course, always defeated everybody, but then they decided to get him. And to let the viewers know, Jack Johnson was a very, very flamboyant person. So we see the Mayweathers today, and we see all these other braggadocious entertainers, Mike Tyson, before he lost all his money and, age and maturity came to him. Jack Johnson was the first buying the T-Ford cars and Rolls Royces when they first came out, We're talking about the 30s. Mink coats, he had a thing for white women. And when they couldn't get them, of course, you have to remember segregation was very widespread, not only in the United States, but in the white world. And when they couldn't get Jack Johnson in the ring, and they couldn't get him through the IRS, they got him with what we call the Mann Act. Now, for those that follow the DD case, the Mann Act was one of the charges that was used to prosecute him. The Mann Act simply states, or the Mann Act's underlying factor is if you take white women across state lines for the purpose of prostitution. And the fact that Jack Johnson would always travel from state to state with his white woman, not women, well, of course he frolicked with a lot of women, but he had a particular woman that you could call his wife today. They charged him with that. And because of that, Jack Johnson had to flee to Europe and run away. And he couldn't come back. And this is why Jack Johnson, again, for those that follow boxing, he supported, no, not Inga Mayas, what was his name? When he fought, well, moving on. So Jack Johnson, Joe Louis, what was the Nazi guy? That's a feedback.
Remember that about the fight that he was involved in. I think he won the fight, didn't he?
So when Joe Louis lost the first fight, I forget. It skips my mind. It's not Inga Mayas, it's I forget. But when Joe Louis, Jack Johnson trained the German fighter against Joe Louis. Joe Louis lost the first fight, then beat him the second time, beat him again a third time. Now, to your constant criticism of Black women, and I have to tell you have to be careful of what you're listening to. For example, that lady I wouldn't take serious. She sounds like one of those feminists that have a problem with Black men. So you're right, she's right. I've stated this on the show before. White women train their daughters from young to be in close proximity with whoever they think is going to be a successful Black individual in the future. And our families, more families should start doing this. You have to start doing it, and we have to imbibe a culture. I was actually discussing this with my wife, I think yesterday or 2 days ago, about why Black women, and I know the economic situations all over the world don't call us for this or support it, but under normal circumstances, in my belief, the best time for a Black woman to start having kids is in her teenage, 17 and upwards. Again, I know times are different. I agree with that. But the system that has been put before Black women, or the Black race, is one such that, I guess because they've been subjugated for so long, especially in the economic and educational forces, where women are more career-oriented now, and they let their most fertile years almost pass by before they decide to start having kids, which makes it almost difficult for them a lot of times to achieve that. We also have to imbibe, which was what Black people we do in the past. We also have to imbibe this culture of making sure that our kids are in close proximity to success. This is what white people do. They find out who famous athlete is in the schools, and next thing you know, Becky is next to him. Or you're gonna be a doctor, Amanda is next to him. You know, so we need to start doing that too. And not waiting, I guess. You want to say something?
Don't you think that our own community too, they do have social circles that, you know, can easily bring, you know, potentially successful, you know, young black men in proximity with, you know, potential these partners that are actually black, like church. They go to church together. They do so many things together. So the reason why I don't necessarily worry too much whether somebody is a feminist or whatever position they have.
So you got to worry because she has. You got to worry because she has an agenda.
You may have an agenda, but if at the point you are stating something that thing is, I believe there is some merit to it because it ties to other things too. Why should I just reject it because it's the person?
And that's why I said that shows your lack of understanding of the American society. Now, if a black man, what's that echo? Is that you? There's echo.
Yeah, it's funny because I'm not hearing it myself. I will check it.
Oh, I'm hearing it. So if a black man, for example, was to question her, the first thing they're going to say is, who raises these kids you're talking about? Who is mostly in charge of bringing up this young man that you're criticizing? Because all she was doing was really criticizing black men. So most homes, black homes in the United States where she's from,
I thought she mentioned the mothers. I thought she mentioned the mothers.
Well, that would be beautiful. I didn't hear that. I just heard a lot of black men when they get money, and this is true. But let's also look at it like this. And this is why I say, especially when you mention the African part with the hair, and there was something you said which I disagree with. Oh, our men used to wear jerry curls. Well, the men used to wear jerry curls because it was in fashion back then. The world moved on and nobody wears jerry curls anymore. Or men, at least. Men braid their hair now. Men are doing all these feminine things, nose rings.
They are braiding their hair, but not because they are copying other people.
So what do you think they're doing?
That's the difference, eh?
Well, the bottom line, what I'm saying is those hairstyles were a feminization of men. It's just like now you have men. Now you have men having tongue rings. You have men having nose rings. You're having men painting their fingers. We've seen the fighter.
I really don't like that. I really don't like those ones.
You've seen the fighter, Isaac. I don't know what's his name. Israel Adesanya. You know, I saw the other day David Haney had it. Tank Davis had it. You know, this is a feminization of men. So
hold on, let me make my point clear. See,
I'm not talking about you. I'm just talking about. I'm not talking about. Yeah, I'm talking about in general.
I'm not saying that they are not doing those things. Let me just get the point through. I'm not saying they are not doing everything that you're saying. I'm saying that they are doing it independent of any other community encouraging them or trying to copy other communities. My issue is that if our women are wearing hair that belongs to Igbo people, and you are doing your lashes that looks like Igbo people's one, why would you be surprised when your children grow up to desire them?
Well, I wasn't talking about you, and I think you're conflating issues. You're bringing.
I know you're not talking about me, but I'm just, even if it was a different point, like you are making a general point, I think maybe I wanted you to understand the difference between both these cases. One, black men are not copying anybody. That's my belief. They are not copying any. They are carrying their head. Look at Jargon now. He will fit into 500 years ago. You know,
because Jargon is bald and Jargon has lost his hair. Who knows what Jargon would do if he had a full head of hair? But that's not my point.
Leave me alone now.
It's only that t-shirt. If you take that t-shirt off, it will fit into Obas Palace 500 years ago.
This is the hit man. Don't muck around, homeboy.
So that is my point.
So again, my point wasn't about what your statement was about. My point was speaking from the American perspective, which she seemed to have been criticizing black men. And I'm saying you got to be careful when you listen to feminists of that nature. And this is why I brought on the Jericho issue. And if you're saying black men weren't trying to copy people, well, okay, let's agree it was a fascist statement. But let's also agree that it was a feminization of the black man at that time. And just like we're seeing today, again, we're having men running around with feminist fashion designs on their body, nose rings, tongue rings, painted nails, braided hair, colors in their hair, women type clothing. So this is why I'm saying we have to be careful who we accept. Not saying everything she said was wrong, but I'm saying we got to be careful who we accept this kind of rhetoric from. You also have to remember who sets the standards before we criticize black women. And again, yes, I do understand. Personally, I don't know how it has happened by happenstance. I've never dealt with a woman that wore weaves. I've said this on the show before, or that even did makeup. I don't know if I could say luckily, I don't know, but I've never been in a long-term relationship with anybody that did those kind of things. Maybe, I don't know, maybe that's just an innate subconscious taste. Because, well, usually my women are natural hair, they're cutting it or designing it in different hairstyles. But who sets the standard for beauty in the world? The West, the white women. And you said something again that I don't think was personally true when you said usually when African women look at Arabs, for example, and the first thing they say is, "You're beautiful." I don't know what part of the world you're at, but dark-skinned or very dark-skinned women are the vogue right now. Take, for example, Lupita Nyong'o. I don't think anybody's going to look at her and say she's not a beautiful woman. She's a very beautiful woman. And I think there's something very beautiful about, personally, again, my belief, of a dark-skinned woman. The darker, the more beautiful. So maybe we need to start imbibing this sense of pride in our kids. Maybe we need to start imbibing this sense of happiness at having melanin, you know, black Barbies, for example. My wife is watching a show right now, and it's a South African show. And I started looking at it, and I'm getting pissed off. And I'm like, if this, one of the things I do not like that they're trying to show in Africa is consumerism. And there was this African Nigerian actress, I think, Iniedo, and she had this big D&G glasses on. And I said, if they love consumerism so much, and this is why I get tired of Africa, and they're willing to pay this to an Italian designer, whatever amount it costs, assuming they're not wearing counterfeit or fake, why can't African designers do the same thing and we push indigenous African design and fashion? You want to spend all that money? Spend it on an African designer. You know, I saw someone wearing a Palm Angel shirt, and I'm telling my wife, I'm like, I wouldn't wear that, because just to pay all that. Number one, I don't even like people knowing what I'm wearing. That's number one. I like to wear something nice and nobody knows you wear it. You know what I mean? Nobody, you walk around, no big labels. That's my style. You know, but the Palm Angels were so ugly and gaudy across the shirt. And I'm like, imagine he probably paid $1,000 for this shirt, and it's still freaking ugly. So yeah. So
I think it's admitted that we are quite flamboyant. I don't know whether we can stop our people from being flamboyant. I really wish we could. From working in Nigeria, what I've noticed is that we are also very wasteful people. We don't value material things that much. To be fair, I'm like that to an extent. I'm sure I'm still like that compared to Westerners. But compared to Nigerians, I've reined myself in a lot. We are very wasteful. Because I can tell you right now, there are things that I buy here in the UK that, let's say a white man will buy that same thing, they will use it for 6 months. I'll buy it, I'll use it for 2 months. A Nigerian will buy it and use it for 1 month. Why is that the case?
Give me an example of what are you talking about?
Any equipment, just name the device.
You're talking about wastefulness.
Yes, wastefulness. If you, especially when you are talking about, let's say, for an example, battery, rechargeable battery, something like that. They will tell you this rechargeable battery that you have is supposed to do 500 recharge cycles. It's supposed to do 500 cycles. Most Nigerians use it. You will not barely do 100. It's gone because they're using in such a way. They are using in such a way. But a European will have that thing. When they will keep it for years and they will sell it on eBay, and when you receive it, you're like, how did this person maintain it this long?
I don't know. Westerners they're pretty wasteful too.
No, in the UK, I don't know Americans. You guys have big roads and big everything, so maybe you are different.
Yeah, because like sometimes things break. Even since I was a child, things break, and I'm like, start fixing it, and everybody else is like, yo, just throw it away. For example, let me bring some of my personal business on here. My wife, she just went and got this new toaster with all these buttons and all this shit. And then I'm asking her, I'm like, what do you want to do with the old toaster? It's not even that old. It's only like less than 3 years. I said, what do you want to do with it? Oh, I'm going to throw it away. You're going to throw it away? It's new. It's old fashioned now. Why don't you do this? Why don't you call your sister, ask her at the very, because I said, I'll sell it. That's me. I'm going to sell it. Or she said, okay, why don't you call your sister? Maybe, she's in college, maybe she wants it for her room. Yeah, that's true. Come back home. Boom, where the fuck is the toaster? You threw it away? Oh, no, I put it, because I know you're going to get mad. I put it in the box. All right, good. But I'm just saying, people are different. I got siblings that are like that. They take it, they say, so it's been a year, boom, they throw it away. I never been like that. Some things, even water, you come around me, you see the way I use water. You know, I turn the fucking water off to the kids. So I think in life you got to be, and we straying off now. We're talking about consumerism, but you got to be mindful. You got to be mindful. Don't be wasteful. You know what I mean? Like, yeah. So.
I think you're probably like the way you said it. I'm quite wasteful, especially when it comes to.
Well, no, I'm not wasteful at all. I'll dislike you if you waste my food. If you waste my water, you come in. I let you in my closet, and you start using my cologne. Like, if you're wasteful around me, you cannot be around me. Anybody that knows me knows. I'm very generous. Do whatever. Come in, eat whatever.
If you come to Nigeria, they will say you're a Igbo man. That's the way they will look at you.
I don't like wastefulness. I don't know if it's part of the Islamic teaching, but I don't like wastefulness. I don't like wasteful people. You got to be conservative in the way you use your resources. That is the only way you can actually help other people, not when you freaking. And I'm a proponent of saving the planet too. So I think the way I asked my wife one thing one day. Let me before I go away. I asked my wife one thing. We went out, and I said, and she was live. She was cracking up. I said, since they want to tax so much, and I think the world is going to get there. Maybe in 150 years, 200 years, someone is going to see this. I said, and we're destroying the planet. The way we keep producing things, the carbon effect on the planet, the ozone layer. You wear a shirt. I mean, the chemicals are killing you in the shirts, right? But you go spend whatever you spend on a shirt, $80, $100 on a t-shirt, whatever. And then you wear it maybe to 2 events, and then you throw it away because you don't want somebody else to see you because you took pictures in it already. I said, why don't they, instead of charging all these taxes, and it's a way to save the planet, the companies get or the government gets some kind of benefit by making these companies, you see how we drive cars? When you buy the clothes, instead of them making more, it's just like you're renting it. I don't know if I'm explaining it properly.
Instead of making more cars, you just rent it.
Clothes, I'm saying like the things we use, plastics, books. Well, books we need, right? Or maybe we have digital stuff today. I don't know. But we're making so much stuff, production, like you look at the effect on the planet and it is destroying the planet. So is there a way where, because the companies won't profit, they don't sell you more than one clothing item for a certain period of time. And even if you want to buy more, the government, I don't know, charges you or taxes you. I don't know, maybe I'm all over the place, but I just think we have to reel back on the way we're producing this because it's harming the planet. There's this fight for natural resources all over the world. And then like we're talking about, you're supposed to use a battery or a charger for 10 cycles. And you use it for one and you say, oh, I'm done. And then you throw it and you got to go bury it somewhere and it destroys the ecosystem of that area. And then you have to start shipping waste all over the place. China is producing smoke all in the air, carbon destroy. You know, I was just thinking loud with her and she was just basically just cracking up. Like, you want people to rent their clothes? I was like, yeah, like why not? You know.
I think someday we need to drill down to the purpose of why they do these things, because people say they just want to be rich, but they are already rich. I don't know the point of why they keep cranking it up like that. But let me go to Jagan, because you didn't even have a chance to talk about the. You see, people say I talk a lot. This guy spoke for almost 30 minutes, but it's all right.
No. There's nothing wrong. There's nothing wrong with the timing, apart from your long monologue. However, to say you have been a bit jagged in the subject matter. But I need a question. Why are you wasteful? Why?
Why am I wasteful? I've asked myself that, why I'm wasteful in so many ways. And I think it comes from the kind of upbringing I have.
Yes.
And an example of this is like in Nigeria, when I got to Nigeria recently, I felt like, okay, everywhere is dirty. We should have somewhere, we should be putting our rubbish away inside the bin, because now you see people, they walk towards the bin and they will get to the bin and drop the rubbish on the side of the bin. I'm like, why do we do these things? And I have to pay people to come and take rubbish away. So I myself, when I go out, I eat, and I have some of the, let's say I have fruit seed with me. I want to throw the seed away. There's no way to throw it. So guess what? You throw it on the street like everyone else. Now you see how the culture, the environment makes you start becoming that way. So there's something about our environment that's not designed to make people value things.
That's not why you're wasteful. To throw a seed away, in the street in Nigeria, that's not. If you throw something away, especially a seed, it will grow. It would regenerate. You don't need to look for a bin for a seed necessarily. However, that is
on the concrete now. It's at the marketplace. It's on the concrete. It's not like you're putting it anywhere. You're making the place messy.
Well, that's again bad behavior. You see, it took me a long time to appreciate my father. He was not a wasteful man at all. He taught us how to behave as people of this planet. I've been back from Spain almost 12 years now. I've been clothes shopping once because I have enough clothes. And I dress down majorly because I'm not trying to show anybody anything. I don't need to work. This house that I'm living in right now is a multi-tenanted house. I own it. I have 6 people living in this house, pay me, well, let me not talk too much. And they pay me, and I'm looking after my asset. That's how I live. Because I don't need to live in a big house by myself. I've got a house in Spain. I've got houses in Nigeria. I owned quite a few houses here. I sold them before I went to Spain, which was a bit of an error, but that's what happened. But my clothes, if I'm going out, well, you can't compete with me. And these clothes are a good 10 years old. The clothes I have, they're 10 years old at least. There's no point, we are wasteful because of fashion. Now, I'm not a man of fashion necessarily. I like style and I like clothes generally. However, to be wasteful, I think it's a sin. It's sinful. I don't know how else to put it. It's very sinful. We live in a world that needs replenishing, and it's another subject than what I came on to discuss. I came on to discuss the whole idea of the isms of black people around the world and the levels that we go through generally. There, as has been said, I believe, again, it is about culture that drives us towards the white standard, the Oyinbo standard of things. And these things in general cut right across the board. Now, when black women or black men bring up the subject of multicultural relationships, or black men going out with white women particularly, that's the one that we really underline. You see, this thing here, it's a funny thing, and it all again stems from slavery in a way, colonialism in a way, in that Oyimbos have the standard. They are the standard. And we as black people, even though we know we've got a different culture and different standard level, in the Western world, America, Europe in particular, we follow them. Even South America, the same. Largely because of the laws that have been put in place, the segregational laws that have been put in place, and the fact that these segregational laws, they affect us.
Yeah, but are they still the standard though? I think you need to
But
change.
you see, they are still the standard. They are. I grew up in the UK. In growing up in the UK, I loved being black and I loved blackness, and I learned a lot about what it is to be black. However, because of my own personality, my own taste, I knew that I was going to frolic from before any such thing took place. At primary school, I knew that I was not going to be married before I had sex, even though that was a standard. It was a standard. But I knew that wasn't going to be me, because I'm going to taste everything. And so I went ahead and tasted everything, brother. And it was all loveliness. You understand? But at the same time, and nobody was telling me anything, or there was all these black girls trying to complain to me. Sonny, why are you going out? Will you sit down? Are you silly? Do you know who I am? Don't be silly. The thing is, I always knew, now sister is a sister, I needed someone within my culture. Minimum, I needed someone who was cultured. Because, Oyinbo's white girls were the easiest, they were the lowest hanging fruit. They were to a penny, as far as I was concerned. The sisters were rather expensive in terms of before they gave up anything, or you don't curtail to so many levels before you can entertain them, before they would allow you to entertain them in that way, which was, again, a great standard that they set in this country called England. Having said that, my observation about what a lot of these ladies were complaining about, black men going out with white women, especially when they've got money. And I used to think, is that the time? Is it because these black men are going out with white women that you are now complaining because they are wealthy. Because, you know, why are you complaining that because they're wealthy, they're going over here? It was later that the economic point was put forward that, you know, and it was put forward by black men, not white, not black women. Black men were seeing that as all these black athletes were entertaining white women and then being ripped off by these very white women. It's a problem. And it was a problem. It is a problem. But people like Paul Ince that you mentioned, he was always going to go that way. Paul Ince, a black girl, and him in particular, they're not even suited because he had already whiteified himself before entertaining any Oyinbo girl. You understand? He already, his whole mindset, the way he speaks, everything about him was, they call them white black. That's how we call them in the UK. Well, white black, where from a black position, they have a white orientation completely. Fortunately, that wasn't me. I don't have that kind of white orientation. However, the economics of it is a serious matter. It's a serious matter. Because that, you know, if you look back in our history, both in the UK and particularly in America, even black and black relationships, they ended up somehow being usurped from their finances. They ended up that way. And there's a trail of it. If you look back on black inventors and you see that this money was with them for one generation, the next generation didn't have it. Why? Because the patency was corrupted and it was a white person who took the heritage from this invention. Right across the board, you see it. We as black people, we just need to understand that we're at war, but we don't really imbibe the fact that we're at war. We don't know that you know, when they came to collect us in West Africa, when they came to collect us, we didn't know it's a war, but it's a war. They took our people to create, within 200 years, they created a whole new country. Look at the size of America. They created continents. What am I talking about? They created continents. We're not really thinking as black. Our thinking is late. We think that we are knowledgeable in this time, but our thinking is a good 200 years late. I'm telling you. We have individuals like Frantz Fanon, who came, if you read the story of Frantz Fanon, you know that this guy is a serious intellect. Serious. But no, many people don't even know who he is. We don't know who he is. Without following politically what it is our people have gone through, we're lost. We're just having new babies and teaching them nothing. Largely, we don't teach our children anything. We leave it to the public school to teach them. And we don't hand anything.
I was trying to ask you something about, you know, one of the cardinal beliefs of Fanon.
In terms of what?
In terms of how a nation can become free.
Which is what he was all about. But you speak it.
Yeah, he said that you have to fight for it. Like, that's
simple
one
things.
of his beliefs. He said you
Simple.
have to fight for it. Like, he believes in the process of fighting for it too. And
he didn't as much as he underlined the violence of it, because by the time he came to the end of his life, it's not like he changed his mind, but he did say that violence is not the only way to fight, but violence is what we are dealing with, because violence is what's happening upon us and what's been happening upon us for 500 years. We've been attacked seriously. So, you know, when I speak in the way I speak, it's offensive to people. It's offensive to what people will call themselves good-natured. And they believe that good nature is to be nice and polite and all that bullshit, which I don't believe in. I like being polite. I like having manners and stuff. But that's the commonality of what it is to be a human being. But if we as black people understand what has happened to us, then whilst we have this commonality of manners and such, we should understand that we are at war. We are at war. You know the whole thing about women. Do you know that in war, women are part of the loot from time immemorial? Women are part of the loot. So, and it's the loot of men. Men would take over the next village. They will kill the men and take the women. And the women will be now imbibed into their culture, the culture of the man. So, you know, Nigerians are prolific at dealing with women in terms of we have speech pattern, we have flamboyancy, we have so many arms where it comes to the man-woman agenda. A lot of Nigerian women, they don't believe in it. They believe that Nigerian men are rubbish. Leave those ones alone. They're idiots, as far as I'm concerned. There's one particular woman who comes on this stage and talks rubbish all day long about Nigerian men because she herself is suffering. Fair enough. You know what I mean? Me, I don't believe none of that.
It's not like
Wait, let me finish.
I'm against the systematic aspect of it. No, I mean, what I'm against is the systematic aspect of it. I mean, not like individuals going out, you know, stuff. But if you watch that stuff, it seems to be systematic. That is
No,
what
the
I have
thing
an
is,
issue.
the thing is if you are just coming to this knowledge now, and I'm telling you, if you're coming to this knowledge now, you're late. You're late in the game. You haven't understood at all. You're just seeing it from a point, oh, look, that's true. That's true. Forget that. Me, I've lived it. I know what it is. I know what it is. And what it is that for a man, or especially a black man, he has to understand that he's the man. And he can have anything in this world that he wants, to be frankful. To be frank, you know, if I took all the Oyinbo women and brought them to Africa, within 2 generations, they're not white anymore. They belong to us. Full stop. Whereas if our women go elsewhere, those were our women, they belong elsewhere. And that's the war. That is the war. It's all part of it. But because of our lack.
Do you want to talk on other topics so that we can move on? There are people.
Well, I mean, I didn't know that this was going to be a topic at all, but I believe it's a good topic, and I would like to hear other people's point of view, and I would like to establish the fact that not only are we at war, but we can win the war. You see, when we look at the world and the world of influence, it doesn't matter what subject you're dealing with, or you'll find a black man there, and you'll find him prolific within that subject matter or within that arena. Prolific. But there are not enough of us who understand that we are in this war and we should have a collective mindset as to how to win the war. Because don't think that Oyimbos are arrogant.
Let me share it, because there was 2 videos I shared. Because I guess we could try to mash them together, because I guess we could wait later on, but I feel like we can juggle the topics because they are all linked to our putting ourselves at disadvantageous positions all the time. I do understand in terms of this actual topic why people would want to date outside. You know, like you said, black women are less accessible in the West, proximity, privilege, all the stuff that comes with it. But to be watching that video and see how cold it is, sometimes you feel like this is systematic. Now let me share this video.
But to be clear, on average in the United States, there are more same-race relationships at least among black people than interracial relationships. So let's be clear about that. Even as we see certain stars following the Kanye mantra of, he gets rich, he goes for a white woman. Most successful black men actually go for white black women as well, you know, and they have long-lasting relationships that actually defy the Hollywood norm of divorce.
you have to also consider proximity, right? You have to also consider proximity. People marry those in the same proximity as them, and of course, technology has breached
That's
proximity.
a big one.
People
People underestimate proximity. It's a big one.
Exactly.
Yeah.
People in the same church marry. People that go to the same university, same college marry. Right. Obama's wife, he met her in college, right? And of course, there are other celebrities like Beyonce and Jay-Z. They're both in the music industry, so there's also proximity effect in terms of meaning in terms of relationship. People meeting each other, and of course, there is clearly what you guys are saying is true because of behavioral psychology. If you look at the media often portray white people as the desirable people, right? And we don't have anything to counter that. We don't have any counter. For instance, if you have kids, that are not non-white, anytime they turn on the TV, they're only watching, European looking anything European, so they think that's the norm. This is the normal thing, you know what I mean? And also, even in our continent, Africa, most of our curriculum, we talk about, when we teach history of anything, we teach the history of the area model. When we talk about history of like mathematics or anything, we often defer to area model. Our religion as well, all the religious archetype in our religion that we adopted are all Europeans. Jesus Christ is European, right? You can say he's Middle Eastern.
In Senegal, see, hold on. I think I feel like in Senegal, I feel like that this what we are discussing here, that the West is the standard. Recently, I feel like they themselves have pulled back a little bit.
No,
but we as our own people are still head on.
Because
even Europeans complain that they are not being shown anymore. Like you remember that gene advert that they did a gene advert when the lady said, "I'm have a good gene" and all the rest. So they were saying, "Why are people irate about it?" Like, because people, it's not very often they put European models as a standard. It's like it's something that took a backseat a little bit.
You can, we have internet. You can look up the percentage, right? Yeah, like European is just, listen, man. It's the stand. Like when people are, when you imagine God right now, what do you imagine? You don't imagine African man. You imagine a European. Like that's
you. That's not me. Or
that's imbued in neither part of your brain. That's how you
not
were
me.
raised.
Yeah, but what he's saying, but what he's saying is that there's.
Go ahead.
What he's saying is that there's a pushback, or I don't think pushback is the word. What he's saying is that now there's like more inclusiveness with Black people also being at the forefront, and I think this also lends to the fact that the youth in Africa, through music, for example, have become more noticeable to the world. So now it is fashionable to claim that you're African. It's fashionable to say I have a big butt like an African girl. It's fashionable to say I'm shaped like an African girl. I have Bantu knots. You see white girls now wearing herringbone earrings and bamboo earrings. You see what I'm saying? So it is becoming more of the norm than not. Yes. I mean, of course, you have the LGBTQ people also asking for inclusiveness, and they're like, you're gay, you're not gay, you can't act a gay part. We understand that, but there's more Black people too.
This is what I'm trying to get to, which is influence. No, I hadn't really finished, but I won't speak long. All I'm saying is, I understand, I appreciate it, and I've asked them to forgive me. All I'm saying is that the influence that Black people now have in so many areas is a power base. It's a soft power, but it's a power base, and it's one that is part of the war that we are in. We need to understand it. I know a lot of people are very pernickety about all these strong words. Oh, You are at war with yourself and stupid people in the comment section talking rubbish. I'm not really with them. We are at war. If we don't understand it, then we are stupefied. Please go on.
I totally agree with you. I totally agree with you right there.
I wanted to
let Seneca go ahead. Seneca, go ahead, please.
So, like, I wanted to like use that. That's why
I put on your camera to bring up the standard, man.
So,
go ahead.
I've lost my train of thought.
Sorry, brother. Sorry.
No, it's all good. I wanted to kind of use it to pivot to something like a little bit more interesting, because I've always wondered, right? Like, what role did drug play in the invention of religion? Like, do you guys think that's an interesting conversation to have? Like, what role did drugs play in the invention of religion?
Not this time now. We are discussing two major things. In short, we are discussing including a terrorist attack in Nigeria with that killed the ISIS leader in Nigeria, and then there's also the issue of how our elites and rich people tend to marry into other races systematically. That's the issue, not like just meeting people systematically. Because for me, sometimes when I see Michael Jackson's children, I see that there's not even one black child he's got. Man, all that wealth gone. That's a shame to behold. So please go ahead. And there's also the issue of Egypt. There's also the issue of, I think this one, Icon Fire would like to watch, comment on this one, because when they asked Bassam Yusuf why they call Egypt this in the Middle East.
East, or is it considered North Africa?
Yeah. This is bad. This is,
it's a question from, it's a geographical question. It's a geographical
Let's talk about Middle East, because, we use Middle East loosely to just make it easier. But the term itself comes from middle to what? Why is it called Middle East?
I don't know.
And why is Japan called the Far East?
It's a good question.
Because these were names that were named by the British Empire. It is the middle. It is Far East for me, Middle East to me.
They're the ones.
So it's the British-centric terminology.
Right.
So because Britain is here.
Yeah.
So Britain is here, and then Egypt is here.
Yeah.
And then Japan is here. So that's the Far East,
and this is the middle
to Britain, and this is the Middle East to Britain. So you see, so now there's like a huge talks about like, don't use the Middle East, it's a colonial term. But like I use it just for simplicity.
Right.
So to answer your question, yes, Egypt is in the Middle East.
Yeah.
It's in that region where they call now the Middle East.
Yeah.
And also we're North Africa. So basically, to answer your question, Egypt is, yes, they're Middle East, and in the same time, they are North Africa.
So
and at the same time, there's Southern Mediterranean.
Yeah.
You can be...
They can entertain.
Now, did anybody pick up on what is wrong with that? I don't know. This is just a quick question. Did anybody pick up on what was wrong with that?
But this is not new. Myself, Jagun, and others have actually spoken on this term. We've had like hours to talk on this. Where I disagree with Bassam, if you listen to that interview, it actually went on to talk about how the pyramids were made and who made them. And before he agreed to the fact that they were Egyptians in the Aswan region closer to Sudan, I have a different inclination about him a little bit now. Yes, I do agree that the North Africa or the Middle East can be, you know what? Let me put it like this. This is something, Jagan is we've spoken on this numerous times. So Africa is not in the Middle East. The Middle East is in Africa. So they changed it to,
hey, listen, man.
They changed it to, they changed.
Hey, man. I don't know if we.
So they changed it.
Just hold on, we are going to come in. Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
So the Europeans, led by the British, actually changed the terminology of that region to Middle East. Middle East of where exactly? What separates Africa from the Middle East? The Sinai, that's it. Once you cross Egypt, Once
can I say something now? Can I say something now?
No, you can't. Let me please finish. Let me finish. So
Try
once
to
you
on
cross,
the panel.
Yeah, I'm
once-
listening. Saying nothing really.
This Jamaican guy is back again. So anyway, once you cross the Sinai, then you get into Gaza, and from Gaza you get the rest of everywhere else that they've stolen. So Africa extends past the region they call North Africa today. We are. First of all, do yourself a favor. Go look at the early Saudis, the people they call the Bedouins. Go look at the picture of King Faisal, for example. Go look at the picture of King Abdulaziz. Go look at the picture of Anwar al-Sadat.
Can I say something now?
This guy's high.
No, I've seen that, but I'm trying
the so-called last.
Sonia, hold on. I hear what you're saying.
Can you let me land? Like, how do we get anywhere if you don't let the other person?
Remember, it's not your turn. It's not your turn.
Oh, we're doing the turn, but okay, it's all right. Have fun.
Oh no, it's not open yet now. It's not open yet because other people have not even spoken at all. Like, okay, so
Father, let the guy speak. Let the guy speak.
Stop now. Come on, don't do that. See,
let me speak.
What I have an issue with. Can you let me talk? What I have an issue with what the guy did there, and a lot of people didn't pick up on it, was that he gave them a very, very false explanation of what the Middle East is. Because first of all, he said because of the British, this side was the Middle East. Okay, where does it end? How about Sudan? How about Ethiopia? How about this? Keep going down now because they're all part of the same longitude. So it means has to be a different definition of the Middle East. Because if you use that longitudinal, this is saying, because it's on the left side of the British, that's why it's the Middle East. It's ridiculous definition. It doesn't make sense.
Let me address that for. Let me address that for a minute. To Nigel. Let me address that for a minute. We Africans, right?
Wait. Do you know?
Jagan.
Before you say anything, do you know anything about Sykes-Picot? Anything about Sykes-Picot?
Of course we know.
What's that?
No, him. I'm asking him. My Jamaican brother.
Don't let this guy go now. Where's Boom Boom Ray? Don't let him go, man.
No, he stepped out.
Yeah.
He might come back.
Anyway, Jagan. I respect what you especially are is speaking about. You feel me? Because our victory depends on what Jagan was speaking about. You feel me? This is what I have to say about Egypt and all that, right? These people in the north have always been an enemy to Africa. They are the remnants of slavery, in which they are the remnants of the conquerors of us. You feel me? And we need to have some type of revenge theory as a people. And because we're so tribalistic, we're not off that view. But we need to take back North Africa. We need to plan. We need to plan for it. All right, since the 14th century after Islam, because when Islam was created, it was because I'm gonna answer most of even the questions, even what religion was created for. It wasn't created for the other reason that the guy spoke about. It was created for our gold. Islam was created for our gold. Christianity was created for our gold. You feel me? For Africans' wealth. But they had to break Africans mentally. So that's why they created Islam.
The question I said was, what role did drug play in the invention of religion? That was my question. And it's
we all know why.
You see me?
We all know that the
drugs
science are arguing that it has something to do with drugs, but that is not the
Yeah, I'm not sure what particular drug
What is the subject?
existed at the time.
The subject is about what the video
What
I
the
just played
comedian
us
said.
now. And pardon?
What the comedian said
Yeah.
about if Egypt was in the Middle East or not. Is that the subject? Like, why would you waste time on that?
Yeah, but even
Because they are
but
basically saying Egypt is not in Africa.
What do you mean by that? Like,
yeah, but
wait. When was Africa as a continent created? When was Africa as a continent created by Europeans?
yeah, but all right. So listen, what I'm
It's a political statement whereby if you go and start saying, okay, if you say that North Africa is not part of Africa anymore, it's a political statement. There are consequences to it, and that's what they are doing.
on.
They are, as a matter of fact, they've included on the map now. They put Sudan as part of the Middle East now too.
Hold on, is my voice hold on, y'all not hearing me properly? Because it's like
we can hear. We can hear.
Yeah, but y'all, when y'all talk, y'all just overwhelm me as if y'all not hearing nothing that I'm saying. Is my voice tiny or something?
That's a Centrical's gift. He always does that. You want to change this topic?
Yeah, don't mind me. I'm at work. All right, I'm on a work profile. You feel me? But this is what I have to say, man. I don't care about what some Muslim or some Arab, especially Arabs, say or their concept of things. I don't care about that, because we're not supposed to align ourselves based on someone else's opinion. You feel me? We Africans have to have our own opinion and our own objective. We need to find our boundaries and fight for our boundaries. And we cannot live on the same land as Arabs. And that's how we need to think. You feel me? Now, when it comes to what Jagan said about our woman, our victory depends on our women also. Our victory over colonialism, our victory over Arab conquering, all that stuff. Our women have a major part to play in it also. But they're not gonna do it freely. We as men gonna have to put our foot down. You feel me? And I'll tell you something now. I'll tell you something to show you that our women.
What are you proposing?
Wait.
Propose that we do to Arabs in North Africa. Like, what do we do? What should we do to them? Because you suggest.
Well, we need listen. All right. Well, hold on.
Lose their
I'll say,
when they are talking and you put them in a different.
Yeah, don't do that now. And he did say he said that we should have a boundary. He did say that we should have a boundary.
Yeah, our boundary should be coast to coast of all of the motherland. That should be our boundary. That means you can have Arabia, but we gonna need to be we black people need to be in control of all of these lands in North Africa, in terms of, yes, you can live there, but your government must be dismantled, our government must be implemented, and all of you all pay taxes to the black man, or drown in the ocean type shit. As soon as we get developed enough. Huh?
See, I can't find. I'm even telling people now, like America, to go and get war counseling, and because the world is in a place now where we can't live like that anymore. That's the problem. Even America is struggling with it.
Hold on. When did you say that about Israel? I never heard that. Hold on. Wait, man. Hold on. Hold on, E. You feel me? Let me talk to goddamn forefather. You feel me? Let me talk to goddamn forefather for a minute. You don't see a genocide in 2022 to 23, 24 right there? You didn't see a genocide? Hold on. Who got jailed? Who got jailed for it? Who got jailed? Nobody. So you know what this is showing you? You know what this is showing you? Make your own law and stop acting like white people. The Berlin Conference have nothing to do with you, and you need to submit to those laws. You don't need to submit to nothing like that. You submit to your own laws. Make laws. Listen, make laws to develop. Listen, make laws to develop Africa and secure African land and communities. That's the laws we need to make. Nobody needs to make no laws for us.
Securing Africa, I believe in it, but when you say we should conquer North Africa, that is the one I'm saying. I don't think.
What I'm saying is not. What I'm saying is not immediately, but as soon as you acquire the technology from China and Russia and build up enough, we go conquer those lands. That's what they are sitting. They are sitting ducks, and instead of hold on, they are sitting ducks. And instead of we sit there and become sitting ducks, I have them like what they did doing in Sudan, how they genocided the Sudanese people, and now they are a lot of half-breeds and separate the country. Now they want to say Sudan is an Arab country. No, that's land stealing, and that's them denigrating our spaces. You see what they did? They're doing in Kidal in Mali. That's the disrespectful Arab bitches acquiring our properties. You feel me? So what are we going to do? Sit there and become sitting ducks, or are we going to make them become sitting ducks? We have a choice.
You know, this about me, that's money. You look like one of those Arabs, you know.
Nah, don't say that to him.
That's because y'all sent me over on that long trip. That's why.
You know, you put your heart on top of it. You know, you already have the beers. Now you put your heart on top of it to cry. You look like one of the Arabs.
See his name that he gave him.
No Arab over here, man.
Go on, brother.
Oh, by them.
You see me? I renamed that.
I wanted to speak on the original topic that you brought up in terms of the miscegenation with these athletes. In the United States, contemporarily, the European is still considered the standard as far as beauty is concerned, and as far as trying to level up, you would say, financially. So these athletes, there's an entire ecosystem around these athletes, from agencies to their coaches to even just the culture around being an athlete within the United States, especially when you get to going to college. So they're steered towards going to more of outside of, I guess, the people. But when they get all of the resources that they get from these leagues, they do nothing to help the communities, and they're basically incentivized to not do anything for us. It's analogous to the leaders that are heads of state in other places. So to make it seem like they're still not the standard, well, I could just speak for America. They're definitely still the standard here as far as beauty is concerned, and feeling like you're leveling up socioeconomically. I think that what you said was accurate in regards to the people's parents leaving them as sitting ducks when they go out into the world. They're very naive. There's not any system put in place to understand what they're doing when they get into this $1 million tax bracket and how they're viewed as food by other people. So I think that there's just an overarching culture, especially within the United States, that is still the white ISIS code. The people who want to have the Mercedes-Benz, the Gucci, and the Louis, but they don't value anything black. We let people that are not from here come over, like Arabs and Chinese, Koreans, come in our neighborhoods and set up shop, and they just wantonly just come in and just take over everything. And it's like there's no attenuation factor to where black people is coming together and making anything towards that's going to stop it. And that's my thing with it. Until there's a cultural pride taken, then it's going to keep continuing. Most black people in the United States don't want anything to do with Africa. They want to be everything but African. They want to be Indians today. They want to be Mexicans tomorrow. They want to be everything else. I just seen an interview yesterday when they was talking about the best foods. Nobody black was saying that the soul food was their favorite food. It was all Mexican food. It's all Chinese food. So until that changes and until the docility changes, nothing's going to change. And what the brother said as far as going into North Africa, with black people now, it's not realistic. Our people are too docile. As men, we don't want power like that. we're just good at getting the crumbs. But I'll let somebody else speak.
Is that why women like us? Because we don't want power.
Nah, I mean, as far as value, as aesthetically, yeah, but not building anything. I don't think that we get that respect.
Wait, 1 second, outlaw. To Niger, you said something. You just said something. We don't own our woman. Our woman's loyalty is not to us. So a lot of men getting sleep with, a lot of men have their woman beside them or get a woman, and he don't understand that she's with you by force or by what you call can't do no better type shit. That's how our black women actually be thinking.
Wait, hold on.
Let me tell you something.
Wait, hold on, hang on. Let's not.
Man, stop. No, man. Hey, man, you always be doing that. Have your own view, bro. Have your own view. Have your own opinion. Don't be jumping in my shit all the time. Have your own opinion, bro. All right, I don't want to listen now. I want to finish, okay? I want to finish, okay? Let me finish. Because you always be doing that. Stop jumping on me. Anyway, what I'm saying is, this is what I have to say. Bro, you don't
let him speak, man.
No, hell no. Don't do that. Don't tell me let him speak. I can't. Your mom is black, your dad is black, they married each other. Don't come here talking about generalizing black women. Oh, our women, our black women. Like that's silly conversation. Can we like
so okay. So what you gonna do? What you gonna do? Whoop my ass?
No, you sound ignorant. I'm just calling you out.
What you should do. Hold on. Let me tell you something, dude. You feel me? Let me tell you something, dude. You ever heard of abortion? Have you ever heard of that?
Yeah, I've heard of abortion.
Huh? So you are lucky, Negro.
What's your point?
That's why you need to know that. You need to know that. So stop talking.
What do you mean? I don't understand.
Come on, we're not warring here. We're not warring with that.
All right. What I'm trying to explain to you is you are lucky to be here. She just feel considerate to say let you survive.
What does that mean?
But all of our mamas is being given that option right now, dude. All of these Gen Zs are lucky ones. Hold on. You know the statistics of let me say Black American, because I don't know Africans, because the Africans there too. 20 million since 1980 till now, 20 million black children have been aborted in America alone. You have the Caribbean, Jamaica, you have all that. So what I'm trying to say, bro, just stop talking. Let me talk. I'm not talking to you. I'm not talking to you, bro. I'm not talking to you, and I don't want to talk about that. So be quiet. You're not defending. Hold on. You're not defending nothing. What I'm trying to say is our women have a lot to do with our defeat or our win.
That's bullshit.
You feel me? So what? So don't. We gonna give our women praises for winning.
No. Forefathers.
Yes.
You've got to navigate this thing very well.
I think sometimes they need to try to get to understand each other. But I really wish that.
I think it's important that everyone who hasn't spoken speaks.
The program,
and then we can have the all in all.
We are not rushing anywhere. They will all have their chance to speak. We are not.
Sunanda, your program name says "Have Your Say." Let everybody have their say.
I know, they're having their say, but I think sometimes somebody will feel triggered and I want to.
Yeah, but let this dude stop interrupting me, because we all respect our mamas, but that don't mean we can't criticize our people. We have to criticize our own people. No, we don't want no white boy from Rome or anywhere to come criticize our mamas and our sisters, bro. You feel me? So we have to.
Hold on. I think I get where you're coming from, Seneca. No, I mean, I Can Fire. I think I Can Fire was one of the first people to get me to see a flip side of our society, because often when we discuss these things, we don't look at 50% of the population. You know, like Adama now, the women. We don't look at what the women are doing. We just assume that the men. But I Can Fire.
When you say we, you are making a general statement. Say you. Don't say we.
Thank you for saying that. Thank you for saying that. Say you. Say you. Don't say we.
Look at that.
Please
Okay,
to Niger.
I was saying, you see all these enemies of progress, they've come now. They have already started fighting.
Hey,
so
to Niger.
Hold on.
Let me tell you this.
Let me finish what I was saying. I was trying to say that there was something he did. He said our women, what they teach, because the children are raised by women, what they put into the children tends to emanate from society, and I see the logic in it. And men value their mothers more than anything. They don't value their fathers as much as they value their mothers. So it means maybe we are ignoring.
Echo, shut up, man.
Hold on. See, maybe we are ignoring something here that we should be paying attention to. Senecas, calm down. Because this is serious stuff. Okay, you shouldn't tell me shut up. See, this is serious stuff, because if we value our mothers so much, why do we pretend as if they don't have influence over our lives? And why do we ignore them when we are discussing some serious issues?
Sorry, I want to ask a question, please.
Go ahead, of course.
Okay, so I'm getting confused. This Icon guy, is he talking about Jamaican women or African women?
Exactly.
Are they different?
Yes.
Are they different? No, they're not.
They're different.
All right. Okay. All right. I'll tell you evidence. I'll give you evidence. That Russian guy who, when you ramped through your woman, could have done the same thing in Jamaica too.
Okay, so
what I'm trying to tell you, hold on, I'm giving you.
Why is he telling everybody to hold on when he cannot hold on?
Yeah, because you don't want evidence. You don't want evidence, and you want to.
You can't do that.
Just be patient.
Be patient. You can't do that.
You want to. I actually don't care. I actually don't.
I can let Masca have this thing. Make the point. I think Masca, you're trying to say something.
The reason why I'm trying to ask that question is because I know for fact that if you're not in a place, you should not be talking about it. This guy clearly is not in Africa. Yes, he's an African, but not in Africa. I do not see why he's talking for African women. I don't see that. So let it be clear
but the topic he's talking about it is agnostic to the location of black people. You acknowledge yourself that
Please, we know this is your plan. We all can hear what he's saying. Stop responding for Icon Fire. We all
I'm hearing. You are not hearing what he's saying. I'm hearing what he's
saying. Hold on. To Niger, let me address them. Since they want to address me, let me address them. Go ahead, speak, man and woman.
No, you can't address me. You can't address me. Icon Fire, listen to me. Please,
Masca, it's these people's fault. You people should allow him have his say. When they reach your turn, you disagree with him, you use it to have your say.
No, he's been
This is the person that said I'm interrupting. See the person who said I'm interrupting. That's what he does. Come here and interrupt. Come here and break all the rules. Come here and be a big boss.
I'll start meeting everybody other than Adama, you know. Adama the great. So, okay.
Why is he holding me that you stopped? I didn't say anything until now.
Actually, I muted the video too, and I muted this thing. So,
very bad.
Please, Masca, allow
It's
Masca to make
person.
point, because I think the point Masca is making it from what he knows, and I've already thought about why he is disagreeing, and he's right. But go ahead, Masca.
No, I'm not even disagreeing with him. I'm trying to understand where he's coming from. What is the basis of his foundational statement? If he's generalizing across all black women, I don't think just because a woman is black, the Jamaican woman and the African woman or Nigerian woman, I don't think it's good analysis to simply because they are black, then they are all the same. That's
you're right.
No, wait,
hold on.
Wait. Now you will respond. Oh, ridiculous.
But you're wrong. You're wrong.
All right, it's okay. So I rest my case.
No, continue what you're saying, or have your point of view, Joe.
No. I want to. No, me and him can hold a proper. I'll just tell you the reason.
Okay. Look,
it's because hold on. No. Hold on. Just calm down. Just calm down. The reason why I say this.
Something as a woman.
Hold on. Wait. Let me.
You've been speaking since. Allow the man to land his points and speak, because you don't even understand where he's coming from. So let the man speak before you respond to whatever he's saying. You're just yelling and talking to yourself. We can't comprehend what you're saying because everything you're saying, you're generalizing it. And for me as a woman, I have to come and tell you, stop doing that. Because this is the reason why women don't come on this platform. And to start, you're driving and doing all this. That's the one that's giving me a headache. Master, please continue, my brother. I'm listening to you, Jare. And you are an eccentric. So go ahead. You're making. Don't let Two Niger speak for you. Two Niger will say he knows what you're saying. He doesn't know anything. Speak for yourself. We all have our ears. Don't listen to him.
Wow. Look at that. When I try to speak for people, they say shut up. When I don't speak for people, they say you don't speak. You never win. It's okay. But I get where Masca is coming from, because when Iconfire said about what that Russian guy did, from Masca's experience, that is not likely to happen in the north of Nigeria.
Yes.
It's not likely.
Where will you see my wife?
That is why I understood where he was coming from. So that, but where he is coming from is different. It's not the way you are thinking.
Okay, so that's the point, forefathers. If you're coming from a different place, you need to understand that this is where you're coming from. I can't come from everywhere at the same time. But besides that point, my point really is, it's good when we talk about things and we nuance it, not the general issues, because I'm sure in Jamaica things are different than in Nigeria. This is why we're all here. We're here because Nigeria is different from every other place, isn't it? Is that not why we're always here?
Yes, for us.
Hey,
so
let me say one more thing, Niger.
That's it.
Let me just say, okay, thank you, Masca. You see me? Now, a lot of African people, you all act like we in the West are not the ones caused you to be free. So why wouldn't we know anything about you? And when we criticize you, why would you have something to say about it? You think we don't want no good for you? No, this brawling lady Adana should just be quiet because she don't understand what's going on. You me? We as men, as warriors.
Don't tell me be quiet. You can address anyone. Don't call my name and tell me be quiet.
Why not?
Maybe you don't know.
Why can't he do that?
Okay.
No, please.
Anyway.
Please, sir, don't call my name.
Yeah, because
you can't tell her to be quiet. I think they are honorable members of the platform. Women have privilege here, so you can't tell her to be quiet.
I'm not just that. I'm a moderator. I can take you out and ban you. So let's get that straight.
That's all you do. It's power show. Power show.
No, Jack, you too. I can.
Yeah, that's the way you do it.
But that's all you do. You only come here to police us. Policewoman.
I'm not here.
Get away, rubbish woman. Get the fuck out.
Yeah. Stay on your high state, please. Stay on your high state.
They are one.
Let's tone it down.
Okay, Iconfire, this is what I want to say to you. When panelists are talking, He's the moderator. If he doesn't call your name, allow people to land their statement. And Cedric did a correction. He said, why are you generalizing? And that's why I came in as a woman. He said, you're married to a woman, and probably a Nigerian woman to be precise. And we know you're obsessed with us. It's okay. It's okay. We love it. But you guys will be coming here and be showing off like you don't like us. We acknowledge that. So please, let's follow what the moderator is saying. You don't need to like the way he's moderating, but respect him as a person. For those that will come now and be unmuting themselves, look at themselves. Look at exactly what I'm talking about. At the end of the day, they will say with their men. Please, Icon Fire, what I'm saying to you is, don't generalize your statement. Use the word some. And say some African, you didn't give us free. Listen, this you may be mentally enslaved. I'm not. Maybe you don't know. I'm a medical, I'm an anesthesiologist. So when you refer to me, don't come and say this Adam. I'm not. No,
Are you
we're
a
not in the same
historian?
level.
Are you a historian?
Please. To be a historian, don't refer to me as that Adama. Please, maybe that's how you talk to your wife or your partner. But I'm not that woman. So
Okay, I'm sorry, Miss Adama.
Thank you very much.
I'm sorry, Miss Adama. Okay, I'm sorry, Miss Adama. What I was saying about the reason why I generalized. This is the reason why I generalized, and it's not aimed at black women. It's aimed at colonized black women. So if you can find the one that the black woman that is not colonized, then you can say, I'm not talking about her. But as long as you're a colonized black woman, I'm talking to you. And without you, we can't win. And because of you, we are weak. Because you keep sitting on white daddy's lap. You feel me? As long as a woman wear wigs.
No.
She's
mean that as lab. What does that mean?
Yeah. Oh, she wants she wants white men to be her security. Listen, the black woman trusts white men more than us because of her trauma. Because of the things we've been through. You feel me?
Hold on. I'm not sure.
Been to Nigeria?
I don't know. I think.
All right. When it comes to the north, when it comes to northern Nigeria, right? When it comes to northern Nigeria, the Arabs own your woman, sir.
That's not correct.
Not you. She's just with you. She's just with you because she cannot do better. But all Muslim women belong to the Arab man. Sir.
Please, Icon, can I ask you a question? Please, Master, please, I have a question. Okay, yes, thank you. Please, I have a question.
I can't believe it.
These are two Nigeria. These are forefather mentee. They are forefather mentee.
My brother, God bless you.
I'm gonna ask you all of you this. Why do Muslim women bleach? Hold on. Why do Muslim women bleach?
Can I ask a
Do
question?
you understand? It's not only Muslim women that belong to the north. There are women in the north who are not Muslim. Do you know that?
Can I ask
when
a
the lady is
question?
speaking, let her speak, please. When the lady is speaking, gently, let's say that there's only one.
Icon, I agree with everything you say, with all due respect. We agree to disagree respectfully. So my question to you. So your mom that gave birth to you, your dad is borrowing her.
What?
You have nothing to say?
Okay, watch this, right?
No,
There's no reason for
a simple question. No. Listen to the question.
Could you be quiet?
Sir? No,
Let me speak.
Be quiet. I spoke to you respectfully. Now I brought it home to you. So when we speak, we need to speak and realize that the people.
You want to talk about our parents? You want to talk about our parents?
Can I finish? When you're speaking, I kept quiet and I listened to you. You said that the women we are getting married to want to sit on the laps of white men. You used the word women. You did not, you were not specific. But okay, please let me finish and I'll watch you respond. And I said to you, the person that gave back to you that happens to be your mother and my mom, are you telling me your dad borrowed your mom from a white man? So if that's what you're saying, answer it specifically. Don't go left or right. So we decide what we're talking about. Thank you, sir.
Yes, my mom is loyal to the colonist. She a Christian lady, and she's loyal to the Europeans, woman. Same with you.
Well said.
Wow.
Well said.
That I don't know where to start. You see, this is the thing I keep saying. You don't necessarily understand where he's coming from.
No, it's not coming from anywhere but ignorance.
No.
There are millions of women in Nigeria who are neither Christian or Muslim. Who are they loyal to?
Forefathers, can I come in quickly?
There are millions of women in Nigeria who are neither Christian or Muslim. Who are they loyal to?
Can I come in quickly to say one thing? One person hasn't spoken at all, which I believe is unfair. But I need to say this. You see, there is a way that black people in general behave, and they behave poorly in accordance. Wait, let me finish, please. In accordance, they behave in accordance to the colonial empires. I have heard Adana speak many times. Waity, whoever that is. I've heard Adana speak many times, and the way she speaks to me, not to me personally, but in my opinion, is that the value of man
and each other as black people.
Her mindset. Her mindset.
Please, Jago, can I say something?
No, let me finish. Let me finish about don't call my name.
If you call my name, you're forcing me to respond. Please don't call my name.
You don't have to respond. It's up to you. But I'm going to listen to me.
Please let that man finish, please. See,
Forefather, don't do that. She interrupted me.
We have Jago,
don't do that. Let me finish my statement.
Jago, calm down. See,
if I'm being interrupted.
See, I understand where you're coming from. But
well, let me please finish, please. I'm going to be calm. I'm going to do my statement.
Let me explain it to you.
Oh dear.
When a lady is on the platform, we keep
no. She can't interrupt me in the middle of my speech.
See, calm down. You can't explain if she wants to say,
Niger, let him talk, Niger.
You're not going anywhere. Why are we not patient? Even where are you running to? Let her finish saying what she wants to say. Then you can carry on. Are you not a man?
Would she finish what she wants to say in the middle of my speech?
Let him finish. Let him finish, Niger. This is war, Niger. Niger.
It's not war. Not war, please. We're having a conversation amongst ourselves. Please, please go ahead. You can wait.
No, that's unfair, bro.
What is this now? Don't do this now, Jago. You are better than this.
I'm no better than this. I'm not better. I'm okay with my speech and with what it is I have to say.
What is it with our people now? Let the lady speak. You are going to have your chance to speak.
Do you mind that somebody interrupts me? Is that okay with you?
Want to speak? Let the man speak to Niger. To Niger, be quiet and let the man talk to Niger.
What can I
do? He knows the rule of the platform. Why is he acting as if it's surprising?
No, it's not. Listen to Niger. Listen to me.
Why you keep muting me, bro?
And me, to Niger.
I need to okay, Jago, don't do this again. Don't mute yourself, Jago. Let us.
Don't you want me to speak? Did I start speaking?
I've already told you that I will let you speak. Please go ahead, Adam. When you finish speaking, then I'll bring him back on.
Please, can I remind all our panelists, everything to Niger is saying, in order for us to come here and have our say, we as moderators have meeting. Icon, you cannot be a panelist. I don't care who you are, or mute yourself. If the moderator say He keeps you muted. You don't have to like the rule. But if you want to sit it out, it's okay. And I'm not saying this, and listen, I'm not liked. I'm not here to play anyone's favoritism. In order for me to do what I have to do, I know that people will not like me. And I come here, I show my face. Icon, I know, listen, at the end of the day, I have much respect for you, bro. But this is one thing. Eccentric, when you were speaking, Eccentric asked you a question. He said, are you general? He asked you a simple question. It's a conversation. We agree to disagree respectfully. But if you're not listening to what the other person is saying, you're only waiting for the other person to land so that you can respond because you want to debunk and you want to be right in what you're saying. Please, how do we learn from one another? When we come to this platform as Black people, people are watching us. Our faces are showing. Forget what Adama, whatever you think about me. I'm the only woman among how many men? Nigeria has been saying to how many men? Let her finish. No, everybody's just speaking. And I asked myself this question. How do you deal with conflict at home if you cannot listen to a fellow man that say, wait, it's not your turn to speak. Don't unmute yourself. We cannot follow decorum. We want to act anyhow, and we'll come and say someone is silencing us, someone is doing this. Please, if you don't know, I like the way we are running this channel. Gladly go open your own YouTube channel. I, Adama, will come and grace it and promote it for you. Because at the end of the day, once you come on a public space, there are rules and guidelines for us to do what we do. We don't do it so that we are picking on a particular person or for you to be speaking on a particular way. At the end of the day, we agree to disagree respectfully. That's all I have to say. I can't fire anything you have to say, including Jabu. I want to listen to it, and I'll give my own submission as a woman. Because at the end of the day, I come into this platform because I want to learn. So that's all I have to say. Thank you to Nigeria.
Is it my turn now?
I want to say
Jago,
something
let
to
Jago speak, then like Fire can speak. You know, man
Alright,
of President hasn't said it, and
let
Obi
me just
hasn't
tell
said it.
Mr. Damo. Let
He
me just
called
tell
my
Mr.
name.
Damo one thing.
He called, he called my name. I've already been disturbed thoroughly, and I don't like it. I don't appreciate it. I don't appreciate being in the middle of what I'm saying. I'm now being policed again. It's rubbish as far as I'm concerned. No matter what rubbish excuses I've been given for the power show that moderators play, I don't like it. I'm never going to like it. However, this is what I've got to say. When Adama speaks on any issue, most especially on a man-woman issue, she denigrates her own black men all of the time, as far as I'm concerned. When I listen to her, it seems to me that she's coming from an extremely feminist point of view. Anything to do with feminism is a Western ideology. It's not an African ideology. It's a Western ideology. So therefore, what ICANN has been put into you is accurate. You may not want to accept it because what it is with moderators, when they don't like something personally, they now play power. They mute people. They take people off the panel because they have the power to do so. If I had the power to do such thing, I don't know if I would do the same. However, based on the way you people behave and think you're justified in your poor behavior as people who are supposed to moderate. You're not supposed to, you, forefather, as the moderator, and you don't need any assistance from another moderator, but you do because you don't moderate well. You don't do it properly. You do it so poorly that somebody like Adana has to come on and assist you in moderating. Why are we having, there's a way we can speak, each of us, and let us land. There's a way we can do it. But you just allow mayhem to take place, and then whenever you feel like it, that's when now you become a moderator. It's poor. That's a poor behavior, whether you like it or not. Now, Adana doesn't like me, and I don't give a damn. However, she has used her power to snub me so many times. That's why we have enmity. We don't have any enmity because she has anything salient to say. There's no communication between me and her because that's how she likes it. She's blotted her camera because as far as she's concerned, she doesn't need to listen to what I have to say. Fair enough. However, if you're on this panel
I'm going to speak to you. When I'm not even on the comment section, but she calls my name on the comment section. Why? Why should you call my name about anything? Why are you interrupting? She said. What has she been doing since she's been here? And you, as a moderator, are allowing it. Why? Because she's a woman, she takes trump over anything, any rules. Rules don't apply to you people. Are you out of your mind? Who's going to accept that? Not me. From where? Listen, we are having a good conversation, and people should not overly interrupt. People have been interrupting to the point that Prestige, who has been here before many people, has still not spoken. He has still not spoken. But you, as a moderator, haven't found it in your consciousness to make sure you bring him in. You just allowed mayhem to take place. Who do you want to blame for that? For me. I'm saying, you've taken me off the channel when I was speaking and Adama rudely interrupted me. You didn't see the rudeness in that. I have to feel it. I have to feel it. It's poor. It's very poor.
You understand the rules of the platform.
What rules? The rules that somebody can be interrupted anyhow. Is that rules? That's mayhem. Yes. No, that's mayhem. That's mayhem. If Adama wanted to wait for me to land, and then she spoke, that would be common sense.
All right, leave them now.
That was the agreement. Okay. Let me make it clear so that everybody will understand. When a lady is here, because they are heavily underrepresented,
by themselves.
No, to Niger.
Come on.
Right, let me debunk. Can I just say something?
When they are here, they should be allowed to speak so that they can give us the other side of this opinion. Because I'm the one that said we are ignoring them because they are 50% of our population, but we hardly factor
and they don't represent themselves.
Community, because that's what Iconfire was trying to highlight about the other gender, but we don't factor that in most of the time. So when they want to talk, let them talk. I don't understand.
Even if they're interrupting. Even if they're interrupting.
Yeah, but
yes.
But to Niger, look at it. No, but to Niger, look at it.
Let's move on.
All right, just let me just say. Just let me ask you something, right? Let me ask you something. Me personally, I don't like foolishness. I don't like foolish talk.
Hold your peace. I think we have held the honorable man of prestige way too long. Now, this is almost panelist abuse right now. And he has the right to take us to the ombudsman or whatever else that is out there. My apologies. I accept my sincere apologies on behalf of all these rough people that won't let anything go through.
Give me 30 seconds to
look at that. He started all this too. Now he wants to talk more again. Aestheticals, hold on. You started all this problem. Because you come, you just start ninging people. Nah. And before you know, everybody start getting angry. So, man of prestige, hold on, aestheticals. Let man of prestige speak. The guy has been waiting for 5 hours.
I'm talking to him.
Man of prestige, thank you for joining us. What do you make of this kerfuffle? You can comment on it or you can ignore it and talk about the terrorist that was vanquished in Nigeria by the great Trump and President Tinubu, and or you talk about the Uibo one, how they are targeting our top stars. You know, you are living in California. You must know something about that. How all those Hollywood elites keep our men keep. But I thought that Michael Jordan is also married to Uibo too. So, but it's okay. I don't have any problem with it. It's a systematic thing. That's what I have an issue with. How about the one that they said Egypt is in the Middle East? Barely, it doesn't make sense that Egypt is in the Middle East. The definition the guy was giving, it means that Sudan is Middle East, Kenya is Middle East, all of them are Middle East because they are all on the same longitude. How do you define Middle East anymore if it's not in when the country is inside Africa, I call them Middle Eastern country. Sooner or later, the whole North Africa is Middle East. And then we don't have Africa anymore. So, but choose whatever you want to talk. You can talk about P2P. He said he's going to run for one term. And there is also the Minister of Energy. I think electricity or energy that was sentenced to 75 years or so, 75 years in prison for embezzling money that he was supposed to use to construct the Mambila Dam in Nigeria. You know, so some Nigerians are quite disgraceful. Many of them, they sentence him now. He's not even dead. They don't catch him. He's probably catching to somewhere with the money. So please go ahead.
Hold on. my light is going off. My system is kind of less. I have to go bring in my plug-in. Okay, let somebody in it. Let somebody speak.
Look at that. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. After all this, after all this preamble, I have to start all over again.
It's my turn.
Yeah, welcome.
You talk for you introduced him. You took an hour to introduce the man to Niger.
Yeah, only for him to just go away. Like, what is that all about?
Well, I want to tell my people.
Niger, can I say something, please? If you're not muted and the moderator is speaking, we are hearing every background noise that is going on. And when you rewatch this after the show, just go rewatch it. Every single noise. When we say mute, there is a reason we are saying mute. For any panelists, including the moderator, if you see when he's not speaking, please mute yourself, please. Please, until the moderator calls you, then you mute yourself. Every background noise, it picks it off. Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's bring hold on. I think he's back now. This in Man of Prestige is back. Then Masca should speak. Masca, you know, I think should I open this conversation up because it looks like it should be opened up. But then again, they will just start arguing over who to speak first. So Man of Prestige, please go ahead. Yeah, Man of Prestige, please go ahead.
Yeah, I'm greeting everybody in the panel, Adama and etc. Greeting to everybody. I'm kind of confused about what's going on here because there has been a lot of noise going on. I mean, what's his name? Ekan, you know, he came here with gender conspiracy theory that's so baffling that I'm kind of lost. I don't know if it's misogynist that he's, that he is, if that's what he came to display here, in my own opinion, the way he's talking about black women and something like that. I don't know what kind of world he's living at, but anyway, it is what it is. People have their own opinion, but you remember you're in an international platform, the kind of statement you're making. If you're going to be, denigrating black women, remember you have a mother, you have a sister for making those kind of commentary, it's not fair. And you're making a general statement. If you have a very particular issue, you want to talk about a particular woman that did you wrong, or you think that, in that point of view, you should just come to say this is what happened in this regard. But making a general statement, I think is unfair to our black women. Thank you. So, what are we talking about, Niger? Like
Niger, you have to make me address him to Niger.
Yeah, I think we are returning back to Nigeria.
Yeah, let's return back to Nigeria.
If you want to bring it back to Nigeria, the terrorist that was vanquished by joint operation between the Nigerian government and the US, there is also the minister that ran away with a lot of money, millions of naira or billions of naira. He's been convicted for 75 years. At least they convicted him, but they didn't. I don't think he's escaped when they convicted him. So that is, and I'm not even sure whether that is normal now, isn't it? I don't know whether that's even news in Nigeria these days anymore. So what do you make of the news? But the heated conversation came up because of how white ladies target young black men that are going to become stars. And there was one thing I would like to highlight to our so-called feminist women. She said, this is some of the elite white women. She said, when you get this guy, when he cheats on you, don't take it personal. Carry on. Our women are the expert at breaking up marriage. They are so quick. Let's divorce. But look at that. Adama is shaking her head. Am I lying? She said, when he cheats, ignore it. Don't take it seriously. Remember, he's the one that will change your life. That's a white woman telling another white woman that.
to Niger. I want to ask Mr. Prestige this, right? Don't you hear about this popular Nigerian couple where the woman used her slave master that she loved? She wanted her slave master to lock this man up, and instead she got deported because she wanted her husband deported. But what you that she loved, that means the slave master system sitting on white daddy's lap. She tried to destroy the black man to satisfy her little fantasies. Her European look at what's going on with African women. They start the over there and destroy the man's life.
I can hear you.
Try and
I can't mute him even.
okay, my
You want me to mute him? I can mute
my
him.
shit
You
is
want me
bad,
to mute
but
him?
You can try your
Yeah.
luck now.
but
Yeah.
let me
No, Icon, listen to me, bro. Listen to me, bro. You're disrupting the show. Man of Prestige is his turn to talk. Until Man of Prestige say you can ask him a question, then you can speak. For now, bro, mute yourself. You're disrupting the show because you're not allowing us to understand or comprehend what the video and what Niger, the moderator, is saying. So, bro, don't say anything until the person he calls and say is speaking says, Icon, you can ask me a question. Until that, chill, take a sit back and listen. Thank you.
All right.
Let
Thank
me
you.
go ahead, forefather. I'm not gonna respond to what that guy said to me because I don't want to amplify the whole situation. So let that be the way it is. But anyway, having said that, the story about this guy, I've forgotten his name, the second in command of the ICE, right? That they say they killed. Okay, but the issue I have with that, I mean, I believe exactly what happened. I believe the American president Trump tweeted about it under my own direction. You see the way he said it, under my own direction, in combination of American, the greatest. Of course, he's going to use the greatest when they come America, Air Force, which they are, in conjunction with Nigerian Army. We have killed, this so-called, I've forgotten his name, But what does that say? The issue I have with that, for I don't know anybody here, Master, you can remember, in 2025, the Nigerian military, it was in Punch, stated that this same man had been killed. In 2024, the army even said it live. So what are we made to believe? And I believe what Trump said. But what is that said about Nigeria when it comes to Nigeria? You expect me to believe whatever is coming from Nigerian government mouth? This is, what's actually going on. This is a metaphor of where we are in Nigeria, in Nigerian society. Nothing is right. Everything is just going wrong. This man has been killed already in 2025. So when they come out and tell us that we have captured this, we have done this, how do you expect us to believe what happened? When this just happened, over the weekend, and Trump tweeted that we killed this guy. I don't know anybody here familiar with that.
Is it not, in Nigeria. Hold on, let me ask you something though. Is it not fascinating that since maybe even 2018 or so, or even earlier, there has not been any terrorist attack either in UAE, Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, all the nations that ally with America in the Middle East. There has not been any attack that I remember, but Iran, there has been a terrorist attack. In Sudan, there has been a terrorist attack. In Nigeria, there is a terrorist attack. So I thought these terrorists, they truly hate all these hedonistic Western cuisine Muslim leaders. Why is it that they are always going with the ones that are against the West? Have you not considered that there is a pattern to this? You don't even see them attacking Israel. ISIL has never attacked Israel once. Is that not don't you?
Hamas has
does that not bother you?
No, but Hamas have attacked Israel. If the
Hamas is fighting for a specific land, not
all terrorists. All terrorists are
they are not the same. Come on, don't do that. Don't do that. They are not the same.
I can't consider them to be. I mean, they're
better than this. Master, don't do that. How can you compare two of them
as terrorists?
What are you saying? all terrorists, not bandits, all terrorists. If you say terrorism, the meaning of terrorism is that you use terror to achieve a political goal.
Yes, but
Bottom
the
line.
purpose is different. The
All right.
purpose is different. Hamas's purpose is specific to the land
Is
in
Hamas
that
a
area.
terrorist organization?
Yes.
And I'm saying that a terrorist organization attacked Israel. I'm just saying let's have the facts right so that the
No. I'm saying this type of okay. If you want to put it like that, a terrorist organization attacked Israel. Fair point. However, Hamas is doing it for a specific reason. I'm talking about the ones that want global jihadists.
And just for the record, terrorists have attacked a lot of Western countries. Let's just put the record straight.
Okay. No.
Even terrorists attack US itself. So I
gave specific dates. What is the matter with you? I said from around 2017 and 18. Give me one that they attacked America.
Okay.
Have you ever seen suicide bombing in America since then?
It's fine. It's all right.
That's what I'm saying. I gave specific dates, and I said from Saudi Arabia, UAE, all of them, not even Israel, even at the height of ISIS this thing, did they ever consider Israel? Even when they, as a matter of fact, there are reports that say that they go to Israel for treatment. This is not even made up. There are reports that they
I don't even know how we got to this terrorism level. You know, there are so many things.
No, because hold on. Because there was
an attack. You didn't hear me out.
There's a situation whereby they said they assassinated a terrorist leader in Nigeria. But my point is that do we even wonder where all this is coming from? Because these people, they are showing up at our shores and our borders, but some of the countries that you think they hate the most, they don't do anything to them. They don't do anything to them. It's us they are coming after, as if we are the number one infidels in the world. But please go ahead.
I think I'm mistaking the whole thing. Remember when the Al-Qaeda, when there was dismantled and everything, in what you call it, Afghanistan and everything, even the one, a lot of them migrated, to the Sahara Desert. That's where they are. That's where the things are right now. I mean, they find their home within those areas. And, look at what's happening in Mali and some other places. They're all in West Africa. That's Sahara region.
They attacked Iran last year. They attacked Iran just last year. They killed more than 80 or about 200 people. Terrorists. Suicide bomber. They killed more than 200 or so people in Iran.
Is it Iran or Iraq?
Iran.
Iran.
You'd be surprised, isn't it? They actually attacked Iran. They actually attack Iran, but you don't see them in UAE, where they are practicing all infidel stuff. You don't see them in any other Gulf nation at all. But it's Iran. They went and attacked. And Nigeria.
But I thought Iran is being classified as sponsor of terrorism, in the world. I mean, according to American media.
That is why you have to question these things, because the information is right there in public. Why is it they attack Iran? They don't attack UAE. They don't attack Israel. They don't attack Saudi. They don't attack Kuwait. They don't attack Oman. All those countries are living with. I think that more secure. I don't know. These are puzzling questions.
Can I come in and speak?
Okay. I don't even want to speak anymore. I'm tired of Nigeria issues. I just don't want to regurgitate about what's going on. Regurgitate about Tinubu. Tinubu taking us nowhere. I mean, everything about Nigeria has been bastardized. So you want me to say anything about Nigeria? We are not heading here nowhere. The final submission I have to make, Nigeria is an example. It's an epitome. Need to be studied. How not to be a failing state. Nigeria hasn't failed as a state yet because they still have government functioning and everything. But Nigeria is a failing state. Look at where we are. In all parameters indices, there's nothing functioning right. All they do is deceiving us in all angles, corruption. Look at what's happening. The fat allocation, they're supposed to have been increased, right? Just because of the Naira devaluation. You are giving the state more money. If you look at it, actually, the state are not getting more money than they used to get, before this Naira devaluation. If you multiply it and what they are getting right now, they are getting about the same amount, if not less, and you give it to the state. People like my governor from Hope, who's supposed to be the chairman of the Renew Hope agenda. So you deprive the common people in the state the money they're supposed to get. I don't know how many percentage some of them said, I think I heard some say 10%, some say 25%, amount to 80 billions. This is how much they are pushing to re-elect Tinubu. You took away money, supposed to use for the common people and use it to support Tinubu. This is the problem I have. We talk about, let me go backward. We're talking about removing of fuel subsidy. Okay, they were borrowing money to subsidize, the fuel subsidy at that particular time. So why can't you ask, where is the money? Almost like what I read, it was almost about 10 trillion is the kind of revenue, they have gained from not borrowing money or whatever to subsidize loan. Where is the money going? And Tinubu has borrowed more money than than Buhari borrowed in 8 years. Where are they doing with the money? I live in a Western country, per se, United States, exactly. There's nothing wrong with borrowing money, but what are you doing with the money? This is exactly what they are doing with the money, focusing on Tinubu re-election, the Emiloko, campaign. Every day is always something coming out from Nigeria. I don't know where to begin. So sometimes I get short of what to say. We can come here and
there's something improving in Nigeria that I'm noticing.
What is improving? You tell me. You just came back from Nigeria.
Can I respond? Can I respond to him, please?
Ovia, are you all right with that?
He didn't even know that you were there, my friend. He didn't know that you were there at all.
You see
what?
Why are you trying to be smashed by good reputation?
It's true. Did you know he was there? Can you tell the truth?
How can you do this to me? I know he was there. Is he not money? I know money.
He's been there for ages.
Yes, I know. See, Musk hasn't said much, but let him respond. I think he wanted to respond to Man of Prestige.
Yes, yeah. Good evening, everybody. Yeah, it's been a long time, man. From Ruru time. If you remember Ruru when he was organizing some shows and before he left, the American guy. So, yeah. For my own response is I always follow, but I don't really come up and all that. Like what Jargon said. He has been a very straightforward man for me. Like, if you look at the feminism, the way most of our women, are being lured into white people. It's like, for example, when your daughter come to the parents and say, I want to date a white boy, the perception is different when he says he's going to date a black guy. You understand? So they have these free tickets to everywhere. Then I asked someone a question a long time ago. I said, how many European footballers are dating white girls? It's zero. So if you look at the money Roberto De Niro is paying the black wife, you wouldn't compare if he married a white lady. So having said that, I just want to pick up two things so that I don't take much time. So like what he said that, Tinubu administration is not doing anything. I would debunk that because that is not a fact. You understand? So you live in the US. Can you tell me what Obasanjo did for 8 years?
Okay, hold on. Bring me where Master is. I need to debate this guy. Because this guy is sycophancy. He has just proved that he's a sycophancy of the present government. So let's debate.
Oh my God. Ovia is still there. What did he just say?
I see where he's coming from. Okay, go ahead.
So if you can pinpoint what Jonathan, I voted for Jonathan, I was in Nigeria, I went to Nigeria 2010 when I voted. That was the first time I voted in my life. So, and I found out that, he was doing like to the northern part of Nigeria. Even when Buhari came and he did the second Niger bridge for the eastern people. I'm from Delta State, but nobody recognized that. But when I look at Tinubu administration, I voted for B, but then I found out that Obi cannot handle the system. I don't hate him, you understand? They have this cabal system in Nigeria, the NNPC, they've been there for a long time, even a refinery to refine 1 liter of petrol from the NNPC. So when this man came, he said the subsidy is gone. And Nigeria is a corrupt system that nobody can speak to the Kabas. You cannot talk to the Fulanis. How dare you talk to them? You can't question them because they have been there for long. No Hausa man has ruled Nigeria since creation. They have been the Fulanis. So when he came, it told them something that the position is going to be by merit. He's a smart guy. He wants to work with the smart people so that after 3 years or 4 years before the next election, people that are honest is going to see what he has done. So if you look at his less than 3.5 years, what he has done, no Nigerian president since 1960 has done it. But many people are so blindfolded to say, oh, what has he done? When you look at the economy, most Nigerian presidents.
Hold on.
Most Nigerian presidents, they borrow money to make Naira to be, they subsidize the Naira. They subsidize the fuel. They subsidize the forest. That's what they do. But when he came, it's okay, let me tell you, let the Naira struggle for his life. Let's see where it's going to go. Let everything go. And you are saying the governors are not getting more money. This is the only first time Nigerian workers have been getting their salary up to date. No state is owing in Nigeria. When you look at the net fund, there was no net fund in the history of Nigeria. That is student loan. They have about 1.2 million students that have taken net fund, and the money have been paid to the universities, cash, and they are giving the stipend of 22,000. The student, 1.2 million, under 3 years is working. Nigerians are not paying tax. He told them, listen, the tax system we have in Nigeria is a colonial tax. I have to restructure it that anybody that is receiving minimum wage is not going to pay tax. Any business that is having 100 million in a year is not going to pay tax. Nobody has complained. So when you look at insecurity, where I believe he has not done very well, or the electricity can be fixed. Because if I tell you that Yenogoa and Bayelsa have gotten their light, Abia has gotten their light, Edo State is building their power light in about 8 months, it's going to come up. What did they call it? This state in Ogun State, they are doing their light. Lagos State is the 5th largest economy in Africa. They're supposed to have their own 24 hours light. So the light issue can be fixed. Between now and next year, I will remind you in this station that Nigeria has gotten 24 hours light. So if you look at the two roads is building, the 6 political zone in Nigeria are receiving what they call restructuring when it comes to road. Not bitumen, or maybe they are using asphalt. This is concrete paved road that is going to last over 300 years. He's doing it. 1,000 to Badagry to the Sokoto. With, I don't know, there is no 1,000 road in Europe or in America that have a street light from beginning to the end. That's how it's going to run. Standard road is going to have camera, it's going to have, they're going to tow it. These are very standardized stuff. It's not doing it only in those roads. It's building even other ones from Lagos to Benin. They are doing concrete paved. So when you look at the economy, when you say, okay, if you look at Nigeria Foreign Reserve, I don't know if you know where we were before he came into power. It has skyrocketed from about, let's say, let me give them a credit, about 18 billion to 50 billion. He's the one doing it. So if, like what the host said about, why are they attacking us? This is a business. They have to attack the region that are rich, that are not well organized. Nigeria is a very rich country. We have the highest gas deposit. They are running a pipe from Nigeria through Ghana, all those countries. They're going to run it to Morocco. From Morocco, it goes to Spain. They are finished in Europe. They are finished. They don't have anything. When you look at Dangote Refinery, when it comes to food production, the first time they say, no, we're not going to. Where is Euro 6? 90 refineries have closed down because of Dangote Refinery. Who facilitated it? Is Tinubu. He shut down all the NNPC, the criminals that have ripped Nigeria apart since creation. He put in there, Dangote is now having more cargoes. When the Strait of Hormuz happened, Africa was supposed to be having a liter of fuel for about 15,000 naira a liter. But because of Dangote Refinery, the price was down. The World Bank or the IMF was threatening Nigeria, telling Tinubu to remove the block of the license that other marketers can. How can other marketers bring finished product to Nigeria? You don't have a lab to refine it. So when you look at Tinubu style of ruling or what he's creating, I told people, if he gets the next term, they're going to mold him in the 36 states of Nigeria, because what he has done, nobody has done it. He's taking the bull by the horn. It's not making noise. For the electricity, it's going to fix it. But for this security, there are gains. People are making more money from me. That's why he refused to go away. So I yield. Thank you so much.
Okay. What is submission? You just indicated about your about what you believe and your partisan narrative. You came here and portrayed to
Wow.
I don't think anybody here is a fool. Nobody here is believing what he said. You can take a poll of the whole people here and say who believe what he said. You know, you're not going to get, this is my own opinion, you're not going to get one vote. And I'm telling you that, you know, what you just indicated, you know, is a metaphor of what we have in Nigeria, in the whole Nigerian society. That's exactly what you came here to portray. How we are in Nigeria, you know, those sides and everything. I know you're in the diaspora, you know, but you're one of those people, you know, sycophancy, you know, who come here and deceive people. We are not deceived, we are very smart. So don't come here and give me that bull crap, you know, come on, people are listening. Don't be deceiving people, okay? We have to call it a spade and call it what it is. You know, not just because he said that people believe you. Everything, where do you want me to believe? The fuel subsidy said, you know, everybody believed that the fuel subsidy should be removed. But they said it was already been removed, you know, by 2022, that Buhari, you know, removed it before Tinubu took over, but it wasn't pronounced. So Tinubu, the first thing he did immediately was a fuel subsidy had been removed without implementing things, you know, to subsidize those things, to support those things. He should have faced it, you know, one at a time, not making that kind of bold statement. He just want to show, you know, that he's you know, that he's tough and everything. What Tinubu is practicing in Nigeria is what I call mafia politics. Nothing but that. Tinubu has no idea, a clue. Tinubu is clueless how to lead. Okay, so you're judging about Nigerian economy. We're talking about the policy and everything that been implemented. It's a microeconomic, simple. Think about people economic feeling. That's what you have to weigh what is actually happening. Since Tinubu came in, Nigeria has degenerated as one of the worst poverty nation in the world. You know, they used to rank in the index before. You know, they used to rank like a number 11. Right now, Nigeria ranked number 3 in the poverty index of the world. And you telling me that this government is doing? You're not even thinking about today. You're thinking about what's going to happen tomorrow. This is a fallacy. You know, this Tinubu government is new. It's all about a local. It doesn't concern about people feeling. Look at what he's doing in terms of terrorism. He doesn't care, you know, go to Plateau or Benue, you know, you stay at the airport. I'm just giving you an example. You stay at the airport. You don't even care about common people, you know. You say you got to go back home in 10 minutes. I mean, there's nothing coming out of this government that you can tell me that I would believe. I'm not trying to be prejudiced, you know, whatever. I don't hate him, but I don't know him. But the man is not a good leader. He shouldn't be applying for re-election. What he's supposed to measure a president is the first 4 years. What is your report card said for the first 4 years before we can re-elect you? Tinubu shouldn't be re-elected because his report card is a failure. Where do I want to begin? All the whole promises that he promised, nothing, you know, he has not fulfilled any one of them. Like I said, whatever he's getting, the policy of it is a simple microeconomics. It hasn't gone beyond that. He promised people electricity the first day when he come into office. What are we having right now? You came here. When was the last time you've been to Nigeria? Are you one of those people who live in diaspora who never go home, but you here promote, you know, whatever your master said? That's exactly what you're doing here. You know, which country has band 1, band 2, band 3? People in Nigeria doesn't even get that electricity. Even the people in the band A, they still come by A. They don't get electricity. What was the inflation? Although the inflation increased when he came in, like about, I think it was like about 20 or 30% before he came in. He jumped up to 40%, but right now it has stabilized down. I think it's like about 20 something percent right now. But we're talking about regular, you know, inflation. But you're not talking about food inflation. Have you been to Nigeria to buy rice? Have you been to Nigeria? Of course, Nigeria is a rice economy, right? Have you been to Nigeria to buy rice or to buy yam and see how much it costs? Have you ever been to the market and price? Say what is going on? People are starving. People are crying every day, even to feed. You know, they can't feed the nation. I mean, it's very, very painful for people in Biafra, living in Biafra, doing okay or doing good. For you to come here and support this diabolic government that we have has not done anything for Nigeria. Nigeria is worst off. If I have to go, and bring you the all economic index where Nigeria ranks before 2023. I know things was bad under Buhari government, but Tinubu has taken it to a different level right now, to the worst of all about what he can do. Can I even speak about nepotism? Nepotism to the higher level. Everything is the Western, is people from the Western region. I don't have any issue, if you employ people with, who are very capable of doing. I mean, Southwest is not the only capable people that, they're not the only capable that can manage the economy. But everything is about Southwest. So he's practicing nepotism to the highest level. I mean, in all perimeters I can see, Nigeria is worse off. That's the bottom line than they are today. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what kind of, I don't know where you're living. But where I'm living and what I know, and the people are, the people I know about Nigeria, they're not doing well. I can tell you that.
Thank you, man of prestige. Thank you, man of prestige. And I must say, I've never had somebody call. I'm sorry to say, not paying students within 1,000 or 22,000 naira, like you said, university students. They are not paying them that amount. And I know some people are said to have gotten university tuition fees. But when I spoke to somebody, which I have not spoken to a lot of people, just one person I spoke to, he said he hasn't got it. That's what he said. And I was very skeptical of people saying it here. But the only person I managed to ask, like in university, say he hasn't got it. I said, but they did it more than years ago. Are you telling me he didn't get it? He said in the early days, some people got it, but now they are not getting it.
That net fund is a scam.
I don't know what is going on there. So I really wish it's more. It's something that is working.
Yeah, the issue is not giving it to all university students. It's not for all university students. No, it's giving it to, the net fund is for students that their parents cannot afford school fees.
Yeah, this person doesn't even have parents.
So
this person is not well off.
So when you get the net fund and they will give you stipends, it's not too much, you understand? So like what he was talking about is that, you can't just conclude, maybe acting up like a prejudice to say you are not, which I believe you are. So
hold on,
at the end of the day,
let me ask you something.
There are other people on the panel. Let's not do this. See, this is something
that I wanted to ask him a question. How much has
not now, man of prestige.
And everything. How much has
man of prestige? Leave it for now. Let me bring Ovie in. I think at this stage, I think we are going to be again. Okay. Let me bring Maska in. Sorry about that, Maska. Because you've spoken at least. See, it's because you've spoken at a little bit, but this Ovie hasn't said anything.
Ovie spoke.
But other than telling people, it's have your say. That's all Ovie said all day. It's have your say. What is happening with your this thing? You have gone a little bit fuzzy, Ovie. We can't see you clearly.
Ovie, clean your camera. Your camera is blood. It has a stain in it. So you're coming across foggy. It has a stain, so clean it. So that's why you're coming across foggy.
Is this foggy?
Yeah. Much better. Much better.
It's getting clearer now, yeah. It's about to go back again. Okay, yeah, Maska. So what do you make of the conversation so far? I know that it has been a little bit rowdy and all over the place. But sometimes the Akan fire comes and sets fire into those things and starts trying to push the envelope. But that is what he does sometimes.
That's where I would really want to start, because there's pushing the envelope and there's what I call very lazy statements. You just open your mouth, you say the first thing that comes to your mind. And the point I want to make in that regard is that when we speak, we need to understand that people
truly listen intently. And a lot of the people internalize what we say. So when I come with a lot of consciousness and a sense of responsibility. In fact, as I speak to you, I'm waiting to see Chin. I have to apologize to him because I said something that I believe is misleading to the general public when he was talking about mental health. I came from a very narrow angle, and circumstances had already made me realize that, oh no, I was to use the word, the right word would be that I was naive. Okay, I was just using my own personal experience and running my mouth. And that is not the correct thing to do. When you come here, if you sit on your bed and you're thinking, it's okay, think like that. But when you come and talk to public, you can't use one single experience or even 10 experience and begin to use that to generalize and make it sound as if it's some time-tested theory that all Black women would prefer a white man or an Arab. The fact of the matter is that, okay, well, this is a public space, but everybody knows that the Black man performs better than the white man. That is fact. So I don't know where that guy is getting his theory. It's true. I look at you guys. Are you not in white man's country? You guys have all gone to white man's country. Why are you surprised that
I don't know what you're talking about? You see how he's looking at you, he's lost.
You know, so in life, generally, the fact of the matter is that biologically, we have been constructed to seek for material sort of comfort. Anybody looking for that you can't look at him and think that there's something wrong with his head. I don't blame anybody in this panel that he has gone to America. What do I expect the person to do? So if anybody is even to take a hit, it should be the Black men, not the women that you want to blame. Okay, so you guys have created penury in your environment and you want your women to also stick with you guys. It's not okay. That's very illogical. But the man is just generalizing, and we are allowing that kind of generalization to become like, no, I won't take that. So I think it's important that if he's gonna come and make such statements, he should go and think through it and think deeply about
it. Is it fair to say that he is targeting women? Because he is also the man that says, he says a lot of extreme things like, let's clear out North Africa and all the rest.
But this is the point I'm making. You see, look, just because you every day you shoot people, that doesn't mean that because tomorrow you shoot my son, I'm going to turn a blind eye. It's not going to pass. Not because you say extreme things. You can't say it about women that I know around me that are very, I don't know the word to use, they are very responsible women. It's not going to fly with me. That his theory is is baseless. His theory about women.
I think what he is saying, you may not understand it. Okay, let me try to explain it in the way.
Why is it that you are always a psychologist? You're a neurosurgeon. You're every
no,
specialist.
Let's
for anybody, please.
Let me hear you.
I spoke to Akan Fire well before I even came to this channel, so I tend to understand his way of thinking about these things. The way he's looking at it from the point of view that he's not saying that your individual women right now are behaving like, you know, the way that Russian man was able to go after the Kenyan women. The way that's why he said that your women, the people that own them, is the Arab men. Because he's looking at it from the point of view that whom do they...
The point, you see, you are falling into the same
Hold on. I'm not finished what I'm saying now.
No, it's my time. You as a moderator, it's my benevolence that is allowing you to talk.
Yes. I'm just trying to illustrate the point that he's making. I'm trying to shed light on the point that
you are not illustrating any point. What you are doing also, you are picking one event and then you are running rings around.
Yeah, but that's what he's talking about, though.
No, so that's rubbish. You can't make it a theory. You can't come to a panel like this and say it. There's one guy.
Why not?
Ove, there's one man in one country. I think he had like 200 women that he had something to do with them. Is he a white man? Some of the country near this Nigeria.
No, it's even It's Bida in Mina, I think.
He's a black man.
It's a Bida in Mina.
This one is even not an argument. This is a close argument. The black man and the white man.
You are misunderstanding. What he's saying is not that controversial. If I tell you now that most
can I ask you something? What is your point? What point are you
will
making?
not disagree with it. Exactly, that's the point I'm making now. Let me make the point. See, the point I'm making is that he believes that we are brainwashed with religion. That because the religion brainwashed us, the people that brought those religions were beholden to them.
If the man believes it, it's fine. That's what I said. He should think like that. But he should not. When you want
there's evidence of it though. When you came on this panel, one of the first things I asked you, when I first encountered you, I asked you about beauty standard. What you described was an Arab woman. And I told you that. Was it not?
Okay, so that I said it's an Arab. No, wait. I remember that argument and I corrected you that for me, it's actually the Indian woman. I corrected you.
What you described was an Arab woman to me.
But that's your problem. It's you that is having that problem, not me.
How did you manage to cross from Arab to India?
Look, I can tell you. No, I'm telling you also openly that for an average Hausa man, okay, the beauty standard is the Indian woman. Where do we see the Arab woman? From where will I see an Arab woman?
Okay. Even if it's an Indian woman, it's similar stuff. That's what he is saying. He's trying to say that we are beholden to other people. This time he's saying is the women too. That's the difference between him and you.
So let me break it down, forefathers. I totally agree. I'm not happy with the average black woman. She's putting attachment, she's bleaching, she's trying to lose weight, she's wearing all skimpy dresses. That I agree. But the point I'm making is that it applies to only a certain groups and cultures. There are some cultures that are. Go and take an Ethiopian woman, for instance. Is she like that?
Can I put this to everybody?
That Ethiopian woman is not an African.
Can I put this to everybody? Can I put this to everybody? I asked.
No, I say no. You ask, I say no. It's my time.
I was speaking to forefather, but go on then. Go on.
All right. So look, forefathers, my point is that yes, there are a lot of issues as a people, but we cannot come out and be doing this kind of generalization. It's not okay, especially if it's on a public platform like this. That's all I'm saying. And for me, that's a by the way point. Okay, I just want to say that we need all of us. It's not for you as the moderator. All of us, when we come, we should come with that sense of responsibility. This thing I'm about to say, am I very sure of it? Or is it just because there's a platform I want to yak? It shouldn't be like that. You think deeply, you check left, right, and center before you come out and say it. Because I know what he's saying for fact. It's not true. It's not every black woman.
Can I say this?
So
no, please, Jago, I don't want you to, because you are going to just derail me. I'm not even arguing.
I won't derail you. I'll actually put you back on point. The fact of the matter is.
You see, the way you know, I see. Please don't say it because you started from the
I beg your pardon. The fact of the matter is, we gave ICANN Fire too much air. We should have just let him speak instead of crashing him the way he crashes everybody. The fact of the matter is, he's not Nigerian like we. We should recognize that first. Secondly, as a Jamaican,
he should be the one.
As a Jamaican, he speaks with a different vernacular, and none of us really recognize that. So we were triggered by everything he was trying to put to us. You know, there are educated people, and then there are people who have value and have something to say, but they are not very articulate or educated, whatever way you want to put it. This is where we need to give someone like ICANN Fire a bit of grace to bring him into our conversation and the way we speak. Because there's a wait.
No,
Wait.
I have given you time. It's up to me to give you the amount of time I want
Bruh,
to give.
continue if you want to talk more thing about somebody who doesn't really need that much analysis. If we continue,
Not
talk
for
about
him.
him, you're
Like I
happy.
said, Jagun, like I said, it's not about him. It's because
It's
people
about
do
him.
listen to us. No, people
You
do
mentioned
listen
his
to
name.
us. People
You
do listen to us.
understand? Nobody here.
You see, that's why I didn't want to give you the time, because you drag us back. Anyway, so anyway, Jagun.
Masker, can I ask something?
Okay, go ahead, man of prestige. So
Yeah, can you hold on, Jagu? Can you take 2 or 3 minutes just to give us a breakdown of the economic condition of Nigeria right now?
No, don't do that. Don't do that.
Man
Don't
of
do
prestige,
that.
man of prestige. No. But
What
please,
kind
I
of
love
Ojoro is that
what
one?
Masker is saying. No, Masker is speaking. Please, can we allow people to just speak?
Jesus Christ,
Without
man of
us
praise
wanting
just
us
brought that
to
word
say
in.
what we want them to say.
Wow.
Can we please allow people
Man of
to
praise,
speak?
you are really man of mischief, man.
All right, so
if you want to talk of Nigeria, we deal with him. He doesn't know what he's saying.
Yes, please go ahead.
Jagun, what you are even saying yourself, you are not being. You are one of the most honest panelists that I know. But this thing you're saying, you're being biased, because I asked him a question so that I can understand where he's coming from, and he went into a tangent. The moment he realized, the moment he realized I'm from northern Nigeria, he went on the attack and said even northern Nigerian women are up to Arab. It's what is that?
You see, unfortunately, Masker, in this planet, there aren't only intellectuals. On this panel, there are not only intellectuals here. There are many people who I know, some of them speak complete rubbish. However, some of them who are not so articulate can still speak from the heart and make sense. When anybody is speaking, you have to analyze what kind of person this is. And everybody can tell he's not necessarily one of us. So in understanding somebody like Ican Farah, you have to actually listen to him. Sometimes questioning him and making him do more of what he does is a waste of time, waste of our time.
All right,
Sometimes it's
okay.
just to allow
It's
someone
fine.
to speak.
Thank you for the advice. Thank you. I take it.
It's
Thank
true.
you.
It's true.
I take it. I take that advice.
It's just true. I mean, we spend too much time deliberating with him, and it just turned in.
All right. I hear.
It looks like he took the advice under duress. It's all right.
All right.
You're welcome.
Yes, I take it. All right.
Why are you cutting me off all the time? Why?
Because you're interrupting him now. Please let him carry on so as some other person can speak. Ovie hasn't said. Ovie is the most patient guy today. After man of prestige.
I agree with that, but I don't know why you're cramping me all the time. That's what you people do.
So Nigeria, please, can I say something, please, before Masker continue? Because for me, watching everybody that is being patient and watching this back and forth is triggering me. And I have to say this. When we come to a platform to speak, I'm not going to mention anybody's name. You know yourself. Why do we have a problem with decorum? Why do you have a problem with staying muted? Why can't you listen to what someone else is saying? Must you have a response? Must you stay on mute? I find it so difficult to deal with. Then
And that's
we
your
come
problem.
here. I didn't call anybody's name. Do you see what I'm saying?
My name is your problem you're talking about. Why are you disturbing someone from talking? You're coming to
Come on, Jagu.
Absolute rubbish.
Come on now. Don't be doing that, Jagu.
Nigeria, what you're doing is not fair. You cannot be allowing someone to constantly interrupt people and cannot follow decorum and wants to do whatever they want to do. Because at the end of the day, these are grown men. Ovie has been quiet. Everyone sitting here has been quiet. Eccentric, nobody has said anything. But this particular person wants to be a nuisance. And I'm saying this to say this. None of us are getting paid to come here and express our view. But if you come on a public public platform that is not yours, please, you don't have to like the way things are being conducted. Follow the rules or leave. Thank you. Go ahead, Master.
All right, thank you, Adama. I feel your pain. Honestly, we need to behave better. Sincerely, Jago, this is not okay. We are much
Adama, they are
better.
beginning to say that you are co-moderating with me, so maybe you should let me handle some of all these
No,
things.
no, no,
You know,
no,
all
no,
these
no, no. You need
people,
it.
all
You
these
need
people
it.
in the chat,
You
they're
need
acting
it.
as if I have to be. If I do a bacha, now they say I am too dictatorial. I'm nice. I pick on me. They don't let me rest. When I start acting mean now, they will not let. They will say I'm being too mean. Please let me, Jare. Finish what you are saying, then I go to OVA.
Okay, so I think I will let that be there. The only thing that I find a bit more interesting is the Egypt question you raised, and for me it is interesting because if you look at it through a trajectory, it's very clear. You can understand it. Like I said at the beginning of this show, or I think it was during KJ's show, I can't remember. But there was a time where these North African countries, when they were under colonization, they were then African countries, when they were looking for emancipation. But now that everybody is in quote, what was now is it liberated, so to speak? Okay, is now that they remember their Arab people. I have a personal experience. The first day I arrived in Cairo, my colleague asked me, how is Africa? That's the first question he asked me. How is Africa? Yes. And I can tell you that the Arab man is one of the most racist persons. I'm a Muslim, but I will not for any minute in my life confuse the fact that because I'm a Muslim, generally Arabs are Muslims, that this guy, as a black man, he has sympathy for me. No. And I've read enough to know that these are the main people. They started wrecking Africa long before the Westerners started. In fact, at some point, these same Arabs were colonizing all this Spain and all this Portugal, these areas.
Yeah.
So if you look at it through that trajectory, maybe from 1950 to say 70, most of these North African countries, they see themselves as African countries. But now they see themselves as Arabs. And I'm not blaming them for that. Because the truth is that everybody wants to associate himself with success. Today, who do you want to be the brother of? Do you want to be the brother of Nigeria or brother of Saudi Arabia? Who do you want to put forward as your brother? Where do you think that you get benefit? What identity would you want to wear that will all go well for you? These are the questions. So, and again, for me, why this is interesting is because these are all the things that a black man should see that will wake him up. Okay? If you continue to behave the way you are behaving, everybody will disown you. Everybody will in fact, after disowning you, these Arabs now, like, I can't remember who was saying it, but before you know it, they will all be looking for you to be cleaning and stuff. And I think somebody was saying, okay, it's Eccentric that was saying that, no, is it Eccentric? No, it's Benson that was saying that it's not a slave. That he's in a white man country and he's not a slave. I'm like, look at the short memory that these black people have. Okay, that you are not a slave. Have we forgotten all the number of slaves that they've taken us, that they've taken from Africa? Even the man that wrote the Declaration of Independence for America, at the time he was writing that all human beings are equal and they are entitled to liberty, life, and pursuit of happiness. At that same time, he had 100 slaves. Thomas Jefferson had 100 slaves when he wrote that Declaration of Independence. And somebody will sit here and ask, because today he is not, and the truth is that, what's the difference? Look at your country. What is it that you're doing in the white man's country? You're raising shoulder that you're not a slave. When the whole, anyway, so let me just rest it there. The point I'm trying to make is that Egyptians today see themselves as Arabs. And that's why they would tell you that they are from the Middle East. because number one, that pays them. That is what will pay them. We are a failure, and so in fact, people will tell you sub-Saharan Africa. So we need to understand and acknowledge the bitter truth. We are not doing well, and therefore we shouldn't be looking for brothers that we shouldn't be holding people's leg to ground them to our level. Because I mean, a country that is fully declared as an true African country is going to be in problem.
It's really sad because when I compared the economic state of Nigeria 2010, 2016, 2012 with 2025, or every single one of them was better than 2025 analysis based on that. And it's like this government came in, saw the prospect of Nigeria shining, said, you know what, this is the time to slow it down. Because I believe that if not for some of the things, especially the floating of the currency, he didn't remove our shares. We had 20% shares in Dangote. They reneged on it. Then he didn't even support Dangote very well. Today they're not even giving him Dangote is importing crude oil. Like Nigeria had it in his gift. This president had it in his power to be the best president Nigeria has ever seen. But what did he do? He went all out to sabotage everything. For the life of me, I don't know. It just shows you how much they serve other people to, because he didn't even do it for himself. Okay, he did it for himself to an extent, for him to be in office. Because if he was actually doing it to be popular amongst Nigerians, he had the power to do it all. But he didn't want to do that. But let me bring Ovie in.
But
Ovie,
sorry, before you bring forefathers, this thing you have just said, you are not being fair on the president, because he took over a battered country from Buhari, sincerely. So I don't like, yes.
No, I don't buy that. I don't buy that. The country was handed to him at the prospect of being greatest president in Nigeria. He had Dangote refinery, something that no president has ever had.
It's okay so far that you see, look, it's not an argument that we are going to have.
Subsidy, the removal of subsidy was already done. Something that Buhari didn't enjoy. He had it on his plate because he had that extra cash.
Oh my days!
All this money to all these people to go and spend. Come on, all this advantage that he had, he squandered it all. He spent. Did you know that they spent about $8 billion defending the naira last year too? So why did he float the currency? I'm not sure man knows that. I'm not sure he knows
that. I really have to salute you today, bro, because your patience is. See my man cutting me out. He's talking.
I'm cutting you out. Eh? Come on.
You are. I have to. The way he's so far, just use his mouth anyhow. You're a champion, my brother. You're a champion.
Anyway,
see this man just talking rubbish. Oh God.
Yeah, thank you for joining us, Masker. I really appreciate your points. You know, you see what I like about Masker is that he's
You're still talking. You're still talking.
Shut up. Hey. No, you see that he's turned me to him now. Now I'm telling you, shut up. You see, he laughed immediately. I told him, shut up. You see that? He's dragged me to start saying, shut up now. So the point is, let me bring somebody up here. Ovie, I must say my apologies for keeping you so long. And I know if you wanted to say something, you would say something. You're a strong man.
He was being polite, very polite.
Look at that.
I know, Brian, you did better than anybody in this politeness. I can't lie.
He can be polite if he wants to be impolite. So
he can. That's why I'm saying it. My goodness.
Yeah, my apologies for keeping you so long. So do you want me to give you a breakdown of what happened, or you just want to go ahead?
Please.
All right. Trump and Tinubu came together, took out an ISIS leader in Nigeria, or at least one of the senior leaders. And then there is also 75 years for Minister of Energy in Nigeria, or Power in Nigeria. and I think he's on the run, but they sentenced him to 75 years, I think, in absentia. Then there is this Peter Obi that promises again that he's going to run for only one term. He's going to stay in office for only one term if he wins. And then we also talked about the coaching of white girls to other white girls, telling them how to snag successful black men. And what I find fascinating is the details that he went through, including how to satisfy the man in bed, and how even when the man cheats, shut up, stick at it, take it. All these are take it. All these are women, and they were like, "Oh, divorce, let's go for divorce." That's what people are telling other people, but don't go for divorce. So, and the lady that was presenting it was saying, "What is it you are teaching your men?" Because one of the first points the lady made, which was also very devastating, was that you have to go for the pick-me types. So in other words, the men that you can see, they are looking for white women. They are like eager. They're so eager for white women. Those are the ones you go for. So then the lady said, if these women can pick on the fact that they are men like that, how are women, or she put it this way, how are our parents raising these children that they seem like...
Are you making this up, or there's a video to back up what you're saying?
Oh, there's a video. You want me to play it? Okay.
Yes,
okay, let me play it,
please,
because I
let
don't
me
think
hear
you've
from
seen
the
it.
horse's mouth, because I feel like you're adding your own tweets.
Okay,
No,
don't worry. I will bring the donkey too. all of them, they're all here. They're all here. That's the lady there.
Even former wrestler Hulk Hogan asked
That's a
the daughter to go
coincidence.
for a better
Not
black
only
man.
is it not a coincidence, the coaches are encouraging that because they want the money back in their community. Again, these women have been playing by this playbook forever. But when we say it, when we call it out, we're labeled aggressive, we're labeled hating. You should just let love be love. I want to be very clear. I don't care, because I mind my business. I don't really ever talk about this stuff. I mind my business. That is who you want to be with. However, I'm just really surprised at the, what? Where's the surprise?
So this has come out, and I've seen a few articles about it, where basically this white girl's in college, asked her sister how she snags a chocolate NFL player like she has, and her sister gave her the run-by-run playbook that her then roommate exposed. And basically her sister's telling her how to go and catch a black man, NFL player, to make her life rich and great. And it's hilarious, because I have known all along and have always said white women, for the most part, are sent to college to find husbands. And y'all sons be falling for this shit every damn time. So as you can see here, this is the girl, Halen, and saying, tell me why my roommate's sister is giving her a full tutorial on how to get a top athlete. She even is going so far as to call y'all sons pick-me's. She says right here, rule number 1 is the foundation to learn athlete with a pick-me mindset. So they're going after the guys who basically want to be chosen, which makes me say, what are y'all parents doing at home that your son is such a pick-me that as soon as a white girl gives him some attention, he feels chosen and glorified? It's giving y'all ain't doing your part as black parents at home to instill a sense of self-love and a sense of love of his blackness and love of black women, or etc., and a true sense of pride in himself, that as soon as a white girl, they can scope out the pick-me black boys and they latch onto them. And y'all sons fall for it every damn time. Another thing she pointed out is, let them cheat. Deal with it. Don't go looking for it. If it's just a fling, let it go. Because he's the prize, remember? Because he's a pick-me, so you got to make him feel like he's the prize, because he can change your life. Which boils down to what we keep talking about, the fact that they seek these boys out. They don't have any desire for them. And if they weren't playing in the NFL, your son would get no attention. But they seek them out because at the end of the day, it's bringing generational wealth back to their white families. She then makes this claim, as you see below, they're still always going to be attracted to black women, which makes a lot of sense, because as a black woman, you often will see when a white woman was with a black man, they be staring daggers at us like we want his ass. And man, we don't give no damns. You can have him. Okay? Because the ones we want don't go over there. So keep him. But as you say right here, she says you should antagonize black women to override activating their inner shenane, because that will make him see her and ditch her. So again, parents, what kind of sons are you raising that something like that can make him look negatively on a black woman? It's giving you instilling anti-blackness in your sons. Hate to say it. And it's giving that the white women are choosing racism, because actively antagonizing black women for the purpose of making her look bad to a black man that you want to snag is actually fully and completely racism. In addition to, when her sister asked, I want a chocolate NFL player, they also fetishize your ass and reference you as fucking food. She's got rule number 3, completely ingratiate yourself into your life where he can't function without you. Okay, that also comes back to parents. You didn't raise your son to be independent. So as soon as someone's willing to take over the mama role while he's in college, washing his clothes, cooking and doing all those things, they immediately fall into that because you didn't teach your son how to be an independent young man. Because the black girls that are in college are there because they probably had to sacrifice and they trying to get their education. She's there because mommy and daddy sent her there so she can focus on doing all the things and being a new mom to your son, because she don't have shit else to do but to
So Naija, why you like gossip
and
like
then, of
this?
course, they put the go wild to bed, do anything and everything to him, and do not tell his mom any personal business, and always look good in the picture. The ultimate ending in all of this is the fact that
For all the
sons
things
are
that is
out
happening
here
in this
willfully
world,
falling for this
to
shit.
pay
And a lot of
attention
parents are
to,
sitting back
like,
thinking, oh, well, Samantha's so nice. While Samantha was all on a mission to get your son's fucking money, because she even makes sure she says, push for marriage or at least have multiple kids. But hopefully y'all will see this and show your sons what the real deal is, and maybe they'll get it together.
So I think what I find interesting is that every time she kept going back to the parents, what is it you are teaching your children? Because that vulnerability comes, because that was the first point she made. The pygmies was the first point she made. They literally call the men pygmies. And that is the one Adama found a little bit surprising, that they could coin those things. And I've been saying it. When I say, you say I'm being mean to our women, when you keep conditioning your women to love the sort of features, what do you think is going to happen? They are going to be going after those sort of women. They're thinking that those women are the ideal big spouse to be with. And that's what that lady is asking. What are you teaching your children at home? Because I don't see white women, black women targeting white men like that. Maybe, I don't know. Should we teach them to do that? No, we shouldn't be teaching them to do that. I'm just thinking aloud. All right, so I think it was
OVA.
I know.
Sorry, man, but please.
Thank you. It's all good. It's all good. It's all a good spirit. OVA, welcome. And so this is what the other topic, and I can also give you the one in about Egypt. I'm not sure you care about those things, where they refer to Egypt as Middle Eastern country because the white man is in the left hand of the white man, so they say it's Middle East. So, but technically, by that standard, you say Sudan is Middle East, Kenya and all the rest is Middle East. That doesn't make sense.
Where Middle West day? Where Middle West day?
It's just nonsense, really. They just come up with stuff,
Absolutely,
and they just want to make Egypt part of the Middle East. Because of that definition, they've even taken Sudan. You know, they're already taking Sudan again. We are going to sit here, and before you know it, half of Africa will hemorrhage off, and they'll say this is the Middle East. All right, welcome, OVA. You can pick one. Quite a few things has happened, and you can even come up with something that you feel like we should talk about, because I think it's getting to a point whereby we can open it up for discussing issues. But I think we should keep it within in the topics we are discussing right now anyway. So please go ahead.
Thank you. The video of the girl that you play, it just threw me off for a minute. It doesn't make sense to me, but I was kind of concerned. I am concerned. I am still concerned, and I will continue to be concerned. The way we approach this idea of Egypt being the Middle East, being this, I think we are having the wrong conversation. Because first of all, the idea of sovereignty belongs to whoever can enforce it. They give you Nigeria. You guys could not make one thing out of it. You are stretching your head to Egypt.
that you don't have the power to say, yes, I want to go. If men that run the shows, if they want to claim the whole continent, you are in no position to say you won't even make move. But we are worried about the idea of Middle East. First of all, to understand your idea of Middle East, better than West East, or you have to, when I always talk, say, if you don't understand World War I, you don't have a clue of what is going on. I wasn't bragging, right? The idea of Middle East comes from the Ottoman Empire, right? Because the whole the Ottoman Empire, after it was taken out during the World War I, between 19, if I'm not mistaken, 1914 to 1922, that was when the Ottoman Empire was demarcated, was balkanized, just like when they gathered in Berlin, 1845, and balkanized Africa. So it was Britain and France that decided to put the Ottoman map on table and slash it the way it is and say, okay, yeah, this place is it to us, because you have to also understand the capital's empire then between the Paris and London. So again, either you agree that the naming the region Middle East or West East or North East is wrong or right, they had the power to enforce it. Whether you like it, if you like it, you don't like it, do something about it. So they gather us together in Nigeria for us to either do something out of it. We are still struggling to even figure the territory out. We are worrying about what is happening in Egypt. As if they say they know what it is, we can stop there. So for me, I think we have had that conversation. It's a lost priority for me. Nigeria, my main concern is why my brother here, Jagude, praised my calmness and my, not necessarily because I want to be calm. I was just listening to everybody speak. I had no choice to start asking myself questions, because we are the emerging leaders, the emerging elites. It's because we are short out of power. That's why we gather here to complain. In other words, after these people that are in power, we are next. Our generation might not be us individually, but listen to the kind of conversation we had. I am scared. I've always said it, the emerging elite are more dangerous. Even from the video you play about that lady explaining people training their daughter to go after me, like, in the real scheme of things, the way things are today, who cares about 0.1% of grown-ass motherfuckers who are playing football, who some women gather their kids, grooming them to go over together? Who cares? There are a lot of black women who are telling their daughters, go, if you go, you must marry a white man. What do you say about those people? But they are inconsequential in terms of where we are today as a nation, the kind of conversation we should be having, or how we should be directing that kind of conversation, which brought us to the guy that come here to say all black women are the same. And one of his prime reasons of saying that is because any Christian woman is loyal to the white man first. Any Muslim woman is loyal to the white man first. My parents were neither. My father was born before Nigeria was amalgamated. You don't know God, you don't know Christ, you don't know nothing. Who are they loyal to? There are millions of women in the northern Nigeria who are neither Christian or Muslim. Who are they loyal to? Again, we lock ourselves in this mainstream conversation because we are educated, we are smart.
He qualified it now, the ones that are colonized in their
You said what?
He said he qualified it by saying that those women that are colonized in their mind, the ones like you said, your mom, your parents are not, because they don't believe in any of these things. But those that are colonized,
yeah, but he's making his argument from a place of intellectual laziness. Just because you stand for one place in one corner of the world, just in other words, just mirror your lifestyle there over other people's lifestyle there. You don't even know how the people do not live. It's the generalization of I don't even know what the question of the woman is about, but it's just the generation concept that I disagree with. You can't just be saying.
I don't know why we are missing the point he has made.
No,
To be fair,
hold on. You have to understand the demography of your country or the geography and the statistic of the number of your country before you come to that conclusion. There are over 45% of Nigeria. Hold on.
It goes beyond that.
Let me finish. There are about 45% of Nigerian women who live in the rural villages. If you don't carry this conversation with me, they have no idea when you are talking about loyalty, either to white man, to Arab man. They have no clue.
They worship Christ.
That's what I'm telling you. That's what I'm telling you. That me, my parents, we are neither of those people.
Yeah, but the high percentage of Nigerians. Hold on.
And I am telling you today. Hold on, because it is the generalization. The generation is wrong. You don't generalize things like, unless you can actually critically present a data that says this is what you are talking about.
Okay, what is the percentage of Nigerians that are Christian or Muslim?
That's not the point.
That is over 90%.
I'm a Christian doesn't mean I'm. No, that's see. This is now 100% of Nigerians actually agreed to the colonization of Nigeria when the struggle was on. No. So just because they lost the battle, see, hold on to Nigeria. The idea of a state being colonized, it is because the engine of that society, in our case, the government, is pretty much in perpetual control of the outside world. That is why we say Nigeria is colonized. Not because everybody in the entire space in Nigeria is colonized. No. So we need to put things in context. It is
you are choosing not to understand it. That's the point he's making. He's not saying it's everybody. Just like you are saying it's not everybody.
He said, hold on now. Hold on. Maybe I'm quoting. Hold on. Maybe I'm quoting him wrong. He said black women, African women.
The ones that are colonized in their minds.
What kind of a statement is that? You always hold on now to Nigeria. Your very first statement when you start this show is that you are here for what? Total interrogation. When you put your things here, you have people to back them up with facts.
Yes.
Right? Exactly. So he said all African women, or he did not say that.
He said it, then he retracted it and qualified it.
How did he qualify it?
He said all colonized women.
That is even not a statement. That's a political statement at its best. What do you mean all colonized women? It may be now only 2 women and they colonize. You cannot use that. It's not again.
Yes. One statement I will tell you: colonial mentality that fellas sang. What do you think he meant by that? He's referring to the one that have colonial mentality. That's what he is basically telling you.
No, but hold on. Fela was predominantly talking about the leadership of the society. They have colonial mentality, not generally all Nigerian citizens.
Actually, he talked about other. I think he talked about the yes.
Hold on now. Hold on.
Point of order.
Hold on. To Nigeria. We are grown. That's why they talk. That's why when I say I kept quiet because we are the leaders. Not be of tomorrow, of today. Now when they talk, right? So we should be able to put context to what we are saying. When Fela stood up and speak, he's directing his anger, his communication to the leaders of the country. That should be put in context. We should understand that.
Are you the one that is saying that we are the leaders too? So
yes, that's why I say if me and you are to be having this kind of conversation, we should be able to direct the conversation to where it matters. When we are saying we are talking to the whole Nigerians, we are wrong. We are directing our frustration, our anger to the leadership of the country, or to the political.
Maybe you should be saying that Fela should have generalized it more, because by focusing on the leaders, he missed a point. That it's the entire country that is like that. At least all the ones that are most of us are colonial minded.
Please, can I suggest something? Can you allow him land his points? So I want to understand where he's coming from. You interjecting and arguing with me I'm losing. I can't even follow.
He's making the same point that you are making. That you made earlier on, saying that he's generalizing, that he's lazy and all the rest, without trying to understand.
Let him explain.
You are making a political statement. You keep saying that. What do you mean amount of people who are colonized? Hold on. When they become colonizers for Africa, they only took over the leadership of our society. Not be everybody. All you need to do is to take over the most important sector of the country and run it. So the idea that we are all colonized again, we should also put it in context. So it is hold it is the leadership, it is the presidential system we are practicing. And if you want to broaden it, it is we, the educated people, because now we the brainwash. And we are, guess what? We are not up to 50% of the total population of the country. We the Western oriented. We are not to 50% of the total population of the country. So when you're making a statement like that, you talk calm. I'm just following your principle, right? We put the guy on stage, make it back in statement up. We read data, because all of us know.
So let me ask you now. So those policemen that were on the road when two British tourists were driving through Nigeria that called them their queen, the mother of Nigeria, that England is their motherland. Those two policemen that sound quite not very educated, they were also brainwashed.
They also belong to the ruling class. Not be everybody, they be police. Get the point.
They are traffic policemen.
No, hold on. They belong to the ruling class. That's a privileged position to find yourself at that time. They are specifically instructed to behave.
No. This one is this year.
We are saying this. What is the difference between the police of yesterday and today? We are saying the same thing. That's why I say when we are having this conversation, we should know that we are talking about the political structure, the leadership of the country, not the generality. So that's why I say me and you should be conscious of how we have this kind of conversation. It has nothing to do with other person out there. So we are so locked in the mainstream, we always
the people out there are also brainwashed. It's not only the leaders.
Now,
and I think that's
hold on.
I think he missed it too.
Hold on. When you say brainwashed, can you put it in in context in layman to let me understand?
I was horrified. They watch a Nigerian policeman, traffic policeman, and all those people that stop people at roadblocks.
Yes.
To tell a chief president, our colonizers are this thing. I think they actually use it as colonial master.
Okay.
The queen is their mother. That England is their motherland.
Hold on. Those policemen represent the political class. We the elite, me and you of the society.
I don't know whether those ones they don't look very sharp.
Hold on. Hold on. Because when we are saying hold on. What we are talking about is be centered on the geography in terms of the society we live in. That is why these old men see they run power up to today, and they will continue to run it. In our family, and you begin to see things from the mainstream view alone. The Bola Tinubu of this, their strategy now how to actually go down to those people. Right? If you remember 4 years ago now, we argue in terms of why the obedience are not in the rural community. Say now there the vote there, you argue with me, say no, it's in the city. It's still along that line. We think we that can speak English, we that can understand statistics, that can attack government, we are the majority. No, we are not. We are not. We don't represent the majority. We only represent ourselves. You understand? So that's why that is my anger against the idea of the intellectuals. Because the country, they've been running this country, at least I can boldly say for the past 25 years. As an adult, I know that. But what they give us is what we have today. So we parade ourselves with our certificate, with our grammar, with our understanding of government, as if we have all the solution. So we narrow our conversation within that frame of thinking. And if anything that is popular along that mainstream line, it represents the majority. No, you don't represent the majority.
You are correct.
So we should be careful. We should understand we are here. Our here. Hold on. What qualify us to come into public and speak is because we understand the system, how the government works. So we are meant to challenge it, encourage it, or take word to them, not the people. Not the people. That's where we keep missing it. We keep missing it. But all those baba, they know the villages where they work out when cars no day. And that is the structure they are talking about. But we will come on and everywhere we find ourselves. How many times we see all these our leaders that organize community gatherings today and talk to the community people? They only move for platform like this to ITV, to Arise News. Again, we talk to ourselves. We don't represent the majority. That's where my disagreement with.
That's a fact. Most of the people don't have this conversation. Jago wanted to interject. Please go ahead if you wanted to interject with something.
Sorry,
I did, and thank you for allowing me. You see, there is something about generalization, and there are times when it should be allowed because all of us speak in general terms, no matter who we are, and there are times when we will be specific. Generalization is a way to get a point across that this particular thing, whatever it is affecting all of us. And I believe we have to start from these points. We can try our best all the time to make value of those who do not or cannot speak for themselves. You see, Ovie said fairly so that the intellectuals do not represent everybody, which is fair. However, if we understand leadership, we have to understand that it is a responsibility. And that responsibility has a focus. The Europeans, when they were in Nigeria, they were the leaders. And as Ovie rightly said, they properly colonized the leadership that they were going to introduce. A lot of those leaders, as much as you might feel that they were colonized, I would prefer to say that they were educated. And those like Zeke, for instance, whilst he was thoroughly educated, I won't say that he was necessarily colonized mentally, because he had a great understanding of why Africa should become one. And that's what he championed. And in championing this, he had to generalize across the African plane. So, we have to really grapple with our history and what the effects of our history is to the common man and woman. And it comes to the point that we have been so colonized that today, even today, the reckoning of what a black person is to the leaders of the world, which are largely Europeans, we have a greater affiliation with this greater power than we do sometimes, most times, to our common brothers and sisters. So by the time an athlete with a lot of money, a lot of talent, a lot of skill appears and he's a single man, there are those who are plotting for the power base that this individual has. It has to be taken into consideration. It is not a small issue the way you may find this is a nonsensical issue. It's not. It's power.
Right.
It's power.
Okay.
And I put it to you, I'll put it to you and everyone on the platform that we are at war. This is not a game. It's not a game for us to be tossing backwards and forwards. It's a real thing where people's lives are lost. I'll put that to everybody on the panel.
Let me respond to you two short ways. You said two things that I disagree with. One is the athlete. The other one is speaking for the people. First, the elite, the athletes. How come we are the only community, the only race in this world that carry athletes as their role model, as their alpha and omega? I think we should see something wrong with that. All you need to do is to go back to the days of Roman Empire.
No, this what you're going to do is an argument. It's an argument, but it's the wrong argument because
hold on. Let me
put this to you. In this world, anybody can be a leader. He does not have to come from this class or the next. Any individual.
I don't think I disagree with you on that.
Fair enough, but I put it to you.
No, hold on now. Let me make the point I'm trying to make about the athletes. It's bad enough that we are the only one that make big deal about athletes. One. Two, how many percentage of the population we'll be that gifted to that level that we should pay them so much attention. I am one of them, by the way, so I know what I'm talking about.
I hear you, but maybe you don't know what you're saying.
We do more of distraction service to the people than actually enhance than the value that we will give more to the people.
That is given, and I understand that as an intellect. But let me ask you this question: you, in your authority, in your reading, in your understanding, can you personally run a country like Nigeria?
Why not?
Exactly. But are you not an athlete? So you're going against your own principle.
See, again, if you listen to argue with me, you will miss my point. My point in that angle is that what is the percentage of the society that are playing sports that we should make them as a national conversation? That's one. And two, which outside the black community, how many people they pay to glorify their athletes? They are more important endeavor that move the community more.
I agree with you, and I know where you're coming from.
Then
somebody like Muhammad Ali, do you regard him as a leader of any sort?
I said, I don't even see Muhammad Ali as a boxer. Even though that is his trade. Even it's just like Fela to me is a philosopher, he's a thinker.
Yes.
It seems like he's a musician. No, he's a thinker, he's a philosopher. That's the realm I'm saying it from.
Absolutely.
So, yeah, another side I kind of want to push back on you is that I think the way you frame it, that we should give voice. There are people who should be speaking for the voiceless, people who don't have a voice. And I think that's the concept I disagree with. Who doesn't have a voice in a society? Who cannot talk?
Uvi, a quick question for you, please.
Yeah.
Do you disagree with my point? I believe you listened when I was speaking.
Sorry, repeat it again. Sorry.
Do you disagree with my point? What I said before about President of Nigeria?
What did you? Sorry, maybe I see what they talk. Maybe I go. What did you say about President of Nigeria? I mean, are you the guy that was giving us statistics earlier on?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I think even the Tinubu himself, when you were speaking, I said, if Tinubu hear you speak and his wife sit down near him, you go tap his wife, Remy, share me, lo share, with all this list, me lo share, let me do all this thing that you are talking about. So even the mindset will not believe that. So I'm sorry, I disagree with you. I think you like the narrative of the way they are presenting their success and all that, and that's fine, because everything with Tinubu they talk, Buhari talk am. Buhari safe to say no win election, Nigeria for die, for condemn. So all these things so it's not. I don't actually pay attention to their achievement. No, don't get me wrong. Tinubu is doing well. He's doing well from this angle. When Tinubu as a president is not there to serve the common man. I mean, we should stop deceiving ourselves. Billions of dollars put on there, serious interest. And as far as I'm concerned, when I look across that rim, every one of them is happy. The bankers, the top business guys, they are flourishing. Everybody is doing well at that angle, because when he came to power, the first thing I said, he's here for two things. Make the few elites, so some of them will be extremely wealthy, and more Nigerians will be subjected to the state, free meal, which is what we even use as a point in terms of school loan. How many loan collect when he
Sorry, they wanted to say something. He has been quite quiet for a while. I think you were raising your hand.
Yes, I wanted to add to what he was saying in regards to the athletes. Yeah, the athletes are definitely a far minority, but they are a microcosm of the mindset of the average person that's over here. They're not trying to ingratiate themselves within their communities. They're going outside, and that reflects with the average citizens. That's all I was going to add to that.
Wow.
I don't think that reflects the average citizen.
Average black citizen.
The
No, it doesn't.
mindset, yes, because let's just look at as far as patronizing businesses. An athlete will spend millions. They'll spend thousands of dollars at the Louis Vuitton store, but then they'll drive past their grandmother's or auntie's chicken shack or restaurant because they don't feel it as valuable on average. That's what I'm
No,
saying.
but
That mindset reflects
we need to
the regular
understand one
citizen.
thing. We need to understand one thing. These athletes are beholden to people, to contract. The money is given to them. It's given when somebody give you money.
Corporate interest.
When they give you money, he or she pretty much tell you how to spend it. And you can't just now use that mirror to mirror the whole community. That's how all the community behave. No, that's why I said those people should live on their own world. They are not important. They are more of distraction to the cause than any value they are bringing, as far as I'm concerned.
Their spending habits, like they're just able to
It
do
is
it
not
on
their
a
money in the
larger
first
scale.
place. It is not their money in the first place.
My point is the average citizen is going to squander their money in the same way and not value actually their community in the same way, and that reflects because these athletes they are the contemporaries for the most part.
What you're trying to say is that's capitalism. When you live in a capitalism-oriented society, that is the rules of the game. Just keep buying.
But
you're missing my point though.
I'm willfully choosing not to understand what he's saying. Now let me make the concept. The concept is how often does your money circulate in your community? I think there is a way they measure it, in the economics, the economic measure.
I agree, and I am
that the black community, the money goes out of the community very, very fast. It comes in, it goes out because we are busy spending it into other communities. So
Yes, because the value system. The value system is not within the community; it's from the outside.
I always argue against that. I push back against that argument to say, what are you producing?
There you go.
90% of the money that they spend by African community is being given to them as service. You are employed.
No, but I'm saying the sectors and businesses that are producing, they don't patronize them. That's why they can't sustain. They don't patronize. So look, this is what happens.
Hold on, that's wrong to say. That is very wrong.
I'm speaking statistically. This is true and anecdotally.
This community are not secret. We live in this community.
Correct.
So what are you talking about?
I'm saying
again,
if you look at people's spending habits, it's not they're not doing it within the community. They're going to the outside. And even if it's if we're talking about people that have higher means,
what are we producing though? I mean, both of y'all are right. For example, when we had FUBU, right? You remember FUBU?
By Damon.
Who was biased?
Damon Dash.
Who was biased?
Then right. Not Damon Dash. Rockefeller was Damon Dash. When we had Rockefeller, when we had state property, when we had G-Unit clothing, people will patronize them. But both of y'all are right. I'm not saying you're not right because what I'm trying to get at is how did you guys go from black athletes being role models to consumerism? So I'm trying to understand.
I'm saying that's not my point. Them being role models, I don't agree with them being role models. But I'm saying
I don't agree with that.
I'm saying their spending habits and their attitudes, and we're talking about the miscegenation. That's the specific subject right now. That reflects the average.
You know why I say doesn't reflect the average black community? Because that is a privileged lifestyle. So I don't expect them to behave like normal human being. It is impossible. Because it's a lack of privilege.
Why is it impossible to behave like a normal human being?
Quick question.
Sometimes you say some strange things. So how can you say that now?
At the age of 19, you can't 20 million. Give me. What the fuck do you think I'm going to do with it?
Tell him, baby.
What are you talking about,
man? Guys.
Ovie, I will say that Ovie is absolutely correct.
Who is the moderator for today?
When you look at these athletes, the area they live.
No, seriously, who is the moderator? Because I don't understand. I'll be here.
When you're finding those contracts, it comes with a lot of things. There are things that you have to buy.
Please take AY out.
No, Jagu, you are here.
Let me round up. Let me round up with
you guys have been here since morning. Have you guys even eaten at all?
Let me finish my point.
Have you eaten?
A while, we are serious. Let me finish my talk before you joke.
Okay, when you finish, let me say for the yam because you guys need to eat.
Thank you. So
that's very speaking. This is crazy.
The last point, which is I was talking with Jagun about, which is to speak for the voiceless. And when I say I disagree with that, nobody is voiceless, right? Again, it is a way to annihilate the majority, right? That's why we the educated people again, we design the system of government in a way that if you not actually key into their way of life with education system, you will not understand this. So therefore now we now select few people to go and speak for the majority, thinking that we are doing them a favor. And that's how it's supposed to be. And we shout, we scream democracy, democracy, democracy every day without the value of democracy transferring to the majority. So the idea that some people are voiceless is not real. It's a construct. It is deliberate put there to see them as voiceless. If you carry me, if you go my village people, sit them down how a government should work, they go tell you well, because these are people. These are descendants of the Benin Kingdom, one of the most civilized society back in the days.
Okay, I want to ask you a question. What of American government that is spending 25 billion in Iran, while Americans are sleeping on the street, in the streets of San Francisco and New York? They divide New York. They divide New York with Manhattan that was being developed by Qatar.
No, but hold on. Hold on.
People are suffering. So how can
hold on. People are suffering has nothing to do with them spending 25 billion in Iraq. The question is that how much did they make in return? Where did they spend the money? It's corruption. That's why people are homeless. It has nothing to do with they are spending billions outside. They are spending billions outside to make how much? Now America worth close to 85 to 89 trillion dollars. More than 70% of that asset is outside the world. They are bombing Nigeria and are free. So the profits they get, where it goes to, it's supposed to go back to the system, to the community, to the citizen. But no, it goes to private pockets. So now corruption everywhere. It just depends on how you choose to look at it. They are not better than in the Nigerian society. We are just getting started.
We agree with that. We agree. The thing is, if I may, is that
no, Jago, don't speak yet. I think you've had more than your fair share, so that
already. Let the next person go.
Senecas and a man of prestige. You have anything to say before we go to AY? Those ones they look like that.
Man of prestige is going to confuse us all.
Yeah. We've confused man of prestige. I can't find a confused man of prestige today. Man of prestige just what. He doesn't know what he walked into. I can't completely confuse him, but I really understand where he's coming from. People don't understand him. I understand where he's coming from.
All right, so I wanted to rebuttal what some stuff that were said before. Jagun say something about feminism, like Africa doesn't have feminism, that it's a foreign concept. That's not true.
Oh, I see.
It depends on the form of feminism you're talking about, right? There is like what you would call like Western form of feminism, right? But Africa has feminism, right? If you guys have, most of you guys know about Women Riot, right? And also there are communities.
That's not feminism.
There are communities. Hold on, calm down. There are communities like Igbo land.
Funmilayo Ransom Kuti.
There are communities in Nigeria where.
Why is that feminism? That's women
leave them. Leave them.
Oh, Funmilayo Ransom Kuti.
I'm trying.
Yeah, she's not trying to fight patriarchy. She's just doing what she thought.
But she actually was. In a male-dominated, sorry, Santricat. In a male-dominated society, she definitely was.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. So the issue is not feminism.
I just see them as successful people. They don't have any ideological things
Absolutely.
which was trying to bring men down or anything like that.
you want to learn about Falakuti's mom? Go learn about her. Let me finish my point. Anytime I start talking, everyone wants to say something, bro. Like, what the hell?
You were doing it earlier on, and I was telling you.
I had my session. I had my session. Everyone was talking during my session.
Come true, bro. Come true.
You spent 30 minutes.
Allow him, please, over here. He's been very patient as well.
Yeah, it's true.
Okay, here's the thing. All right, since you guys want to talk about this, here's the thing, right? You guys love to talk, right? You guys love talking. But a lot of y'all were in the previous session with KJ, and you guys are still here. You gotta let the conversation flow. Like, we can all spend like 3 minutes just making our points. We don't even have to drag it for that long. You like say the same thing and you keep repeating it over and over. I see if people don't hear what you're saying. Like, you don't gotta drag the point. You can spend 3 minutes to say what you.
Don't misuse your time, bro.
You know what I'm saying? Like, Jagu, same thing with you. You spend like 20 minutes talking about something you can summarize.
But I won't repeat myself. Go for it, brother. Speak what you want to say.
Okay. Why don't you speak what you want to say? I'll give you my
time.
Jagu,
let the guy speak.
I'm asking him to speak.
No, you speak, Jagu. Your turn. Go ahead. I'll give you my
No. I'm putting to you that you shouldn't waste time.
You love your rights to be angry. You were doing the same thing earlier on, and I was warning you, screaming on top of my voice. You disregard me.
I have my point. I have my time. No one let me talk. Everyone was talking when it was our time to talk.
So is Akan. Akan had his time, but you never allowed him to drop a word.
Man, Akan is a clown. Like, everyone knows.
You see how? So somebody was
really, bro.
Clown, man. We know that.
Got it. I got
my Bobby Day. It's not easy out here, bro. Hey.
You guys are full of shit.
I don't know why you would give. They don't see the cycle fire.
The floor is yours, my guy. Eccentric. You're my man, man. Go. You have the floor.
Eccentric guys, whenever he comes in, he starts a fight.
I was talking about African form of feminism. Everyone just jumped in. Like, what the hell? If I'm talking about African feminism, right? If you have something to say about, like, I speak the truth. Mention Falakuti's mom. That was a good submission. That was a good one, right? I don't have issue with that. He's in line with my point. You know what I'm saying? Like, you're just gonna come in and just.
Sorry, if you don't mind, can you give us definition of feminism first before you know where we are going?
He's just going. Like, just wait. Just hold on. Just calm down. There's African form of feminism. I'm Igbo, right? In Igbo community, the first daughters, right, have a government. Any Igbo person here knows it. They are called and they can enforce law. They can enforce laws. They can enforce their own laws, right? So Africa has its own form of feminism. And the reason I'm saying this is because there's this movement, there's this red pill crap that goes on online. Everyone think, it's like man versus women type of conversation, right? And that's what this is derailing to. It's like the whole red pill crap. Africa has its own feminism. Like, it will help if you actually learn about African feminism. If you want to see, like, feminism that's not Western oriented form of feminism, there's nothing wrong with that. There were women who were leaders during colonialism, right? That fought against the Portuguese, the Western invaders, the Western terrorists in Africa. There were African women leaders. We're not just gonna, like, write them off the history and say, feminism is a problem, blah, blah, blah. Our women, we have strong women, you know what I'm saying? Like,
but what you are describing on the continent is not necessarily feminism.
Yes, that's why I said you define feminism. You are dividing activists as feminism. Define feminism. What is feminism? Then you will now say, this is African feminism. What is feminism?
They're activists. They are not feminists.
You know what? They don't have an ideological drive to specifically improve women's lot. They have drive to improve their own lot in their own context. Not
as it affects women. You would not say men. You would not say, for example, you would not say. You would not. You're not. You can let people speak, bro. You would not say Medgar Evers, for example, wasn't an activist. But you could also read into her history, just like Fela's mother, just like the women that took part in the about women's riot that Eccentric is trying to explain to you. they also did it to fight male patriarchy as it affected their female rights. They did that. So that is that. I know you would have an answer. Let me land. Let the other person land, bro. And that lends credence to the fact that that was part of feminism. So it doesn't mean they just have to focus solely on women's rights. They can actually be fighting for political rights for the entirety of their group, but insofar as it affects them, when you read into it, they were also taking part in feminism.
That's right.
So, let me read the definition of feminism. So that we all
Sorry, what's the definition of feminism?
it says that feminism is a social political movement and ideology dedicated to achieving full political, economic, social equality for all genders.
Social,
that is
economic,
that is a very, very broad definition.
Right?
So what do you get from that?
Hold on. Let me try to explain what you are trying to do here. Like if somebody now is worshiping in a shrine, because they are worshiping, you conflated to say that person is a Christian.
Forefathers, can you stop relying on Chat GPT?
I'm just making a logical argument here. I'm
There's
making a logical
argument. All you is what? Is it feminism?
No, it's not feminism.
That's what you just defined.
No, what I'm saying is that if somebody practicing religion, it doesn't mean they are practicing Christianity. Christianity is a religion. It could be something else. Like what are those Nigerian women doing? They were doing it.
Christianity are people that follow Christ.
The analogy is just, dude.
Yes, exactly. That's my point. What those women were doing may be aspects of what you would call feminism.
Dude, listen.
You guys speak
what he's saying is correct.
Just doing what they needed to do.
So Jefferson that said that all human beings are equal and have equal rights and all those good stuff. Is he a feminist?
We are under slaves, though.
No, but is he a feminist in that context?
Ideologically, he's saying ideologically. No, but he wouldn't be. Just because he has certain aspects.
The definition you just give of feminism, he says exactly in line with that Thomas Jefferson, what he said.
What did Jefferson say?
No, but it would have to be for women specifically. That's what differentiates.
Yeah, but the Jefferson did not exclude women. He said all human beings.
Yeah, but with the definition, he just said it was for females specifically, though, for all genders.
That's what I said. Because he fall under the Jefferson proclamation. Does that mean Jefferson is a feminist?
He's asking you, did he do it? Did he say specifically for women?
But his definition did not say specifically for women.
Again, did he say did Jefferson say specifically for women? No. So maybe it wasn't for feminism. But if you read into it, depending on his action, what was the action that followed the statement he made? Now, if the actions that he took after making whatever statement of course you say, he said, if it falls under the definition of feminism, then of course it is feminism.
No, because what Tunaja just read that was not specific. It was general.
Forget about Tunaja. He's reading from Chat GPT. Forget about it.
He should have kept reading the definition, because the rest of the definition says it aims to dismantle systemic gender-based oppression, such as patriarchy, sexism, while advocating equal rights, reproductive freedom, and representation. So that's more specific. And when you do that, no, that doesn't fit that. It would be anachronistic to say that there's African feminism.
Yeah, I don't understand this in that.
No, because when the African feminism,
you guys love
I don't know this. No, Sasonia, I need to deal with Sasonia here because I don't know this thing that you do. Where you feel like you just have to always, how do I describe it? Try to say ridiculous things about me just for the sake of it. I don't know why you have to do that. Trying to have conversation. I read the definition of this in feminism here, which is on Google, and even if it was ChatGPT, what does it even matter? Is it wrong or right? That is the definition of feminism.
Well, this is why I disagree with you. This is why I disagree with you. I think if I was in your shoes, if I was in your position, obviously not understanding what feminism is, and I'm not trying to put you down. You obviously don't understand what it is. But let me finish. You just spoke.
What do you mean? I just read it.
Can you let the other person speak? You're not the arbiter of knowledge. You don't.
Are you saying the definition is wrong?
Let me speak, sir. Is it okay if I speak? So let me speak. You already placed.
You better give us the definition of feminism, because
you already obviously, since I've been talking, I did not have to refer to ChatGPT or let me finish, sir. I did not have to refer to. I did not have to refer to ChatGPT, and I did not have to refer to Google, which means that this is a subject that I have studied. So now, if you do not agree with me, like the brother that was on here, that is fine. If we can all have different definitions to a subject, but to now go on Google and to try to prove that, well, because of what you saw on Google, the other person must be wrong and you must be right. I think if I was in your shoes, obviously not being versed in the subject, what I would have said is, let me go research on it. Let me go check upon it. Let me go familiarize myself with the subject without thinking that everybody on here speaking, obviously, I've spent time studying it. OV, the brother that was on here, Eccentric Cast, Jagan, myself, everybody has spent time. You ran to ChatGPT and look at the infantile position you took. Oh, you have to tell me the meaning of feminism. You have to tell me the definition of, obviously, you don't even know what you're talking about. That's all I'm saying.
Keep doing it repeatedly. You just have to keep throwing insults all the time.
I'm not insulting you. Just because someone disagrees with you does not mean they're insulting you.
But now,
this is how we'll give you guys, put you guys in Nasu Rock, and you guys will start quarreling in Nasu Rock.
He didn't give us the definition of feminism still. So this is just
we have a problem.
I already gave you the definition when he started speaking. The moment I said, when he mentioned it about women's rights, and he gave his definition, and the brother Ogunbide said, well, based on his own understanding, it is not feminism. We can all agree to disagree. But you went to ChatGPT to go look up the meaning of feminism, and then whatever it gave you, you decided, well, it does not align with what the Eccentric Cast is saying. So the Eccentric Cast must be wrong. And I'm right. And I'm saying, no, that's not how to do things. The best thing would have been, I don't understand it. Let me go research on it and understand the topic at hand.
Back to my point. Don't waste
this guy, he talks as if he's smart, but he's not as smart. Hold on. He talks as if he's smart, but he's not as smart. That's the problem with people that come here and you don't check them when they say stuff. Like now, would you call Queen Elizabeth I a feminist? Would you call her a feminist? This is ridiculous. It's like we can't even argue logically.
Who did you say? I was distracted. Who did you use as an example?
Queen Elizabeth I. Would you say she's a feminist?
Based on what?
Based on she accomplished something as a woman.
Like what? Give us examples. Like what?
Queen. She's a queen. Can't you hear what I said?
So just because she's a queen. So this is why I said you need to read more, because your problem is you always think it is a win or lose situation. So give us examples of what Queen Elizabeth did that you would say, well, based on this, even though you think she's a feminist, she actually is not a feminist. Like the brother said, Obunde again, he mentioned about male patriarchy. You don't like listening. This is your problem. Have a fucking fun with your show, man. You're just so fucking ignorant, bro.
There's no point. This guy is slower than he makes out. He's a lot slower than he makes out. You are clearly, how can you not know the difference between feminism and women that are highly accomplished? Or women that succeed in something? How can you not know the difference between that? I think you are actually an intellectual.
When you go to other people's forum, you do the same thing.
Oh my God.
To Nigeria, you are absolutely correct. Feminists are high-profile women in Europe that wants to compare yourself with top men.
That's not what it is, man.
That's what it is.
Let's stop.
That's
man.
European feminism.
It's a kind of equality movement.
They want to
It's a
compare
kind of
themselves.
equality movement, but that's not what Madam Tinubu was doing. Madam Tinubu didn't care about that. That's not what Queen Elizabeth wanted to accomplish. That's not what Queen Amerine is trying to accomplish. Jesus Christ, how can we just? That's what that. Hey, Senecas, you do this all the time. You come up with this.
I do what? I've only spent 5 minutes.
Who is a feminist? What is
5 minutes, bro? I was doing a bottle. I'm just 5 minutes. You guys just go
ahead.
Only 5 minutes. I just do.
Remi Tinubu is a feminist. After all, she was a senator.
Maybe I don't know.
If you guys want to troll, just go on the comment section and troll, man. Don't come up here.
Modern ones can easily be feminist. Modern ones, but the old ones don't pretend as if they care about feminism. They were doing those things.
Let other
They were accomplished women.
You
That's
let
what they were
people
doing.
speak. Let other people speak. Too.
I think it's a good understanding to understand where feminism came from. Feminism. Wait a minute.
Let me finish. It's my time, dog.
It sure is. But let me just say this, brother.
Go ahead.
Feminism came from a political stance from men who wanted to really bring women into the workforce. Without that, you have no feminism. It was a political design. All these funny arguments that we're having, they're all wrong. Very wrong.
Thank you, Jagun. Thank you, Jagun. That's why I asked for what is his definition. You know.
Yes,
thank you. It's just a made up time for some political movement at the time.
It's complete rubbish.
Definition of something. What is that one?
Ask yourself in your local dialect. What is the meaning of what is feminism in your dialect? If you know feel talking in your dialect, yes, it doesn't exist.
What's the meaning of YouTube in your dialect, man? You sound ignorant as hell, man. God damn.
What is the meaning?
He's always looking for trouble every time. Every time he opens his mouth, there's trouble.
If you want to know the name of YouTube for your language, ask. I know my own. You ask.
Yo, forefather, I was on your live on a weekday. You were was live when you put it on your channel. I heard you, bro. I heard how you get there.
Yeah, so just because somebody sits somewhere and something doesn't mean it represents everybody. Say feminism. Fela Kuti was a feminism. How?
No one say Fela Kuti was a feminist. Chill out, man.
Yo, AY is our witness.
Slap me. She's a feminist.
Gotta listen, man. When the elders
are you done? Are you done in syndicats? Have you done?
I'm done now, huh?
The festival that they lock women indoors in my place. Any woman that gave birth to a woman that night, the woman they give her special name, they give her special privilege. That means she can come out every time men are coming out. Does that make her a feminist?
Okay, now
exactly.
A feminist is about to join us now. Is now we talk about a feminist about to join. Look at that. It's a feminist. Now we invited
women who are watching you reduce them to a feminist.
Talking this morning.
No verse. Now they call my grandmother them the warriors. About women warrior, they call them feminists. At the verse, they reduce them to feminists. You warriors.
Okay, Fofather, you said
you are the author of the confusion everywhere.
Me?
What's your
thank you. You are spot on.
What are you talking about? This is chaos. This is organized chaos.
This morning.
Okay, so hold on. Can I ask a question?
Declare the floor open, Fofather. Declare the floor open.
Can I let can I finish my session though? Can I finish my?
You are done now, CC.
No, please.
You just said you are done.
I thought you are done already.
What did you say?
That's what he said.
What's that?
Okay, can I say something, please? Let me
You can go ahead. Finish me. I no go talk. Oh yeah, go.
Okay, so Fofather, you said another feminist is coming in. Okay.
I took it back.
Okay. All right. So please, I want to ask.
So Ada, you are not a feminist? What is wrong with feminists, though? I don't see anything wrong with feminism. It depends except the foolish one they do all around this, especially in Africa now. That's not feminism.
Okay,
We
can
need
I
to
ask
know
you
the real
something?
definition of feminism. Then there is nothing wrong with it.
Okay, so I've had all
Chimamanda
you
kind
men.
of feminism. There is nothing wrong with it.
Hey, well, please, you will not marry Chimamanda. Though you, as much as you
What of
idolize her
Aisha
and everything,
Yusuf?
just leave it
This
there.
your house is
Aisha
fine.
Yusuf. Ewa, what of Aisha Yusuf? Is she a feminist?
Okay, so now my question to you guys,
She is.
I have
She's
a
a feminist.
question. Okay. What does feminist mean to each and every one of you? I'm not saying everybody definition. We can both read from the same book, and the way we interpret what was written to us would be different from everyone.
If you guys
Can I start? Can I start?
No, you can't start. Say why.
You guys let me like let me make a point. Let me clear.
Okay, let Father, your best friend, start.
And then I'll be out. I'll be gone. You guys can have the floor. So in the United States of America, women were not allowed to vote. They were not even allowed to walk around without a chaperone. They're not even allowed to wear red. We didn't have that problem in Africa, right? So we did not have a need for their own form of feminism, right? We didn't have a need.
Very good. Yeah. Next person is gonna be Jago. Jago, we add like that.
So where do African feminism come from?
African feminism. That's what I'm explaining. Like we had African women leaders. We had women warriors, right? We in Igbo land. Adana, her name. It's in her name. She's the first daughter. Every first daughter, they have a government. They form a government, and they actually enforce laws in their communities. There are communities today in Igbo land where the Umuada enforces laws. One of them is Uturu. One of them is another one is Isochi, and the neighboring community. You can see their women how they enforce laws there, and there are certain laws that they enforce.
No wonder I don't know how to enforce
So
laws.
those ones are feminists. Ada, the first daughters are feminists. Is that what you're saying?
If you read the definition, forefather read the definition.
I'm asking. I am not. It's a question that I'm asking. Not be fight.
That's a social.
The women from the East are not allowed to own a property.
And some
people are trying to stretch this meaning. You're stretching the meaning.
It's just crazy, man.
What the definition says.
Okay,
definition has a goal.
He's trying to make feminism African. Feminism is not African.
Exactly.
It wouldn't be right.
Wait, please, eccentric. After what you've explained, what is feminism? What is that word to you? How will you define it? And when you want to define it based on the Nigerian culture.
From the Nigerian perspective. So
yes,
feminism
perspective,
it will be for women to have political power, be able to express themselves politically, socially, and otherwise, right? Unlike in the Western world, where Western world have extreme patriarchy, which they spread all over the place, and in their religion, Christianity, spread extreme patriarchy, right? If you go to most churches, they don't have female pastors. That's because it's inbuilt into their system. You know what I'm saying? That's why there's a need for this new form of feminism, right? To involve women. When we didn't have that need, we didn't have that vacuum. You know what I mean? For this form of feminism to be adopted.
But was there a law against it?
Currently, right now, in Nigeria, there's need for feminism because women are treated like crap. Like we see it. We see videos. Women get killed for being witches and all that. They used to do that in America, where women were getting lynched for being witches or whatever. It was a thing. It's part of their history. It's part of European history, right? We adopted their system and adopted their own form of patriarchy, which created the need for this form of modern feminism. You see what I'm saying?
No, because the witchcraft of the thing is not just normal to women, but men too. Men get victimized for being a witch.
I'm done. Someone else can take up.
But women were the main victims of, for example, the Salem witch trials.
Okay. Other aspects of the culture. So I'm not sure that is a measure.
In that of America, there were law against women not to possess or take
question was, what is feminism in the Nigerian context or in the African context? What is it? You're going all over the place, everybody. And I don't know why.
The term feminism can exist without the historical context it was formed in. So you can't.
It is not in our community. All those things that you guys are using against women, you were law against them where they are coming from. They were not in Africa.
And I think in the Nigerian context, specifically in the southeast, the other kind of government in that Esetica is talking about comes closest to what you would describe as a feminist movement, but
that's not feminism, though.
I don't agree.
That's not. In order for it to be feminism,
it comes closer because it was a political kind of arrangement.
Even if you want to agree that is synonymous to Southeast alone, that does not reflect across the length and breadth of Nigeria.
Yeah, but Ovi, just because it wasn't written in the laws does not still mean male patriarchy wasn't involved and it wasn't skewed against women. And if we're actually to say it as it is an unwritten law. So whatever everybody had,
I don't know where you are coming from. Where I'm coming from, school against women. For where I'm coming from,
it was skewed against women for women not to have property in Southeast Nigeria.
No, I say where I'm coming. That's what I'm saying. I say it's normal to Saudi. So say it's Southeast feminist, not African feminist.
Well, you don't have. Let's say what we're doing is we're describing feminism. Now, if we had to specify which streets, which family, which clan, what time are we going to be done? So we do know that based on what you were saying, you were talking about the Southeast. So I don't have to specify again. Eccentric again doesn't have to specify that he's particularly speaking just about the Southeast. Sir, I mean, we can all sometimes it's okay for us to care not to just determine
feminism. There's nothing like African feminism. That is my point.
Well, that is right, and that is your prerogative to have that position. Just like it is Obamide's.
Prove me wrong.
Hold on. And what do you mean it's not an opinion?
It's not my opinion.
It's just like it is your opinion, and just like it is your opinion, it is Obamide's opinion. It is everybody else's opinion.
I'm telling you the fact. I'm telling you the fact. Tell me where I'm going. We go and find African feminism.
Right. So
where should I go? Where should I go to look for anything like that? What document, what history?
It's everybody's. Saxonia, strictly speaking, he is correct that there's nothing like a feminist movement in Africa.
Well, he didn't say feminist movement, and I'll really appreciate it.
There is no African feminist.
If you're gracious enough to let me land, I mean, it's okay for you to have your own opinion. I don't have to agree with it, just like you don't.
It's not my opinion. It's a fact.
Right, and your fact is still your opinion.
It is not my fact. It is not my fact. Prove me wrong. I say this is where I'm going to find African feminism.
Sir,
I put it before you. This is a general conversation. This is not private conversation. I am telling you, it is not fact.
Okay, let him express himself. Let him speak.
Listen, this is why you guys need to learn something. When you speak,
let's let Sonia say what he wants to say about African feminism.
The lady asked a question.
I need to come next, please.
When you speak, maybe two things.
You not jump in. Answer the question.
So maybe two things. Wow, this looking like a threesome, but two people have tagged him already. Like, can you let me speak, sir? Are you okay? So
no, two.
God damn, let me speak, bro. I didn't even talk to you. Like, let me speak. I didn't talk to you. I didn't even acknowledge you at all throughout. So all I'm saying is very simple. Just because it's your opinion, as definitions of things change all the time. It doesn't have to be rigid. What we determine is feminism today or not, the definition can change tomorrow based on the happenings. So as it stands right now,
Who do the determination? Who do the determination?
I'm not saying you. Society does the determination. Society does the determination.
So we as an African society have not made that conclusion yet.
Well, you haven't made that determination, and I don't think you're more.
I say Africans. We are. I'm not just the only African here. Somebody should prove me wrong where it is being practiced. You're not the only.
Let the other person speak, sir. And just because that is your position does not mean eccentric cast is wrong, or me supporting him based on things that other people have done. I'm wrong. That's your position, and all you have to do is prove your position better.
That's not my position.
Can I speak? Can I speak?
I said officially, you guys are wrong. That doesn't mean you, as your opinion, that you are wrong.
Position.
It's not my position.
How is it not your position? Are you high? You just said that you do not agree with us, and I'm saying that is your position. And you come here and say
there's no way we Africans come together, collective as a society, to say this is African feminism. It never happened. It is not my opinion. This is not an opinion. I'm challenging you. Prove me wrong. It's not an opinion.
Let the other person speak.
It's not an opinion. It is not an opinion.
I want to speak. I need you to organize.
Sometimes not everything is an opinion. Sometimes it's also a fact.
Let me give you guys. Let me speak, please.
So, Jordan, can I please finish? Can I finish what I'm saying?
Sure, go for it.
Can I finish what I'm saying?
Finish.
Not you, Jordan. I'm not angry at you. He knows what he's doing. The other guy does not let me speak. Everybody keeps jumping in. I see why eccentric cast is pissed. It's your opinion. Just because you think it is fact does not make it fact. It's fact to you. It's not fact to me. The About Women's Riot, their actions during that period, to me, and eccentric cast and others that will agree with me, it's an example of feminism.
What were the About Women fighting for? Let me specific. What was About Women Riot about? No, you don't even know anything about Women Riot.
I don't know about it. Good, fine. So, let me finish, please.
No, what was About Women Riot about? What was it about?
For me, it was about the taxation of the British.
So how does that have to do with? So how is that a woman cause?
Can I please finish? You just said I don't know what it is. I just
you are talking about fact. You are talking about fact. But what you are saying, you are not making any fact.
Calm down, please, guys. Please.
Let me finish. You guys like to just hear yourself talk. Let me finish. You're not more educated than I am. So stop telling me it's not, I don't know what I'm talking about. All I'm saying is, just because you don't see their actions, look at them blowing smoke like a fire dragon in the background. So just because you don't agree that their actions were feminist in nature does not mean myself and eccentric cast are wrong. It's just like I brought up while he was speaking, I spoke about a prominent feminist in Nigerian and in fact African history, Funmilayo Ransome Kuti. The simple fact that she was the first female to drive a car in Nigeria is one of the examples they bring up as her being a feminist.
That is not even a fact. She's not the first woman to drive Kweko in. These are the things I'm talking about, my guy. She's not the first woman to drive a car.
Can you mute him and let me finish speaking?
No, you are lying.
So
you don't know what you are talking about.
All right, when you show us the first woman, a different person that was the first woman to drive a car, I'll go with you. But right now, I know you're high. So if we use that as a criteria, this is one of the reasons they call her a feminist.
It's not we. You are using it. Just say we. Just say we are using it. You are using it. It's a different thing. You are using it. It's not we. It's not official. It is not an official statement. It's not an official definition.
Boys shit with PCP. So let me
speak for yourself. Don't say we.
That's the racist boy shit. Like you gotta mute him. So this is what I'm saying. Just that simple fact alone. Just that simple fact of woman drove a car. When they speak about first feminists in Nigeria or in Africa, in fact, they label her as one of those.
The definition is feminism.
The definition is not just one aspect of this makes you a feminist. It is broad. In fact, it also lends to personal opinion actually lends more to its definition than anything else. So what you see as being a feminist or an achievement that you think is not feminist in nature, eccentric guys will say it is feminism. I'll say it is feminism. Maybe the woman on the panel might or might not. And you might disagree, but that does not mean that the other person is wrong. I think maybe you guys just need to go look at it more on the subject, because it seems most of us on here don't even know what we're talking about.
All right. Let me come in now. Thank you very much, everybody. Now, with all due respect, I'm going to actually put real facts to the table. I'm not going to stretch the meaning as we all understand it to be. There is a meaning behind feminism, in my understanding, and it is not African. When the British came to Nigeria in specifics, what they saw in the markets were women were controlling the market. Women, I repeat, were controlling the markets, as they do up to today. Men were going to the farms and coming back and giving the wares of the farming and the fishing and all the produce to the women. When the Europeans saw this, they did not like it for one instance. They tried to change it because they did not want to deal with women in the marketplace or in the workplace. Now, this gave the African society a big question mark. The men didn't like it because men didn't want to go to the market and muck about, as they would see it, in the marketplace. But the marketplace was such a stronghold of the whole society that it was an effrontery for men to enter the marketplace along the women. We thought, what are you talking about? You white men coming to change up things. So this is part of what happened because Oyinbo entered our society. Now, in Oyinbo entering our society and changing up things to their will, it is what the feminist movement today has done badly, wrongly to our African women all over the world. Now, this is not opinion, this is fact. All of us that want to stretch the terminology or bring the terminology back to where we began, I think it's cheating. It's stretching terminologies that we understand already what they mean. And because we have this new way of speaking, we're now going to stretch it to those that it did not belong to. It did not belong anywhere in Africa because women had their power, especially Yoruba women. Yoruba women are women that stand on their own, generally. It is the Oyinbo who came to our society and rubbished all of that. So you people that want to stretch the terminology, I'm afraid I disagree with you, and I believe you are very wrong. Stretching terminologies does not make you correct or is not accurate to what that term feminist means. Full stop. The rest is rubbish. The rest is just rubbish. I don't care.
I think, let me see. I think there's a bit of there's a clarification that I'm trying to get while you guys were talking. I think
that's clarification now. Oh, Adama asked a question. She said, "What does it mean to each of us based on Africanism?" Let me put it that way to truncate what she's. And I'm sorry. We have to. You see, we're not here to argue for argument's sake. We're here to arrive at clear answers. If we cannot be clear without stretching arguments, stretching terminologies until it means nothing, the way some people are putting these terminology, it means that these words don't mean anything. The word means something. We now need to add what it actually means and give examples of what it is in our concept of the term. In our concept as Africans, there is nothing like feminism. Nothing. Throw it away and stop pretending.
Can I say something, Prof? Please, this is what I want to say. I asked a question. I've seen our men come and they've made this statement that African women are embracing the feminist movement or whatever, however you want to put it. And I'm asking you as men to explain to me, or the women that are listening, what kind of feminine movements are our women picking up for you to say they are becoming feminists? Yes, the word feminist doesn't come from Nigeria. I agree with you. Feminist has its own definition. There's a, like, if you go to it's defined what a feminist is. So my question to everyone here is, most of us, I have to agree, dated African women and are married to African women. So what will you say are the characteristics or behavior African women have picked up in this feminine movement? That was my question. Now I've rephrased it. I hope it answers whatever misunderstanding or use of language or however I frame it
So
that
you
you
want
did
people
not
to
Sorry,
go
understand.
repeat the
again?
actual question. I think I missed a phrase
Let me
there.
answer the question.
Okay. Oh.
You can miss
I
it.
didn't
You
even
don't
hear the
need to
question.
talk anymore, for father. You'll be talking.
Oh,
Don't
yeah.
worry.
Bite your business, Jerry,
It's
before
okay if you miss it.
they have already
Let me
voted they should throw you out of here, yeah? Just for being a good person.
It's you are Jago, London people who also kick United Kingdom people out.
Look at that.
You go and form your platform.
We do
If you kick us out, there's no show. Because he show.
Okay. Nice one. Yeah, I get another question. I don't know why we're actually arguing about this thing. First of all, I actually agree with what Jago said. Feminism does not have business in African culture. But the real definition of feminism, when I listen to Chimamanda, I like Chimamanda kind of feminist. It's more like it's more like equal opportunity in the workplace, equal education, equal right. Don't forget there were a time women did not have all this right. You know, if they are saying that if a man and woman are doing the same job, they have the same qualification, they should be paid equally. I don't really see anything wrong with that. Equal representation, like in the
Sorry,
government.
let me get you clear. Are you saying, because you started off by saying it has no business in Africa, but are you acknowledging, based on the fact that you're bringing up people like Chimamanda, are you acknowledging that it does exist in Africa?
Feminism does exist. In some way, I kind of agree with people that argue about feminism intelligently. Not what we are having in Africa, they are calling feminism. That's not feminism. So when you see what is going on in Africa, a majority, they've actually abused it to the extent that it's like a war against the society, a war against men, where the women will tell you, yeah, I'm cooking, you should also go and cook. You know, they want to be like men. If you watch, they are reducing it to the quality of men. Let me say responsibility. So when you see, for example, those that believe in God, God has given everybody their strength, men and women. For example, women have the capacity to carry a baby for 9 months. That's unique. Men don't. You know, so that is where the problem is coming from. Instead of for the women, for the African women, to beautify their quality and allow men to be men, they want to actually interchange it. They want to be men. So their own is more like war against men, you know, like it's a man that is saying it. I can't obey it. This is where the problem is in Africa. Majority of them really.
You are the only person that gotten the real definition of feminism. I rest my case.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Even though for father we not agree. Thank you. I'm just kidding. So that is where the problem is. But if you pay attention to the definition of the feminists, what they are fighting for, I think they are in line. For example, you have a female medical doctor, you have a male medical doctor. They are telling you pay them equal pay. I don't see anything wrong with that. If they have the same qualification, why not? If they have the same work experience, pay them equally. That's fair. It's when they are not abusing it. Evil people, when they are not abusing the way they are abusing in Africa, that is where it becomes a problem. That's the problem. Actually, if you listen to Chimamanda a lot, you will hear her explaining this stuff.
How are they abusing it?
I was just explaining it now. I was just explaining it. So they try to be men. The women in Africa now, they try to be men. So they don't understand. For example, they don't believe in leadership at home. That's a problem. Where you don't have leadership in the family is a problem. They believe evil at home. It's not that they don't. So if you want to look at it in terms of marriage settings, it's not a problem of equality. It's issue of, in marriage, man and woman are complementary. It's just like when you say complementary angles. You need both to complete a full cycle. If you have half, you cannot make it. So it's just like you have left and right hand. Both have different use. But when they come together, they can do more. You can use both to wash your hand very well. That is how it's supposed to come. When you are forming a family, women have their own qualities that they will bring to make a home. Men have their own qualities that they will bring, to support the woman to make a perfect home. So now they try to move from their own responsibility and get it to the field of men. Then you have a lot of
men. What do you mean by field of men? Like, because I need to follow up, man.
The responsibility of a man, right? It depends on how you want to define. It really depends on what you believe, right? It will be, for example, if you look at the typical responsibility of a man, men are to protect. They protect in general. They protect their home. They protect the society. Women don't have that capability.
So women cannot join the police and the military?
Women can join the police and the military, but still they don't have that capacity to protect as men.
So
how many women will go to war? How many, even if they are in the military, how many women will go to war and go to the war front?
That's what I'm saying. There were women warriors in Africa.
We know, but let's not dance around it. Answer the question: what percentage of women that can go to war front? What percent you think?
If the need arises, women will. I'm pretty sure when the Soviet
tell me any of the war that more than 2% of women fought. Tell me.
Percentage?
It's not ideal. It's not ideal. We can be honest and say it's not ideal.
Come on, man. Don't cause confusion. Yeah, you know all this.
Any society that decides to send their women to war, they are trying to destroy themselves.
Was it the First World War? Was it the Second World War? The other? Which war? Tell me. Go to Ukraine and Russia. I see.
Women are
backward. Look forward. Now, technology now will defend you in the future. Right.
But let's get back on track. Let's get back on track. The argument was about what feminism. The argument shifted. Hold on, okay. The argument shifted into feminism. I think we're basically talking about that lady and all the stuff that happened. It shifted towards feminism. But what I discovered was that they are saying some people define feminism as women just resisting the patriarchy versus
women and fighting for equality. The definition is not a one size fits all.
That's where you're coming from. That's where you are coming from. But in reality, they said for feminism to truly exist, a modern feminism to truly exist, it has to be conscious of itself. You can't say you want to be a Christian, but
define conscious of yourself, because I think you just want to disagree now.
No. You have to be conscious of the fact that you are in a movement that has an ideology, that has a goal in mind. Like if you are a socialist, you know you are a socialist. You can't practice socialism.
You don't have to be in a specified group. In fact, feminism is. In fact, no, you don't. In fact, feminism is.
But you have to know the ideology of what you are fighting.
In fact, feminism is such a new construct that most of the so-called, and I use that term loosely, I do not intend to offend anybody. In fact, most of the so-called feminists today are what you would call a one-man gang. They are not into any specified group, but they are all fighting for the same thing, which is basically equality and the demolition of the patriarchal terms that are, well, maybe terms is not the word I'm actually looking for. Well, the patriarchal society that they have found themselves in. So, like I said, it could be something as little as driving a car, or it could be something as big as fighting for equality in the job workspace, or for pay, or to serve in like a aforementioned dangerous employment like the military,
trade,
police. So all of this things encompass feminism. It's not just, this thing you're trying to carry into hot water and it turns to eba. That's feminism. No, that's not how it is. It's like
by that standard, then if the reason why your own argument would fail, because by that standard, you can go back 2,000, 5,000 years. There are women that are feminists by that standard. And
yes.
No,
that is what the scientific has been saying. What do you mean it can be?
It's wrong.
What do you mean it can be?
Ideologically,
just 1 second, please. Listen, it is a new term. It is a new English term, but that does not mean the actions carried out within the definition of that term hasn't existed preceding the term. It does not mean there haven't been people. Let me finish, sir. It does not mean there haven't been people that have carried out those actions that we term feminism today that lived 10,000 years ago. It doesn't mean every feminist has to have occurred after 1984.
How wrong you are. Hold on, AY. Let me take that thing on because I'm so certain that it's wrong. That's why I just
you guys will argue again. Now, just let me.
Calm down now. See, the point at the core of it is that you are mistaking somebody carrying out an act that looks like part of feminism as feminism itself. It's like me saying, if somebody, it's like, hold on, let me finish, please. It's like going back 2,000 years, 3,000 years, you find somebody worshiping and you call them Christians or Muslims.
If they worshipped, yes, you can.
Oh my God.
Let me prove you wrong now on a personal note, and AY is already smiling, and I believe he knows where I'm coming from. Let me give you.
No, you are doing it from the point
God damn it, let the other person land. You said you won't, and I'm saying you will, and let me
make your point.
Let me. Don't.
I didn't speak that long. So
I don't want to speak that long, but let me finish. You're not as smart as you think. Let me finish, okay? And AY is already smiling because yes, I will get like that because you annoy me a lot when you do these petty things. So just because the action is the terminology is new does not mean there hasn't been people that carried out the action preceding the time that this word was termed. AY, you on here. Why do Muslims say every prophet, starting from Adam, all the way to Jesus, is a Muslim? We have to remember, it's Muslim did not become a term until the 7th century. But Muslims look at people that were around 200, 300, 400,000 years ago and said they were Muslims. Why? Because the actions that they carried out were that of Islam, right or wrong.
True.
Thank you.
Now,
so the correlation, I'll get to the car. Let me finish, sir.
No, you are going on too long already. Don't let me finish. I just spoke for how many seconds, and you want to talk for the next 5 minutes or 30 hours?
I'm not talking for the next 5 minutes. Let me land my position.
You've already landed your point. Stop going on. I understand the point you are making. Are you going to land it in 15 seconds? If you're going to land it in 15 seconds, I'm going to let you talk.
You're very ignorant. Let the other person land.
See, hold on. I've given you more time than you deserve. So now let me finish the point that he's making. He's saying because in their Quran they believe in a specific prophet. Do they believe in Hare Krishna? Did they believe in Vishnu?
If the Hare Krishna, this is what.
Hold on. Can you be quiet, please? Can you be quiet?
This guy is a fucking.
Can you just be quiet? Did they believe in Amadioha?
These guys.
Did they believe
if the Amadioha, you ask a question. If the Amadioha or the Hare Krishna performed actions in the way that the Muslims do today, they will be Muslims. Because the Hare, let me finish. Oh my God, this guy is freaking insane.
Stop ranting. Are you telling me if Amadioha, if somebody during that period prayed to the Most High God, they are Muslim? Not your God, though. They say they are praying to Allah to marry.
Again, listen. Do this. Take a deep breath and try to.
Let me answer him. Let me answer him. Let me answer the question.
If somebody is praying to Amadioha or praying to God marry, whether they are Muslims.
How can you ask a person a question, anyway, please, and you mute them? You are not in this to
answer the question. You wanted to start with.
Let me answer. You are not a judge. You are not judge executioner. Let the person answer. You're not the smartest person here. Let people speak.
Don't go on for long.
So you can't tell me you're not going for long. Let me explain. This is your problem. You don't.
Forefather, calm down.
No, you cannot go on for 5 minutes.
I don't have a window. You ask
but it can't just be arguing.
You have to listen. You don't know what you're talking about. Let the person answer.
I'm timing you now.
You think you come on here to win, and you're not intelligent in this matters. And this is why I always say, go study. So this is the thing. Your question, again, because you're not well read. Your question. If the person that practices Amadioha or Ifa, in fact, myself and AY have spoken in private with someone that was a traditional worshiper. And we found a lot of similarities in their tenets and Islamic tenets. AY, right or wrong? So if that person practices like a Muslim, then you would rightfully call them a Muslim. I don't know what is so hard to understand about that.
What does like a Muslim mean? What does that even mean?
Thank you. So this is where you should have done. Now you're becoming a little smarter. So this is what you should have asked from the start. That what are the tenets of Islam? So the tenets of Islam, of course.
Of Islam, I'm asking you. How does the person pray that makes them become Muslim? Because I'm saying the person. No, you're not listening. I asked him a specific question. He didn't answer. I said if the person is praying to Amadioha, is the person Muslim? That's what I asked him.
You have to. I did answer.
Is that person Muslim?
Wait, Adama, please 1 second. Let me scramble his brain a little bit more. 1 second, please. So your problem is you want to come on here to win. So 13 seconds. So look at him talking over me. Like, God damn it, let the other person speak, bro.
You had your chance.
Why are you so childish? This is why you just come on here and just talk. So if you, God damn it, I know it's a trick. You think you're gonna throw me off and I won't remember what I want to say. You're just childish. if the person, again, that practices Ahmadiyya does it like a Muslim, now your question should have been, what are the tenets of Islam? The tenets of Islam are very simple. And this is why they don't call them. Oh my God.
That's the problem. You don't understand the concept of the question I'm asking you at all. I said, if that person is worshiping as a religion, does that make that person a Muslim? Because you are sorry. Because this is what I don't like what this guy does. He doesn't, it's like, I don't understand why you keep confounding things. The argument was about feminism and the action that makes something feminist. Is it resisting patriarchy that makes somebody a feminist?
Well, now you're taking hold
on. I'm going to conceptualize because you just waffle on and on. I'm not going to let you escape from the original point. Your argument was that anybody that resists patriarchy, that makes that person feminist. I'm saying there's an element of consciousness. There's an ideology behind feminism that needs, just like socialism. That's my argument. So hold on. Now I'm gonna land it here. Then I asked, because you are arguing the other way around, and I said, if somebody now is worshiping this is another religion, but it's still worshiping in the sense that feminism is also resisting patriarchy. It's a form of, they have similarity, they are worshiping. Does that make that person a Muslim? Because now a Muslim is a totally different religion. You see my point?
Okay.
It's a totally different religion.
No, you don't have a point. Your problem is you're too power.
Even if they are all worshiping God, it's a totally different religion. That's why I'm trying to tell you that there's
your problem is you hear people. Sorry, Adama, I'm very sorry.
Okay, please, can we say something? Can I say something?
Your problem is that you enter conversations to win it, not to learn. I believe everybody here, everybody on here has heard me define. You were speaking of.
Forget it. Can you let other
please? Can we allow
just let Adam moderate for some time to Naija rest small.
There's no win an argument.
You are Bubure need to chill, to be honest.
You don't have to chill anything. I'm speaking about something because he wants to win. He has the mic. He mutes you. There he goes again. He mutes you. He doesn't want to hear anything you have to say. You ask about you. I get.
It doesn't mean anybody wins an argument. Why do you always have to talk about winning argument?
Well, listen. I gave an example. The only Adama, please 1 second. The only reason I gave an example about the Middle East and Islam was because of what you said. And I'm trying to explain to you why the definition is broad. All right? To toot my own horn, this is something I've taught. All right? So, again, with reference to Islam, if a person, what you have to do from jump, if you were astute enough, would have been to question and say, what makes a person a Muslim? And then I would have had to explain, maybe not to AY, but obviously to yourself and anybody else that understands on the panel, that it just means the main criteria is worshiping one God without any partners and not worshiping idols, but they are subcategories. Now, if the person that worships Ahmadiyya adheres to these things, then he is a Muslim in the definition, under the definition of Islam. If he deviates by even one, then he's not a Muslim.
Okay.
So this is why I was trying to. There he goes. There he goes. Very eager to respond. So this is why.
You are worrying about Islam. You're not looking at the idea. The concept is worship. It doesn't matter how the person worships. Don't you understand it? The concept is that. Does that mean
the concept?
Naija, please, can I say something, please?
Adama, please go ahead. This guy has a brick for brains. Right.
Please,
Adama, please go ahead. This guy's insane.
We need to be mindful when we are talking.
Understand what I'm saying?
Oh, to Naija, please. Can I say something to Naija? For a moderator, with all due respect, I love the way you moderate, but sometimes you become a panelist that is so hard for me to. I'd like, are you moderating or are you a panelist?
I'm a
I have no
panelist and
problem.
a moderator.
Or your both. But you can't do
It's
both, Ade.
possible, yeah? No, actually,
You
you
can't
can.
do
You'll be
both,
surprised what is possible in
No,
this
it's
world.
true. No, but what I'm trying to say
I think some
is,
people already claiming that the feminists
no,
exist 5,000 years ago and 10,000 years ago. You'll be surprised. And you are one of
but
them
to
too.
Nigeria, this is what I'm
And
trying
that
to
was
say.
why
If
I
you're
asked
doing
you. Well,
both,
Adama, hold on one
can
second,
I say
please.
something?
Did
Can I say
Muslims
something? Then you
exist
ask
10,000
me.
years ago?
Can I say something? To Nigeria, you
Muslims.
should be if you're
Look at it. His brain is
multitasking,
lagging.
please. Okay, please, let's stop. Please, let's mute ourselves it's not your turn to talk. If you're multitasking, Dr. Shola has been here since. And we've been doing this back and forth with Boom. And you guys, both of you know that your arguments, you can go arguing for hours. But that's not what we came here for. Let's acknowledge other panelists to speak and move on instead of getting stuck on the same thing and we're repeating ourselves over and over and over like a broken record.
And that is
Thank
right.
you.
They were having a bromance earlier. I
She's
even
right,
sent them money to buy some drinks.
She's right. Let's get on with it. Let's ignore AY and move on to.
I didn't want to disturb them. I saw Buburi and Fofather having a bromance on this show. I'm like,
mind
wow.
him. He just starts insulting me.
Now you guys are fighting.
Because he doesn't listen.
Don't
It's
mind
like
him. He doesn't listen. He doesn't know
Don't
he's
start again. Don't start
Okay,
again.
it's
Please.
okay. Don't start again.
His comprehension level
Let's hear
just
from
is on zero.
Let's hear from
Like,
different persons.
crazy.
At least let's hear from General Shoraji. Is very neutral. He just coming. Let's hear from him so you guys can keep the argument.
Shola, thank you for joining us. I really appreciate it. Thank you. You came at the rough time, but it's all right. We are all welcome. So, what do you make of the conversation so far?
I greet you all, and I don't want to start mentioning names, but I've been a fan of this particular YouTube.
You can mention my name, my brother, if you wish. Yeah.
Mani, AY, Dr. Adama, Sazonia, Forefathers, OVA.
Don't mention my name. We don't need that for people.
I appreciate you all, guys. I've been watching you guys behind the scene for almost 5 hours after I came back from my clinic. But I discovered that when we come to discuss issues, we don't have to force our idea into another person's throat. I mean, you don't have to say what you think you feel about a particular subject and move on. You can't force me to like your idea. No way. And there's no way you tell someone that I want to teach you. Yeah, teach me what? I mean, if you want to, you say what I want to say. Don't say I want to teach you. Teach me what? What are you going to teach me? So we should be mindful that all of us here were intelligent, we're brilliant, we're Nigerians. So I just want to encourage us that when we come here, let's make it more respectful, and let's not let's understand each other, let's listen to each other, one another, and then let's try to make a constructive statement and contribution. That said, I think the issue Dr. Adama raised was the reason, that's why I came up, is that the issue of feminism has been on in Africa, but we didn't actually capture it well. And I will say it as a Yoruba man. I know that Jagun made a very good submission that nothing like that. I agree with you from the perspective you look at it. From the farm, the men going to the farm and the women going to the market. You are absolutely right. But I'm looking at it from another angle, in that in the family system, the man has so much power that he can do and undo in the family setup. The woman has no say, even in the cultural setting. The woman has no so much say on the issue of the family if the man is not there. And I've seen some families that they don't want to invest in women education because they believe that after the woman after she graduates from school, she will go to the husband's house. So they don't want to invest in the woman. They rather put the investment in the boys. And I practiced in the North. I was born in the North. I practiced in the North before I came over to Canada. I know that certain time when I'm in the emergency in the North, the father is away. Even the father is away. Maybe he's going on a trip. Maybe he's a contractor or a politician out of town, and then the kids are sick. The mother will not bring the kid to the clinic, to the hospital. Why? Because she has not received the go-ahead from the man. So in most cases, or in some cases, the child will be so bad that by the time the man came back from his journey, it will be too late to do anything, because that's when the man will say, now take the child to the hospital. Then it will be too late to do anything to salvage this child. Why? Because the woman has no power to make a decision without the man. So that issue has been there. So it depends on how you are looking at it. So everybody is right, but it depends on how you are looking at it. So the issue of feminism has been on in Nigeria for so long. However, when the British came, colonized us, they brought education. And that same spirit that we had of not giving that woman that power to take that responsibility, to take some actions when the man is not around, we now brought that spirit, that attitude into the Western, the white collar job. You know, that's why we don't have opportunities for the women. The men took everything because that's who we are. Because that structure has been there, and that was translated and transferred into what to call the system we have now, the white collar system that we have now. And that's why the women are clamoring for more opportunities, more chances to be represented in different facets of our government or functional system. So we cannot say that there's no feminism, but it depends how experienced, where you are, the kind of system where you grew up, and how exposed you are, you're exposed to all these things. So for me, I've seen it. It's been there in our culture, because the women do not have that kind of power to take sole responsibility without the man. In fact, investment into any woman, to a girl child, is considered as a waste, because she will take that education and that power and go to the husband's house. So how will I train a child? How will I train a girl that will not be useful to me? So I will rest my case.
No, indeed. Can I ask you a question, Brad? Shala, can I ask you a question, please? My question is, I've understood your submission, and as I'm listening to it, it's quite historical, and indeed it is contained in Africa and Nigeria. Let me now bring you up to date. We have a panel here. There are very many educated women in the comment section. Who is it that should further empower these individual women they have a lot to say, but they cannot bring themselves onto the platform? Should men become women in order to allow them on? Or what's the responsibility of men in raising women? Because for me, women are women, just as men are men. And women basically behave like themselves. They do for themselves. And we, as modern men, if you like, we know how to respect women. But my respect for women doesn't mean I should turn into their girlfriend or into another woman in order for me to respect women. I remain a man. A woman is not going to reduce me to a female as they want to do. I don't only own this to our black women, or all women across the board, all women in the world. What I found out, I know a lot of women, and I know their psyche. And I always ask them, do you want me to be your girlfriend, or do you want me to be your man?
What's going on?
Or do you want me to be your man, or do you want me to be do you want me to be feminine in order for me to dialogue with you? Is that what is correct in your mind, or what do you think of it? Bring it up to date.
Yeah, Jago, thanks for that questions with so much information. You have to understand women generally, and Adama will agree with me. We are not wired like women. Women are made of a lot of emotions, and the way they see things are not the way we see things. So therefore, in their own mind, we have to understand that we as a man, we are supposed to support them and bring them up, and not to treat them the way we treat your fellow man. You know what I mean? You and I, we are wired the same. I'm just saying. So we need to understand where they're coming from so that we can bring them up and give them. I'm not saying you should turn yourself to a woman. But
Well, that's what you see. This is where I agree with you in terms of understanding women and their emotions. But it seems to me that largely women would want to reduce us to men in order for them to find their space. I have always worked in the corporate world, and there are women that push themselves to be like men, or that is the extreme level. Or the opposite side of that is that they would stay quiet, form groups, and now start bringing levels to the table that would allow them more space within a working environment. You can almost say a man's environment. I'm saying, is this balanced?
So
is this balanced?
So
Jago, I have a question for you.
You're mentioning my name now. Now, wow,
yes,
the person that didn't want.
Jago, I have a question for you.
Before you ask that question,
What you said caught my attention, so I have a question for you. My question for you is this, Jago. So if I was married to you as a man, given what
Never.
you just said,
You can't be married to me.
Okay, no, it's a hypothetical question, please, because we're having conversation to learn from one another. So you have a problem with me coming on a public space or being a moderator on a public space, based on what you just said?
No, I'm not. You see, you don't understand the kind of man I am, which is fair enough. But why I'm troubled with you personally is that you use your power as a tool to destroy, not to learn. You misuse your power. You don't know how to use your power, as far as I'm concerned. You have a way of an authority, but you can't be authority over me. That's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. I love women. I love strong women. I don't even like women without personality or who are sheepish. That's not my type of woman. What you haven't understood about me is that I have my own balance. I do not quiver at what the world tells me. The world can tell me all kinds of rubbish. Me, I don't believe any of it. And I don't position myself along with it. Many people on this platform, I can see that the world is telling them so much rubbish, and then they come and repeat rubbish on this channel. Me, I'm not like that. I am my own person. I don't care what you have to say. I don't care what authority you think you have, but you don't have any authority over me. That's me. You have no authority over me. None. Zero. Zilch.
But is the argument is the argument that feminism does not exist in Africa, or the argument is that it has no place in Africa? Because I'm hearing two conflicting.
Yeah.
I'm hearing two conflicting arguments, and I think it's thrown off someone like myself and Eccentricast, if he's still here, or it was thrown off. So what is the argument? It exists, like Mr. Sola said, or it has no place in Africa? Because this is the argument I see, like yourself, AY, and everybody else.
Sure. I appreciate what you said and what you're directing it to me. Feminism in itself is troubling to me. It's not because I do not believe in the power of women, or because I'm very aware of today and where we are in today's world. And I feel strongly that women are seriously needed in our society today. Strong women are seriously needed. Leadership from women is needed. I would support any woman who is strong and can lead. But I do not want to conflate issues, especially historical issues, that many of us seem not to appreciate. Many of us seem not to appreciate that in Africa, before the European came, we had a society that was well constructed, well organized. So much so that a woman could rise to queenship, that a woman could rise as a warrior. There have been many African female warriors, to the tune, if you take a place like Benin next door to us, that was Dahomey before, they had a warrior group of women who were formidable. You think I don't respect
Let
who
me
they
add
were?
to it.
But
Let
wait,
me
don't
add-
add by disturbing me, my friend. Wait, this is a serious thing. See, wait, this is a
I need
serious
to
thing.
answer the question.
Can we wait for me to land?
Now, why are we like this? We just hog the mic. We don't allow other people to talk. Why do we do this?
You do. You're the champion of it. So be quiet for a minute. Please allow me to land. Please allow me to. Please allow me to land. Please don't disturb me. I was asked the question by an intelligent person, and he asked.
For 5 hours now.
I haven't. What's the matter with you? The thing is to me. The thing is to me. The embarrassment that you should be taking is that Adama has been trying her best to teach you how to moderate. She's been trying to teach you, and you are not learning anything. Let me finish.
Jago, you distorted that question. Let me answer that question.
No, just let me finish. You with your crazy judgments. Yeah. Boom Boom Ray. Forgive all the interruption, but you know where we are.
That's not it. What did I do?
I do.
That's not me.
I do not take away from your point of view.
Can you just focus and just make your statement for 1 minute so that
is this fair? Is this fair? Is this fair? It's as though I'm speaking nothing. I'm speaking something.
You are speaking something, but you can't just go on forever.
My God, it's because I speak fast. I haven't taken 2 minutes. Just be quiet and learn something. Try and learn.
You have.
What I'm saying to you, Boom Boom Ray, my brother, is that your aspect, I believe, I may be wrong, but it is to teach people the importance of women and the fact that women have acted well within our society. But I don't think you should stretch the meaning of the word feminism in order to get your point across. I know that you're more intelligent than that. Me and you both know that feminism has a meaning, and that meaning stems from somewhere. Where it stems from is not African. That's all. I don't know if you appreciate that.
No.
Thank you.
1 minute. Let me answer the question. 1 minute. I need to answer the question
Let me pull back on the.
Let me answer the question.
Let him speak now. He hasn't spoken for a while. And
1 minute.
Exactly.
See my man beginning to moderate now. See him after 5 hours.
The question you asked, right? You see,
I thought it was a 1 minute.
He can go. He said 1 minute. He can go.
Yeah, 1 minute. It's not like you guys now. It's not like you guys and Jago. Yeah,
don't worry. 1 minute from you.
He will allow me 1 minute. So the question Boom Ray asked, right? Actually, the real feminism that we are defining, it cut across board all over the world. So an African woman, a boy and a girl child should have equal opportunity to go to school. Women should be protected against violence, against discrimination. Women should be, if they are qualified, they should be offered equal employment opportunities. This is about justice. There is nothing wrong about this kind of feminism. Africa should uphold it. However, there is a problem in Africa as regard to feminism, where a lot of women don't understand this definition of feminism. They come with a lot of hate. They think feminism is about fighting with men. It's about grabbing power from men. They take it to their homes. This is where the problem is in Africa. That is what we need to address. Feminism, as the true meaning of feminism as it relates to justice, There is nothing wrong. Even
so
in
basically,
Africa.
you're saying feminism exists.
Feminism,
you don't mind it so far as gender roles, traditional gender, African gender roles
they
are
are
there
not
too.
imparted.
That's what you're saying.
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
So I believe in feminism, not the abuse of the word feminism, where even some women now see it as opportunity to fight with men, to think it's all about power struggle in the home. This is where my problem is. But when it comes to the real feminism, absolutely, there is no problem with that. I think I'm a feminist in that way. So I will also protect the women. I will defend them. So if I have a boy child and a girl child, I will not even think, should this one go to a lesser school? Should this one? I will make sure
Hold on there.
go to the
Let me
same
try to.
education.
Okay, after this speak,
Let them have access to the same
Women, you give me 1
education.
minute.
That's basically what I'm saying. So that is where I stand. For father, I'm talking.
Nice. I'm gonna be quick.
Okay, you let him speak. Thank you, boss. Thank
you.
Don't mind all these adults that are just fighting themselves. Just go. Thank you.
Oh, it was good. What I would say is the feminism ideology. Yeah, what y'all are talking about from a right standpoint is the first wave of feminism. What these contemporary women are espousing today is the third and the fourth wave of feminism. People in Africa adopting that is horrible. It's going to erode your culture. Then, if you pay by price, they're going to be like, that's oppressing women. So you can't have this third and fourth wave of feminism without eroding your culture, and that's the problem.
That's what
well said, brother. Well said.
Exactly. You finish it.
You said something. I noticed that Shola.
Give me 1 minute. Let me put it back on Emmanuel, please.
No, I agree with Shola. I'm saying the same thing with Shola. I'm saying
push back.
All right. See, I think we are missing.
Let's keep it snappy so that it moves around. Nobody should hug it. 1 minute so that it moves around.
You Nicole, are you going to hug?
Including me.
When Shola said men were having too much power, you forget to factor on the times that we are in then, right? We are still in the agricultural revolution. The work is physical. You need protection, clear and all that kind of a thing. So that's what empowered the man. Actually, in a way, domesticated the woman, the woman side of the family. But as we evolve, what you are seeing is due to the fact that the workspace that used to be masculine in nature is no longer there, thanks to technology. Anybody can do that. That's why I was pushing back on those that say, a woman cannot defend me, woman cannot defend the future. The future belongs to autonomous AI and what have you. It doesn't matter who is mounting that behind the scene. So the world we are going to, this idea, woman is being denied this, it will be automatically vanish. So that's why I'm pushing back on those that are saying the African feminism is a new thing. It's a new thing based on what? Based on the fact that the Western civilization is pushing it on us. We have to accept it by all means. There was no time our women rise in history that I'm aware of, that women rise against men in the society, that because they deny them this, they are right. That never happened.
So even if women have the ability to work, even with autonomous robots, for example, but they have less equal pay in the workplace, or are given more responsibilities but less opportunities to rise. You think.
My point here is that.
Well, I haven't even finished the question, sir. But yeah, go ahead.
There is no time in our age that women rose up and fighting for any kind of equality. Anytime women rise, it is due to something that affects the entire family, just like the task you referred to earlier on, right? So this idea of work, the modern work, is born out of what industrialization.
Are you talking about the African woman, or are you talking about? Oh boy, here we go.
1 minute. I think Shola.
Whoa, man, they can have a conversation. It's all right.
Why do you people struggle with rules?
What rules?
Please, go ahead. 1 minute. We just agreed now. You asked me what are you doing.
Dude, these are the questions you're supposed to be asking. These are the questions you're supposed to be asking that everybody else is asking.
Then I will ask questions.
You want to talk instead.
Go ahead.
God damn it.
Adama.
If you don't want to be here, you can leave. I don't know what kind of
the question you asked.
I wanted to put in, and now the other one is talking.
Yes. Yes.
Eh?
I'm listening, Jack.
Don't listen to him. Why are you listening to him? I'm trying to bring Shola in, and you're listening to him. Nobody should be listening to him.
You're not following this conversation. You're not following this conversation at all.
You know you were talking. You were talking for how many minutes?
So what? I have something to say.
Oh boy, Shola, please go ahead.
You're like an old Shola. Let me ask, please. I know Forefather has issues. He has issues.
Oh, stop. Allow Shola to speak. Shola, please go ahead.
Okay.
Mental stability issues. Now you get them.
Okay, I think.
Jack, could you please share the link, please, on the comment section? Thank you.
Okay.
What do you think about my answer? And what is your level about feminism?
I'll come back to it. Let Mr. Shola. I heard your answer. Go ahead.
Okay, good. Lastly, if I may, what is stopping women from coming on this show? Please, these are my questions. Sorry, Shola.
Yeah. So,
if you were a woman, would you want to come on the show?
Me personally.
Yeah.
Come on and beat everybody up the same way Adama is doing.
If you don't want to behave, you're acting rowdy. I will take you back. This is the only reason why
I'm not rowdy. Stop putting these labels on me.
Are you saying our women are not feminine enough to come on here?
Notice it. If you keep stopping the show, I will take you backstage.
Here we go.
Please,
Hitler.
Please.
Hitler.
You can't stunt the conversation. You don't have a right to do that.
You're the stunter of all conversations.
Go ahead, Shola.
Yeah, so Ewa, you spoke very well, and I like your submission. I think the reason why some women might be behaving the way you said, sometimes they want to have it by force or have their way, is that some of them may be having some past experience from how they've been dealt with by men. You know, past experiences can inform the way people behave. Let people have a past traumatic experience from men where they're not allowed to express themselves, or they're being denied some of their right. So it will be premature for us to just conclude and say, we don't like how they behave. Perhaps maybe taking a step backward and asking such women what really happened, you know. And this is one of the reasons why some women might be too pushy. I want to have it their way, you know, because they don't want to feel be cheated and be relegated because of their gender. That is one. Number two, some female may just maybe grow up within the setting where there are a lot of males. You know, when there are many boys, she is the only girl among them. You expect her to be able to manifest some of the character of masculine, you know, things like that. So I think for us, we should take each case by case, the way we handle ladies. So for me, I think for us as men, it doesn't reduce us to be that maybe we are weakling, but if we treat them as knowing fully well that they are XX, they are not XY, should treat them with respect. I bet you a lot of them will come to this show. But if we are going to shut them down, not allow them to express themselves, treat them as if, you know, for example, we're playing soccer. You're not going to play soccer against females. We're going to play soccer among ourselves. We're going to show ourselves muscles, right? You're not going to play soccer against female. Your female is going to be female is not going to be your opponent generally. So when you have females among us, we should treat them with respect and let them know that these people, this set of this gender, they have a lot of emotions the way they are wired. So, but if we are going to treat them men, I'm telling you, we will not even see them here, and it doesn't show that we are strong anyways. And I want to tell you one thing: the good manager.
You have 1 minute, man. You can't go on for try to keep it.
He has something to say. Let him finish.
We already agreed on it. Move on. And we want it to be snappy so that it goes round. Who wants to say something anymore? Anybody wants to say something? Before me, I say my 1 minute. Okay.
I mean, you've bypassed me. All I did was ask questions because I know if I start talking, Hitler over there is going to try to shut me down. So is it okay, Your Highness, if I speak a little bit?
You're welcome, my son. Welcome, my son. You're welcome. Now go ahead.
Oh, man. Nah, good. I'm just fucking with you. I'm fucking with you.
Go ahead now. Oh, you know, okay. I want to ask AY, you were saying
I was just playing around.
I have a
question
question
about
for you.
children.
What's your position on this thing? What is your position
I wanted to
on
ask AY a question.
I'm asking you a question. Like, what is your position on this whole feminist thing that we're talking
69. Position
on the
69.
feminist thing? I am against toxic feminism. That's basically what AY was trying to describe by, saying some of all those ones that attack men, that always want to go to a lawyer, go for divorce immediately. They are very happy to be single parents, or those toxic feminists, and some of them want to be like men. They are happy to be single parents. They don't even want to have children. They want to have cats.
Let me interrupt you. Let me just interrupt 1 second, please. But that's not feminism. And again, I'm going to defer that question. Just the woman. I'm going to defer that to AY again. AY, for example, the people that everybody on this panel will see and say that's but I asked for permission. I just said a minute, okay? It's okay. The bee's gonna come out. The bee's gonna come out of the backside. Just 1 second. So, this again is to AY. For example, and why I'm saying that is not feminism, even though people tell me that's feminism. AY, for example, there's some people that you see they're Muslim mullahs, right, or imams or hafaz. But someone like Cannon will come on here and say, whoa, like those Muslims in the north, they're very fetish. Yourself and myself know that those guys in the Muslim community are not Muslims. We know they're magicians disguising as Muslims just to encourage people to go astray. So in the same vein, that's why I interrupted you, forefathers. When the women that are like fighting the men or having these crazy views of feminism that I think you guys are against, they're not feminists. Maybe they just...
That's why I call it toxic. They're not the normal feminists. They are toxic. That's why I try to divide them, that they are not proper feminists. They are the damaging one. As a matter of fact, if you look at now, they are about to release Odysseus, I think, a movie where they are trying to play Achilles with a transgender female. I'm confused. She's a man now, and she was a woman before. This is confusing. I can't believe I'm confused how to describe this. She was a woman before, but now he is a man, and he wants to play Achilles in Odysseus, and a lot of people are angry about it. And then again, they went and took another black woman to play the princess, I think Princess of Troy. So a lot of conversation is going on about it. So I believe that some of all those things that they are doing is toxic, and it's not helping society in any way. So, but the question I wanted to ask AY was about when he was saying something about educating women and men. You have to do both, because I think when we are saying that, and I think Shola highlighted that too, is maybe because of the practices before now, because society is patriarchal. Let's say you have limited resources. You have 2 children, you can only fund one to school. Let's say your school fees was 50,000 naira, and you have 60,000 naira. Are you going to say you should educate the girl first, knowing that girl, in the context that they were in before?
We have gone over 1 minute, though. This 1 minute doesn't work. It's not enough time. It doesn't. You've gone over 1 minute. You've gone over.
I'm just asking the question.
You've gone over 1 minute. You can't even keep up to your own law.
You want me to stop? I will stop.
You're lawless.
It's going to allow you to obey the rules with me. I will stop.
I want Adama to answer my question I asked 5 hours ago.
Oh, look at that. Adama, please go ahead. 1 minute. Oh, no. There's no restriction with the women. It's all right.
Yeah, there shouldn't be.
Adama, please go ahead.
That's not right.
Please, you can go. I'll wait. I'll respond to his question. Go ahead, sir.
Okay.
Change the conversation. Change the topic.
Should I go ahead? Okay. Well,
No,
I think we're going
okay, no, okay, just said it's not right. He just came in, so I think it's fair we allow him air his view. Then I'll answer this
No.
question.
What I mean is that allowing giving you more minutes because you're a woman. That's not right. Which everybody should be equal. So that's what because that's this conversation. This is the conversation about feminism. Treating everybody as equal.
Yeah, the feminist should extend to men.
Okija is correct. Okija is correct. The only thing is, Okija is correct. No, he's correct. The only thing, 1 minute is too small. 1 minute doesn't allow someone to expand.
So if you and your wife want to go out and you holding the door for her to get in now is a problem, isn't it? You said she's a feminist.
No, but Adama, do you know some women will push back and say, "Why did you open the door for me? I've had that happen to me before."
They've asked Chimamanda that question.
Why did you open the door for me? You think I'm not capable of it? I was damn.
Why do we have to hold the door? You hold the door for everyone, for male or female. If you are in a good position to hold the door.
I don't even know the woman. I was entering a building and she came behind me. She was coming out. I opened the door, let her come through. She looked at me and, "Why are you opening the door for me?"
Yeah, it has happened to me before.
That happens a lot.
She's a feminist. She's a feminist.
What'd you say? Yeah, there you go.
She's a feminist.
All right.
No, those are those.
Maybe she's not feminist. Maybe she's just looking at you as dodgy.
Feminism is a culture in the West.
Not with a $7,000 bill in his suits. There's no dodgy about me. The fuck out of here.
Listen, Okija said I want him to talk. He said it needs to be equal rights, which I agree with. But at the same time, it's okay. Go ahead. You can talk. I don't have a problem with it, sir. Go ahead.
No. It's your turn.
Can I put a petition
No.
to
Go ahead.
forefather?
Go ahead.
He hasn't said anything at all. So when he goes to give
Forefather.
more time to speak.
Forefather.
Don't forefather me. Maybe let
if Adama wants me to talk, then I have to talk then.
Wow.
Okay, actually, I came here to correct what's his name today? The guy that changed his name, or whatever. So
Saxonia.
Who, me?
He said something about women, whatever. It's not a riot, it's about women's movement, whatever. That it was feminism. It had nothing to do with feminism. Actually, it was anti-feminism because they didn't want to pay taxes. That was why men were paying taxes. So they protested that you can't count us as men. We are not men. So men pay taxes. We don't have to pay taxes. So it was anti-feminism actually.
But in that definition, you could say it was, but the fact that they led a riot and they stood up for their own rights without waiting for the males.
It's not a riot. It's not a riot.
That is really
whatever definition we want to use, because I do know it was anti-tax. Because he asked me, well, I did say that. We know that. But what I'm saying, and sorry, Okija, of course, I'm not trying to disrespect you, but what I'm saying is the term feminism is it's broad. It's not a one-size-fits-all. So you're seeing it from one angle.
Okay, and also one other thing he said is he talked about he says this all the time about property, that women they don't get property in Igbo land. That's a big fat lie.
Okay, God bless you. May your days
that's a big fat lie.
Who said that?
For instance, let me in Okija. I'm from a village, and every village comprised of kindred. My kindred, our father, the one that our father, where we live now, we have big land, more than our cousins, who's supposed to be our cousins, because the father, the father-in-law from our father gave our mother, land, a big, huge land, so that we live there. So we have more land, than the cousins. If Onitsha, if you go to Onitsha, Obosi is a suburb in Onitsha. Fege is a suburb in Onitsha. The land or more of a family, or the matriarch, the mother from Obosi, when she got married, Obosi, or the father gave her all the land that they're part of furniture. Obosi, or that Fege. They used to belong to Obosi, and they gave this land. So you will be talking about this all the time.
Okay. First of all, I didn't bring that up. I don't know if you're referring to me. I never.
You said it today.
No, again, listen to me. I didn't bring it up. This is what I said. I reiterated what others had already said previously about it. But I just stand by that, because I think what you do, it's a fallacy. Are you trying to tell us right now that all over Igbo land, women are allowed to inherit land, or in the majority of places, women are not allowed to inherit land? I hear you talk about understand.
Let me educate you. Okay, before in the old days, people lived together. Okay, kindred, they live together. You can't have another person from another kindred come and live inside your kindred. So what they do when women when they got married, so you have to go to your husband's house and inherit with your husband. So the land, here, we can't give you land here because we don't want you, because you're getting married.
I know all of this.
Hold on, I'm educating you. You can't.
No, you're not educating me. You don't know where I'm from, but
that's the way they used to do it. Okay, so but in Igbo land, what they have what they call Idu, like where a woman marries, they whatever supposed to be her portion, they do it in gift. They buy things for her. So when the son is getting married, they don't do that for the son, but the wife, the son's wife, their family would do that. So that's Igbo culture. But these days, when now people have a proper. When this thing was happening, people were living together. They were just living, Kija. They were not going to Obosi, US. So when things started changing, people now owning properties in different places. People give their daughters. I have so many Igbo men I know that gave their daughters, properties.
Kija.
So yeah, but
my question was very simple.
The one that is inside, homeland, where kindred thing. But you can.
So there, in a nutshell, Okija, there are the vast majority of clans and tribes and families all over Igbo land. Women cannot inherit land.
They can inherit land somewhere else, but not within their kindred.
Again, so in a nutshell, all over Igbo land, women are not allowed to inherit land. It is changing. It is getting better in quotes, but overwhelmingly, everywhere else.
I don't know what else to answer you, because I've answered the question.
It just told you within in the kindred, and I think it does make sense too. I don't know why we struggle with this thing. Because
this is very important here.
We are running a patriarchal system. You can't have the woman inherit the land and take the land.
I do understand that.
It's not necessarily patriarchal, though. It's patrilineal.
Patrilineal. Thank you. So the bottom, listen, this is the bottom line. No matter how you guys want to skew, slice, and dice it, the bottom line is, over time, in Igbo land, women were not allowed to inherit from their fathers because they looked at them as belonging to their husband. Things are changing, but in the overwhelming majority, even today, in 2026, because there are families right now as we speak going to courts. I could talk about familial laws.
Yeah.
To inherit land. Look at him just saying, okay, just keep quiet.
Okay. So
there are families. Okay, just 1 second. There are families in Igbo land today, which Eccentric has brought this up various times, and I'm supporting it, where the women cannot inherit land. Yes or no, regardless of if it belongs to the whole family or central.
No. It's okay. It's okay. Ask your question.
Right.
And also, okay, let me comment on what you just said. Okay, I think I thank you for your submission, because everything he said to me, everything he just said makes perfect sense. 100%. If you are trying to strike a balance based on the culture we are operating, because he talked about some of the things they do for the women that they don't do for the men too, but we don't pick up on that.
That's not the point.
No, but that is also the point, because you are looking at it from that it is against women. But you are not looking at the one that is against the men.
Is not meant for
that's not the point. The point we are talking about is inheritance of land from the fathers by Igbo women. Yeah, I know you want to just argue and hear yourself talk.
Let me ask you. Let me ask you, Okija.
And I agree, Okija, that things are. Okija, I agree with.
Hold on. You've been arguing this point over and over again, whether they inherit land or they don't inherit land. Okija, what is the name of that thing you say they do for the women, please?
It do or something like that.
What does it involve? Does it just involve a yam or a lot of stuff?
No, like properties. It depends if you have money. It depends. People didn't have money when they were farming. It's not that people having some other properties. So usually what if you have money, you buy cars, you buy land, you buy properties. People that I know, like
so you mean you could even give your daughter a land or house?
Yeah, somewhere. Yeah,
it is not okay. Again, the question I don't understand why we skew this conversation. Is it the norm? If you say by percentage, let's say by percentage, because you're a very, very intelligent person, and I wish it was just me and you minus this moderator that don't know what you're doing. Listen, by percentage, how much percent of the Igbo ethnicity would you say a woman is allowed to inherit property on the demise of her father?
There is evidence on the comment section.
I'm not going to answer that question because I haven't done this the polling or the statistics. But what I
understand, just assume.
Okay, but what I'm telling you is that in a situation where I know that rich people I know. Like growing up in Onitsha. I'm just telling you the one I know. Growing up in Onitsha, rich people that their daughter got married, they give them, things, land.
Okay, Onitsha, Obosi. Yeah. All right, let's go to Olu, or let's go to Okija, or let's go to Aladima or somewhere. What's the tradition over there?
Bro, you know that people are poor in Nigeria.
I do understand that.
Let the lady speak, and she has experienced it probably. I don't know.
Please. Experience what?
No,
you're not married. I would just say maybe you've.
Experience what?
Experience the community.
No, I mean in terms of Udon. What is
Please.
Like that, what Okija said now, maybe you heard it.
Yeah, they don't want to hear that because they know I'm bottling their BS. There's a community in Igbo land where if a woman loses her husband, the husband's family takes all her properties and they cut her.
I was gonna mention that, but I knew he was gonna get mad, so I just said, you know what? Let me just shut it. Like, let me not say nothing.
Okay, please, can you guys can mention that when I give my submission.
Yeah.
Let me give my submission. Jago asked me a question. Yeah. And I'll start with his last question, which is why women don't come on this platform. And Boom Boom Ray asked you, and you don't have to answer. Rather, I just want you to observe. If you're a woman and see the way things goes on this platform, would you want to come into this platform? It's something for all of us to think about. It is. It's something for us to think about.
A lot of the women, they've actually been bullied on this platform by men.
Why I did not ask you, please. Association of Polygamy President.
I just wanted to help you. I wanted to help
you. Thank you. The point I'm making is this. When we come on a public space here and we speak, yes, you're entitled to your opinion, but we need to be mindful that people are listening to us. Okay. Women don't feel welcome on this platform. Women do not feel welcome on this platform. And if you hear what they have to say, it's not nice. It's not nice. And for those few that still want to remain, at the end of the day, the feedback is not nice. And as for what I asked Jago and he said about me, I want to make one thing clear. Jago, you don't know me on a personal note. Yes,
You,
I
me
might.
either.
Yes, I might come across to you as a feminist, but trust me, if you know me on a personal level, you will know that there's a lot you don't know about me. When
I
I
didn't
come
say
to
you were a
this
feminist,
platform,
though. Please get me
I
right.
mean,
Be
okay,
accurate.
please. No, you
Be
said,
accurate.
you've used this word of I'm power hungry. You said all
Better.
kinds of,
Better.
yes,
Yes.
yes. And I want to say to you, okay, when I'm put in a position where I have to do something, it's strictly business. It's nothing personal.
Why
So in
does it have
order
to be
for me,
personal? You know that you
okay,
have a
hold on.
personal issue with me. You know it.
Okay, hold on now, Jago. This is exactly what I'm talking
Don't
about.
pretend here.
I'm talking now. You're interrupting me. When you spoke, I kept quiet. I know you
That's
want to
because I spoke
respond.
truth.
If you want to talk, I can keep quiet. That means you
It's
don't
not
want me
like
to
that.
answer
It's
the
not like that. I just
question.
want you to be accurate. That's all. I'm not disturbing you.
Okay, so let me talk. If I finish talking, you don't have to like what I say, then you can push back. But you asked me a question and I said, let me answer. This is
Mm-hmm.
exactly what I'm saying. Yes, you said a lot of things about me being power hungry, whatever, everything and anything. And I want to say to you, Jago, listen, I'm a moderator on this platform. And when I moderate, I'm getting the job done. I'm not here to be friends or buddy with anybody. If you cannot follow the rules, when I am moderating my show, I will kick you out. That is just the way I am. You don't have to like it. And like I say, it's strictly business. If you open a business and you cannot run it, and you want to run that business based on emotion, that business is not going to be successful. So, but one thing I've come to notice that a lot of us lack a decorum, and you happen to be one of them. You're a panelist that will come and you'll be asked to stay mute, you unmute yourself because you feel like you're above the law. And I'm just pointing out one thing to you. I may have talked to you in the wrong tone, but guess what? Respect is in my book is earned, is not given.
Dragon, you
If
getting
I
caught?
haven't earned, if I haven't earned your respect, don't give it to me. And I'm okay with that. But this is what I want you to understand. Let us be mindful of our behavior. When a moderator is moderating, you don't have to like their style of moderating. Don't show up. But one thing I think we need to learn to have for one another is respect. There is nothing any one of us is going to say on this platform today that will change Nigeria. For us to come and show our face and say everything, we need to realize one thing. People are listening to us. Talk to each other with respect and agree to disagree respectfully. But I notice, yes, Jago, I have no personal problem with you. But this is my issue. This is where I struggle with you. You just don't know how to just be quiet and listen to other people speak, even if you don't like what they are saying. That's all I have to say. With that being said, Jago, I'm coming from a place of love. If you see me in the comment section and I say, don't say this, I'm still going to say it. You don't have to like it, but you have to follow. Thank you.
Thank you. You see, this is one of the best speeches I've had of Adama give in a long time. Although I do disagree with one point that she raised about nothing that can be said that can change. How do you, Okija could say something and it transforms the country. Why? This panel is powerful. How can you say something like that? So, but that's one of your best speech, and I think Jagon is not unreasonable. He's a very, very intelligent man, so he probably will listen. Shola, please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you very much for allowing me. I just want to say two things. Adama and Dr. Ano, thank you for that speech. So I just want to say something that when we come here, you said there's nothing we say that will change Nigeria. But I want you to know one thing, that all of us here were Nigerians. There are things we say that will change us. Once the changes start with us there, Nigeria is going to change. I mean, we are part of Nigeria. And then whatever we say here, I'm sure is all over the world. So what people may pick one or two things. So when we come with information, with idea, with knowledge, and we are sharing, people are listening. And whether you like it or not, it's going to change. I mean, since we learn from each other, it's going to change eventually. Eventually might change the whole nation. Yeah, butterfly effect and then cumulatively. Now, that said, there's something else I want to say that I think I almost forgot. I think I can't remember now, but I think maybe along the line I might come up again. Thank you.
All right, thank you. What do you have any specialty that we want to know? Because you seem to, I don't know, maybe I'm poking no, that's private something. But if you had any specialty, it would be nice to know, because you immediately understand the butterfly effect, and sometimes the way you come across, it looks like you know what you're talking about. Other than
don't say, Sola. Don't say. Don't say. Don't say.
What is wrong with you?
Don't
what
say.
Did I say now? What did I say now?
Don't say.
What is it? Don't say anything. Don't say anything.
On this panel, don't tell them what you do for work. You can insinuate it. Don't talk about your religion, your ethnicity. Don't tell them, because this is what they do, especially people like forefathers. Next time you say something, you'll say, "How you don't know that? You're a doctor. How you don't know that? You're white."
I do that actually.
So
don't lie now. Don't say it was I did it too. But I could say, why did you know that you're supposed to be a doctor? I could do that. And so I'm not going to defend myself on that one. But that guy, you know, he'd always like to badmouth me and say all kinds of things that he didn't say. So who is next? I wanted to ask you one question.
I'm next. I'm not going to last long. I'm not going to last long.
Let me ask you a question. The last time I wanted to ask you a question, they stopped me again.
You said who's next first?
You have a good night.
It's a question.
Don't go yet, Adana. Don't go yet. You know, okay.
See, look at that.
Don't worry.
Now she's not a darling. Now you don't want her to leave now. You see?
I didn't say darling once. I didn't say darling. I said don't go.
I'm just saying, I'm the one implying.
Okay, cool.
So AY, you were saying about raising children. What if you were in a situation whereby you had to pay for school fees for only one person, and you know your son carries the family name, he's the one that's going to go on answer, and your daughter is likely to get married. So would you opt to select to have the daughter educated versus the son? And if you could make that decision, what do you think most people would do in that circumstances in the context of Nigeria, when they know the son is going to carry the family name?
You say your kidney and they educate two of them.
No matter the amount, I will look for the school that I can afford at that moment. If it's a public
what if you
school,
don't? What is the cheapest school?
It's not going to happen.
That's what you have.
It's not going to
look at
happen.
that. You see, they don't want to face reality.
If it's a public school, both of them should go there. They have.
Hold on, I'm just telling you that public school now, the cheapest school. If you
public schools are free now. If you cannot pay for private school, you take them to public school.
Okay, what if it cost you by transportation and everything 50,000 naira to get that
child?
Bro,
I cannot give birth to a child that I don't have plan for.
So you're not going to send them
I will never.
Can I get your permission for
I understand what you try to ask.
Leave,
yeah,
please.
but
Jago, go ahead.
I can't
prioritize any question instead of touch it.
Okay, tonight, can Jago say what he wanted
Before
to say?
Before you go, Adama,
yes,
I want to say something. Yes. I want you to be there. I wanted to say something that I forgot. I wanted to say something, please, before you go. Please, I want to say something. Allow me. Just supposing Adaman is a white lady among us who's coordinating and moderating this particular event or this particular,
section.
Yeah, or show. I know I've been in a lot of meetings with them here, and I know how you don't disrespect them. When they say A is A, you must follow A. If you don't do that, I mean, the rules are there. So so if we can follow the rules, if we have a white lady moderating this show, why can't we follow the rules when our home, our we is moderating the show? I think that is the attitude that we must all of us must begin to.
The thing is, I can answer that question.
Hold on.
Okay.
So if this show were to be maybe we're all white, I'm telling you, it won't be like this. And the white lady there who is in charge, everybody will listen. They say, break up, you break up. Come back, 12:50, we're all back. I know how they operate here. So let's try to inculcate discipline, respect, maturity, and into our system. Thank you.
Well, can I put what I wanted to say? Because you answer the question. Thank you. You see, what I wanted to say to Adana and the platform is basically the query that Brother Shola brings up. You see, I'm an extremely unruly person. No doubt about it. I'm unruly. And I'm unruly based on the rules that people put and do not keep. If you are not keeping the rules yourself, don't expect me to. I'm the last person, because I would equalize you. I would equalize your rubbish with my rubbish. What Brother Shola is saying about white people, and if they were here moderating, is that they keep their rules. And if they do not, I'm going to be the first to rubbish them. I'm going to rubbish them. But because we here are almost practicing anew, I have been in this Western world for longer than anybody on the platform. So you can't tell me I don't know how to behave. You can't tell me that. It is you people that do not know how to behave. You come on and you do what you want, and then you expect people to follow rules. Are you out of your mind? Okay. Not on this planet. It doesn't happen. Listen, it doesn't happen.
Two wrongs never make it right. Two wrongs.
Two wrongs may not make a right.
So you cannot.
Wait, Brother Shalao.
You are wrong. You cannot make the wrong thing to correct what is wrong. You did the right thing.
That's not how the world works. The world works. You see, if you have parents and they are disregarding the rules of the house that they set, I can tell you those children are going to be unruly. Whether you see, this what we don't understand.
And then the rules on you, and by ejecting you, taking out of the show. Because
it may be so. Maybe so. That is the thing I can stand to happen. But it still means that the people who moderate and operate this show are the ones who are spoiling it. And if you can blame me if you wish. I can be your what do you call it? Your I do not take away from my exuberance, or I do not take away from my passion. And sometimes I have real passion about what it is that we're speaking about. However, the way I've been observing, everyone observes, and you can observe me as badly as you wish and keep it that way, if that's what you intend for yourself. But that is not correct. What you should ask is, why is this person behaving like this? This person is behaving like this because of yesterday I was on the show. KJ, was it earlier? It was earlier. Well, yesterday, yes. KJ, he turned his camera off, like so. Another person did the same. He did not throw them out. I turned the camera off so that I can eat without disturbing the show. What KJ did is throw me off. Now, is that fair? Is that not something I should bulk about? You see, what it is that you people don't understand your errors. You're looking at my error. When you, as the saying goes, before you take the stick out of the stick out of someone's eye, take the wood, the tree from your own. That's something I stand by. You see, I'm quite a successful individual. I do things my way. And I've run my own life for the past 30 years. I've not been employed by anybody. I've gone through the corporate system, and I've understood what works in the corporate world. So I've been able to take what I've learned in the corporate world and add it to what I do as my own expertise. There's nobody here who can challenge me. Nobody. Because you have a position. You think I'm going to respect you because you see, I give respect to everybody and anybody. You don't need to be qualified to earn my respect, because respect is given to every individual. It is when they break that respect, it is when they break, like this our man now, it is when they break that respect that they're not going to get respect from me. They're not. Yeah, but are you understanding what I'm saying? Are you understanding?
Jagun, when you said you were unruly, you should just stop there. Because
really? Thank you. But I didn't stop there.
That's a part of Jago that I like. Sometimes he can laugh at himself, which is good. And you can also be very, very sharp, but you are unruly.
Yes, so now.
Those things
you see my name. You see my name. My name is there for a reason. Even if you are
it's not always based on slights. It's not always based on inconsistent. Even if a moderator is inconsistent, it doesn't mean it should become unruly.
Oh, bruh, not with me. You can't. You see what you're asking me to do. What you're asking me to do. If I can put this to you, forefather, you're asking me
to talk equally. Some people don't. If you go to PS Morgan now, not everybody gets his in time. And PS Morgan have timed him before. He spoke for a third of the time. That's if you divide into 3, he spoke for a third of the time.
Okay.
When it's
let me engage you. Let me engage you. You see, there is a way of doing a professional job. The job that you people do, I believe I can do it better than all of you. All of you. Because I don't have to talk. In the questions I ask, just like Boom Boom Reyes said, in the questions I ask, I can set a conversation and direct the conversation because I have to be listening to what's being said. It seems to you that many moderators are dealing either with time or they're not listening to what people are saying in order to direct the conversation and make this show a show. You see, there's a way of doing things that none of you people understand. And I know that you don't understand. I know that you don't.
Let's hold on. Let's see. Let's put it this way. What I said is correct. We have to learn to understand that sometimes things are not level, especially when having a conversation. Like there was a time I came here and said, let's do 1 minute. And within the next minute, they were allowed stretching into 5 minutes.
But you and I know that 1 minute isn't enough. You yourself couldn't keep that rule.
Why is it that people like PS Morgan can do it? They can hold the show for 1 hour. People talk, and they will make because this is have your say so, and it's a bit more relaxed. But
PS Morgan isn't the best at what he does. It's not the best example you can give.
No, it's not the best, but it's got a lot of views from it. So you can distill your thoughts so that people can get it. You don't have to explain everything all the time. You see what I mean? Let's get good at doing that. Maybe it's something we can inculcate into our way of moderating. That way,
Brother Shola wants to speak.
Yeah. Shola, please go ahead.
Yeah, Forefather, I have a question for you and for Adama. I think I'm sure the chat where we can put in type it. Messages that you guys can see, right? Okay, we can use that. For example, Jagu said that there was a time he was removed because he of his camera, if he was not fairly treated, which is fair enough. I mean, rather than somebody coming out to disrupt the program, I will go into the chat and leave a message to the moderator, to the you that is connected. Look, I've been fairly treated. I was removed, blah, blah. And that's it. And then you will take it from there. So if you do that behind the scene, there won't be any need for any disruption in the flow of the show. So I think most of the things that we air out on the show we shouldn't air it out. Just go to the chat and message the coordinator or the moderator. This is what happened. And they will respond to you. And when they respond to you, that's fair enough. And the flow will go. But when we come up, every little thing we just say it, everything there'll be chaos and frenzy. But I think when we try to organize this way, perhaps that might be will lessen the level of disruption in the show.
Thank you. I think maybe we should have a break because I think we've just been going straight up for quite a long time, and just to give people
good night,
a chance
everyone.
to.
Good night.
Good night, Adama.
Appreciate it. You gave your best speech today, and Jago listened. You see, Jago is a very funny guy. When he says something he disagrees with, he comes at you. But when you are saying anything he agrees with, he just keeps quiet. I noticed how you were quiet when she was talking. Regarding, let me play some refreshing music while we have a break. If you want to get refreshment, you get refreshment. I think we're going to change the topic. And
that's nice. So you're continuing. Okay, I'm here for it.
Yeah, I'm going to continue. Yeah, I'm going to continue for a bit because I've not done a long session for quite a bit actually.
Can I just say before you break, Mr. Ogbomide, I like your name and I like your style. You are a bit quiet, but anytime you speak, bruh, you have something real to say. Bruh Shola, you are needed on this platform, so please don't ever be a stranger. And Okija, help me to beat some of these people up, Joe.
I'm watching him now very closely because if he takes that he will fit inside Saudi Arabia just fine. I'm watching him very closely. I'm watching him very, very closely. It's confusing me. All right, let me just play this. All right, nice one.
lonely at the top. Lonely, lonely, lonely. Money on my mind. Money, money, money. Don't care what they yarning about me in particular. Try on the road chasing my dream because I know. Chase it for me. Wanna love like a man for my love. Barakoto Ikisha my love. Everyone select Jack on my love. Not to find anybody, no money I want. Only here with the people you talk. Once again I shall get it till love. That's a life from no one. Go get another one. I go take and do it till I love. Waiting you love. Waiting you love. Waiting I love. Waiting I love. Waiting I love. Waiting on my love.
All right. So we are back. Let me get my camera back on. Okay. So thank you, gentlemen, for hanging around for the okay, I wouldn't call it second half, third half. So it's regarding there are two areas we may want to explore. The Francophone countries in West Africa, Mali, Niger, Burkina Faso kicked the French out. And guess who is welcoming the French back in? Kenya, Nigeria. Why is it that we as Africans always, is that the reason why we have countries? Why do we always betray our own? Why is it that we can't stand on one thing? Like, there's no way, because if we carry on like this, there's no way we're ever going to progress, because one side will kick this one out, then the other one will welcome them back in again. If we can't take any common stand for anything, that is one of the issues that we have. Then you look at Dangote refinery that the government divested from, that they could have easily paid for them having 20% stake in Dangote refinery. Clearly, they didn't think that it was worthy, and they reneged on it. Now they are begging Dangote to come and give them this in shares in the refinery. Dangote has gone ahead to reject it. The question now, the issue now is that because Dangote said he wants to give it to Nigerians to own it so that they will have a stake. In other words, he wants protection. The question that they asked Dangote, that one hit me hard. When they asked Dangote, what is the biggest threat to his enterprise, the things he's trying to do? This is a man that wants to build a 1.4 million this in barrel a day refinery from where it is right now. He wants to expand it to that. He wants to build a refinery in Kenya now, and he's expanding all over Africa. You know what the threat to his business is? Basically, Nigerians are the threat. It's a conflict in Nigeria and the government regulation. This is one of the richest men in the world and the richest man in Africa, and he can't even predict that his own people will not sabotage him. How sad is that? And this is somebody that has invested he's put his money there, 20 billion in Nigeria. He invested so much in the country, and yet the country can't get its own act together. And that tells you how even rich men can't seem to escape the concern they have about the country. And I was surprised when he actually mentioned the government, because you would think he has control over the government too. As a rich man like that, he should have some influence over them. But it tells you that he doesn't. So I don't know what people make of that, because some of these two areas are really disturbing, because Dangote represents a potential great future for Nigeria and many African countries. And but the other one, where one African country makes progress here to go and push the French out, And then another one brings him back again. Come back. Where are you going? The French left, America left this Niger Republic how many years ago? Barely 2 years ago. Nigeria has brought America back again, right to that same position again. There is something they want in that location. That's why Nigeria has brought them back there again. Now you just look at it's like you never win. And one other thing I noticed in the Sahel is that these people, for once, we saw African countries work together to defend themselves. That's the first time African countries have banded together to defend themselves against a common enemy. They are the ones that to first do that. I will have to give them credit for that. They are the first to form an alliance. They are the first to defend that alliance. What are the other leaders doing with their this so-called sovereignty and democracy that they have? So those are the two areas that I see, and I think we should discuss. But if you think there's something else you want to discuss, that's fine by me. So, Ogbomide, what do you make of it? You want to go with the this in the francophone one or the Dangote bit?
I'll speak on the francophone one. I think it's very very disappointing. Especially when I went and heard Macron speaking in Kenya, talking about he's a Pan-Africanist, and people just shucking and jiving with him. I don't see how people, especially with France's track record, would just willy-nilly open it up to them and allow any type of, I would say, correspondence, especially when it comes to security. But mostly it's just business though. But it's disappointing.
Thank you. Personally, I saw him today, and I don't know. That guy has confidence. I have to give it to him. He was like, I'm gonna make order. He didn't even hide it in front of everybody. Jack, what do you make of that? Like, I'm gonna make order.
Well, I think this is a really good discussion, and I think it should be one that we table almost every week. We speak a lot about Nigeria. We speak about so many things, but progressively, we should really be speaking about West Africa and what West Africa means to Africa and the Black world. We're not taking it seriously enough as a people. What has taken place in the AI's countries is a blatant example of renewal as to how we all need to renew our minds as to the future of Africa. And it starts in West Africa. And it really does start in Nigeria. What the AIS countries are doing is exactly where Nigeria should be. If Nigeria was in that position, West Africa would be a different place. Nigerians aren't paying attention to what's going on around the world. We are just not paying enough attention. We are being myopic, sycophantic, and fundamentally stupid. Fundamentally. You see, the AIS countries, I believe that they've proven a lot in the short space of time that they've had. And they need serious backing from the strongest country in West Africa, which is Nigeria, which is fundamentally, I believe, why Tinubu has to go. No matter what he has done well. You know, when people come on and speak about him doing well, I listen because I want to know what the man is doing there. You know, sometimes it's difficult to know. Sometimes, you know, because of what's happening with the Naira and because of economically, the way I understand finance, the Naira is positioned well for Africans being touched low in value. Because what it means is that if we can make Nigeria a country that Africans around the world can invest in and move to, a workforce that we need, the expertise that we need, can actually come from our diaspora. The workforce coming from our diaspora would change over 3 to 5 years, if not sooner, the economic value of the Naira and of the spend that we have as power in that country called Nigeria. We're not paying attention. So The likes of Tinubu inviting the French, the likes of Kenya, stupid idiots, inviting the French again and the Americans. It's just the wrong move. Are we aware that Iran has been I don't know how to put it, has been kind of second-handedly by a second-hand effect done such a great job in what they are doing with the West, America particularly, that Sudan had some level of peace, some level of retort against those that are oppressing them there, just by their stand. We in Africa aren't paying attention at all. Most of us aren't aware of this. We're just watching. We're just looking. We're just commentating rubbish most of the time. Africa, Nigeria stands a great chance, and I believe it's our last chance to turn things right around. You know, we have a way of economically. There was a Financial Times article in the 80s. The writer was saying that he, with all his understanding, does not understand the Nigerian economy. He said the Nigerian economy would stretch and stretch until you think it's just going to burst. And instead of bursting, what it does is it will take a different shape and come back. And that's from the 80s. When I read that, it still remains the same. I'm telling us here on this panel, we're not paying attention. We're just using this channel largely just to air any view we like, but we are not paying attention to what's happening in our backyard. I'll stop there. Thank you.
Yeah, you see, people are already having a go at with each other on the chat. Mr. Triumph, I don't know why this guy is so obsessed about France. It says France is a good thing for us. I don't know where he is coming from with that one. Okija, are you there? Okija,
Yeah.
the thing is, the French thing, is it us that is a problem? Because I heard recently that they brought in about 800 soldiers to Kenya. They are looking to open base there, but Kenyans are denying it. But they said they brought soldiers there to come and get training. And this is training Nigerians have been getting forever. Every time we meet all these people, we keep asking for training. We have been training since 1960. What is going on?
Yeah, well, I don't know. I mean, when I heard about the summit or whatever, I think everybody, France, they're losing control in West Africa, and they know that US, they've been having everybody, Japan, they have the African summit, US, Trump, had his China, they've been having theirs. So they've seen that they are losing control in Africa. It just basically the way I look at it, it's just rebranding. They because they know that West is hostile to them. West Africa is hostile to them. They've gone to East Africa, rebranding, packaging, the same nonsense. I think I saw where he was apologizing, for some of the wrongs they did. But I mean, apology is not enough. You have to do something to. But what will France do? France doesn't have any money. France is not a a good economy. Without their influence in Africa, because they control the currency, the CFA, they control the telecom, they control so many sectors in African countries where they are in Africa. Without those things, France would be probably the 20th of the 15th to 20th largest economy. So that's basically the way I see it. I don't know much about the military training, but all over Africa, that they've been Africans, they go from one place. Nigeria, they've had established military training with Britain. They have one also with US. I don't know the one in US. I don't know if they're still using that, but because all these countries, they sell arms to them. They sell, for instance, US, sell planes to you, Nigeria. So if they sell plane to you, you have to go there and get training, or they have to come and train you. But basically, all these things, they want to, have you depend on them somehow. They want, like from everywhere, military or whatever, they want to hold you. They want to make sure, there is some form of control, because, anything, whether it's economic or military, it's going to lead to somehow some political control. That's basically, what they're doing. So they cannot disengage from Africa. Right now, they know that, China is hot for Africa. Japan is making inroad in Africa. Japan is introducing so many programs for Africa, bringing African students to Japan. So that's basically, the way I see it. It's not they're not taking accountability.
Are we not the problem? Is it that France is the problem? Because personally, I feel like it's our relationship with them. Even if they are used to looking down at us, why don't we stop them from doing that and say, what? We don't agree with this relationship. We want a better one. Otherwise, you go.
For what okay, for instance, our man, Bala Blue, for instance, that they have so many things, on him. They have so many things on him. So you find out some of these leaders, because you see all these what do you call it, agencies, intelligence agencies around the world, the French, their own, they somehow they talk or they spy on each other. They get, even if for instance, if US has some information, probably somehow France, they have the same information. So they have all these things, they have leverage against all these leaders. So they have to, I mean, what's his name? Is it Ruto or whatever? He was a businessman or whatever before he became president. So probably he has soiled his hands in so many businesses. So why is the Tinubu going over there all the time? So because they have something, they give it to him. Why would he be selling things? Our tax records to them, our health record to the US. I mean, why? You be asking yourself, don't they know anything? Yeah, because they compromise. So they will tell them, oh, we need this, we need this. Just like, Israeli, they do to Trump. And
that reminds me of something. Why is it that we are supposed to be operating in democracy, but our leaders, they will just sign away things? Like they literally, I fear that they can even sign away and just sign a military base into your country, and they will not even consult us. Why is it that we don't have any rules that says before you make certain decisions, you have to come to the people?
No, we have those rules, but what is them, Mrs. Apabio? He has become a rubber stamp that anything goes. Could you imagine? They introduce someone was, I don't know if it's true, but someone was saying it on TV that the bill came to this to the Senate like around 10 p.m. or so, about 1 p.m. They approved the loan already. So I mean, but these guys, okay, could you imagine it? Someone like Tinubu, you have compliant National Assembly. He is not using it to do good. I mean, do education, health, just do some good.
Let me ask. I hear what you are saying about that, because that is a problem. Because if they capture the House of Assembly and the Senate, we are done. How about the people being able to call for a referendum based on, let's say, signatures? If you have a certain amount of signatures, you can trigger a referendum, national referendum. Because what is going on right now, it doesn't seem healthy for a democracy where their leaders will just go and sign MOU and start giving their data to a foreign country without their permission. They change our national anthem without our permission because they capture the House of Assembly. And it's not a democracy anymore.
It's not, it's not, especially under this, Tinubu. I don't know. Tinubu has become more dictatorial than Abacha, and that it's scary. It's scary what is happening in Nigeria, because we don't need national anthem change. No input from nothing, no input from people. Just change loans. You just take loans. Nothing, no input. You just take loans.
And people couldn't even say anything. Like barely anybody even opposed.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
Ghana rejected the help.
I spoke with someone in Abuja. I spoke with someone in Abuja. He said we are cowards. We can't do anything. And this person, is he has he's connected. He said we can't do anything. I said, what do you mean you guys can't do anything? Nothing. He said we are cowards.
Wow. it's quite a, I don't know how to describe it. My own frustration is that we can't stop them. And it's a little bit disturbing because our leader can just go ahead and sign whatever they like, military bases, agreements. They will be a little bit unpopular. They will barely consult the people, and you just get it done. It's not, that's not democracy to me. I think that's where I draw the line for democracy, because all this voting thing, what is the point of voting when you can't even get your way? You just have your say and
we
they
have
get
to
their
make
way.
sure, find out, like people who are voted in power, if they're compromised. Because as long as you have people who are compromised, they will just like we are talking like now everybody you against it, you against this, that. But if you get into power, if you're compromised, they will make you bend to their will. There's nothing you can do about it. Except if you say I don't want to do it, I will resign, or just whatever you guys want to do, do. But so, some of the for somebody like Tinubu, I don't know what he's afraid of. We've heard leaning all over. Your age. We know about it. So what else are you afraid of? Is it like?
I get a feeling that these people, they put the fear of God in them, or they are just too. We underestimate how naive many Nigerians are, how much in love Nigerians are with money and success. Oh, my family, they will be happy. I made it. That instinct of ours, I think we underestimate how powerful it is. Maybe they don't even need to blackmail them; they will just do it, and that's even more concerning. And this is why I'm beginning to think that maybe our fate is already sealed until something triggers us to wake up, or something finishes the job. Because the way it is right now, I don't know what else. Dangote is trying his best. I have to give it to him, and I fear for the poor guy. That guy he needs to watch his back. He's trying his best, because if Dangote refinery didn't exist in Nigeria, and I'm beginning to think that is the reason why when I went to Nigeria this year, I didn't feel like coming back, because the petrol, this thing is no longer there. Or all those queues cars used to queue, it's no longer there anymore. The environment just feels a little bit, even if there's no power supply, just a little bit more conducive, because maybe that refinery is making a difference in the environment. I don't know what it is, but there's something there that is making people feel a little better.
Yeah, Dangote, I mean, even though, I've hear people criticize him a lot, like Pansat and some other people. But I mean, I like, even if it's a monopoly, I just like the man, he benefits from Nigeria, but he invests that money in the critical areas of the economy that will help the economy. If every one of them, we're doing it, we would not be, in this situation. Steal that money, invest it somewhere. But there's still the money they take it to Dubai.
The reason why people worry about Dangote is that they don't understand how capitalism truly works. And I think this part of the capitalist economy, and in short, capitalist democracy, they don't understand how it works. Capitalist democracy, this is exactly how they work. Monopoly.
Yeah, monopoly.
And I don't know why we never had it. Okay, I think Abiola was
Yeah, well, because we haven't had Nigeria. We haven't had a powerful company apart from all these, foreign companies like Smith, Glasgow, whatever. All these Unilever, that were, that came to Nigeria. We've not had an ingrown, like a powerful company.
Yeah, we really never really. The federal government never really supercharged any company. If you go to Japan, you see them. And in the case of South Korea, that they made, I think, was it you or somebody came and gave us the name? They made a deliberate effort to create those. That's what you call it.
Government to make sure these companies, they understand it.
What do you call that thing? What did you call that thing?
Chebo. So
that is a deliberate policy to create multinationals. So it tells you that they understood that this is how democratic capitalism works. You have to create multinationals to represent the nation. They are basically representing the nation.
Samsung is like a national, like a national flag of South Korea.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Why can't we just create 10 of them in Nigeria? That would be nice. Create them in mining, create them in healthcare. I don't know, man. If I was in Nigerian medicine,
the country,
give them anything they need.
The country called Nigeria is an oxymoron in the deepest sense of the terms. it is working only for the elites. And over the years, if we go backwards in our country, we had better leaders anytime we step back. So it tells us that as we're stepping forward into time, we are only getting worse leaders. The next person who comes in is going to be worse than the last. What Tinubu will do when he comes back in, he will do worse than he is doing now in terms of putting the country's money into his own pocket, as though he doesn't have all the billions that any man can spend. It becomes something that doesn't make any sense to me and you. It's not going to make sense.
No, but right now he has been giving all the money to that's his name, Chagori.
Yes.
How many the guy has gotten over 20, and they said how many $1 billion contract he has got? I think $8.something billion.
He's just giving it to him.
He's just giving everything to him.
Why should he hide? Why should he hide when everybody knows the score? Everybody knows. You see, I've got a cousin that I argue with. It makes me sick based on his attitude. Because his attitude is, Soji, you are wasting your breath talking about how Nigeria can come back. Nigeria is going to stay as it is. There is nobody that can beat Tinubu. No one. You're wasting your time. And as much as I argue against him, he's right. He's right. The more degradation that you think about concerning Nigeria, the more accurate you are. The other side where I am is almost like wishful thinking. I've said on this panel that Nigeria should not do 2027 election. Everybody should stop. Nobody should vote. Nobody goes to work apart from essential workers. That is the way. In fact, I believe it's the only way, apart from what forefathers is saying, that something drastic needs to happen. We need to create that drastic thing. We need to be the people who take the power back from this elite that is betrothed to the devil. Because what's going on in Nigeria is pure devilish work. There's nothing sane about it. Nothing. They give trinkets. The country should have had rail. In fact, the country should not have stopped rail after the Oyinbo left. It's only today.
Django, our people seem to be too scared of their own shadow. They fear death more than anything.
Yes.
And then if you look at even America now, a lot of people are saying that they too are compromised. That, was it not to account that was saying that the American officials are scared? They actually are scared of speaking openly about things. So it tells you that if American officials, UK officials are scared to speak out, it tells you that this world has gone, it's gone away. Look at even in Pakistan, that Shaka Khan, I've forgotten what is Shaka Khan or Imran Khan.
Mm-hmm.
He's a guy that won an election and he was thrown in jail because the West, some force in the West doesn't want him to become prime minister. That's a nuclear power. They got him in jail. It's like the forces at play around the world right now is just unheard of. I've never seen anything like this. This is so strange. Like even UAE now is getting this in what they call it, what's the Iron Dome from Israel. It's like, what is going on in this world right now? Like America doesn't seem like America anymore. Even American people are like, what is this our president that we elected? It's not even behaving like our. So if America is compromised, what was it not over when I always like to quote from that over book? He said the fire that can consume a tortoise with iron shell, what will happen with the feather and with the hen with the feather gown? It's like, what chance have we got against these forces at play? Because right now it looks like they're punishing Nigeria and they're punishing South Africa for what they did at the UN. Because South Africa is being punished and Nigeria is being punished because since Nigeria did condemn the Israeli genocide, that's when this genocide thing came up. Immediately after that it came up, you start seeing they didn't even start talking about it in Nigeria, but they started talking about it on like American news and P.S. Morgan, you start hearing all these terms. They start talking about listen, genocide. They start fanning it up, and the people that were fanning it are Zionists. That should tell you how linked they are. Those people were Zionists that were doing all these things. And when I watched it happen, I was like, oh my God. All these things are like they play the world as if it's a stage. And they just
It's a
organize it.
stage. It is a stage.
And
You see,
if you're not ready to take risks, you are not. You don't stand a chance in this world.
you
And you
don't.
say whatever I like about those Iranians. Their leader sacrificed himself. Which of our leader would do that?
No. You see, where Nigeria has many advantages, but fighters, warriors, people of deeper consciousness, we are not. You see, you may say anything against. Wait. You may say anything against the South African populace. They're acting very strange to you and I, no doubt. But you can't take away the fact that they are revolutionary people. There are people that will not allow. They will go to war. They will kill every one of them before anything. Now, if Nigerians had the consciousness of South Africans in terms of fight back, Nigeria will be a completely different country. Completely different. It's the one ingredient that we're missing. The difference between someone like me, and I don't mean to push myself, but I've always been a fighter. I don't take rubbish. I don't care who you are. Never have I ever in this country taken rubbish. But what I have been able to do is to study, think, and I see the world from a global perspective. So much so that I know what's going on in this world. When I speak to my Nigerian counterparts, I know the level of their ignorance. They don't know what's going on. They have no idea. None. We in the West, Nigerians in the West, I don't believe that we are learning quick enough to make a force for ourselves outside the country in order to affect that country. We're not doing nearly enough. We're not. So whilst we look around the world and see so many things happening, if you go to China, you go to the Far East, you see what they've accomplished. When you go back to Nigeria, you can know clearly that Nigeria is not doing enough. As much as there's been this infrastructure here or that infrastructure there, and this is promised and that is promised, bruh, it's already 20 years overdue. It's taken 15 years for the nothing. Wait. If I may, it's 15 years for the nothingness that they call Eco Atlantic. It was supposed to take 8 years to complete. Let's be serious.
It's still not complete, even.
It's not nearly complete. It's not nearly complete. It's ridiculous.
You see when I used to say before, when you read these things on the news, you don't always, you watch it on documentary. When I said the Americans were threatening China that they were going to nuke China when the Chinese went nuclear, and when you say it sounds like theory, but the Iranians went through the same threat, but not as serious as the Chinese one though, because this one is just Trump. Trump threatened to kind of nuke them. That's basically what he said. He wanted to wipe these. People were concerned. People were saying Israel was about to come out nuclear. What did they say? Do your worst. Can you imagine that was Nigeria? People will be racing through the borders in every direction. I don't know, or maybe that will wake us up. It might just trigger Nigerians to get into a position now where they take things more seriously. Because I just feel like we need a shake, a serious shake, something to seriously shake us so that we wake up from our slumber. Because right now we are sleeping. We are seriously sleeping. And it concerns me because I begin to wonder, what is the point of having all this conversation? It's not going to make any difference. Sometimes I feel like that actually. Because we are asleep. Because no matter how much conversation you have now, maybe what you want to do is plan and get ready for the time when the events that triggers Nigerians to act happens. That's when people will act, because I don't see them doing anything. When you say South Africans are they have warrior spirit, yeah, they just have. If this is what the Iranians have, South Africans have this. They have this because remember they fought the Europeans. But most of the time, it was mostly protest, not real war, where they are fighting with weapons. No, not like that. But these Iranians, they took on how many countries? About 4 countries. You know, UAE attacked them and Saudi Arabia attacked them in secret. Plus America, the superpower of the world, attacked them. And Israel, let's attack them. They are still standing. They have more energy. They have more power supply than us. I was in zone 3 now in Abuja. There is no power. You go to zone 2. Where is there? What is it with Nigeria? I'm telling you, man, we are totally asleep. You cannot even generate electricity. You know, AY will come here and will say, AY doesn't even use gigawatts. He was like, if you're using megawatts, you know your country is in trouble. If you're using megawatts, because America, they are talking about terawatts. So he's using megawatts to say, oh, we get 10,000. Right now, we can generate about 5,000 megawatts. Why Iranians can generate 70,000? No, I mean 7,000. No, not 7,000. It's actually 7,000.
It's 70.
Oh God.
But Iranians have oil. Iranians have oil now, and they have refineries.
Now.
No, but they have refineries and they've had them. So generating electricity, they can do it. They have infrastructure. They're an very old country, and they're a very old culture, and they've carried their culture with them. You see what I've found in traveling, especially in Asia. I've done a lot of travel in Asia. Is Japan, China, these countries, they've kept their culture and they're still kept up to date with modernity. It's something that Nigeria seems to have trouble doing either. Both. We're not doing either. We're losing our culture and we've never gained industrialization. That's not a nation. Let's be serious.
Yeah,
we're not serious in Nigeria. We're not serious.
We're not. Like the entire sub-Saharan Africa is not serious. Even sometimes when I watch it, I feel like I'm having a nightmare. When I watch Africa, sometimes it's like a nightmare. Like, what is wrong with the people? Why do they? But this is how China must have felt in that century of humiliation. To watch the people like, what is going on with you people? Why can't you wake up to this? Until Japan almost completely destroyed them. That's when the people woke up. You see my point? People they will just get to a state whereby they don't move until something triggers them, then they change. The moment Japan almost completely destroyed China, that's when they woke up. And I don't hope that is the case for Nigeria. But maybe that's the only faith that can wake us up.
The leadership coalesced and they implemented and socialized that national loyalty. If that national loyalty isn't socialized within the population, it's not going to occur naturally. So then that's the thing. Until a group, a critical mass comes together and socializes that through the education, you're not going to have that massive upheaval. You're just expecting it to happen organically. It's not going to happen.
It tends to happen in periods of this thing. You know, educated people call it. I call it collective intelligence, but some people call it synchronicity, where when there is upheaval and these leaders come and they fight for their people. Basically, the nationalists, they fight to defend the nation, and then they will get rid of all the people, the traitors, and all the people. Then many of them lose their lives too. Because of all that bloodshed and everything, they have a bond that is so. From what they said, they have such a strong bond and focus that when they go on to rule, those people tend to do the right thing by the nations. And that is why, if you look at all the nations, the founding of all the nations, they tend to be people like that. Like people like even George Washington was like that. He had to fight. He was a former military man. He had to fight, and when he went out to found America, he found America well. And if you look at Mao Zedong, the same thing. Stalin, all those people, they had to fight. Stalin literally industrialized his nation during war. Like Germany was invading them. Germany had so much weapon than Russia. Russia was like a backward country. But by the time the war is ending, Russia was manufacturing more weapons and more tanks, attacking Germany back. That is how fast they industrialize. There's something that happens to people when they feel threatened. They act. They act and they act strong. How can you, within a period of a war, you transform a nation that much? And in the UK here, was it in the UK or America, they have women doing manufacturing. there's something that happens during times of war. People become more focused, more intelligent. They act like a unit. They don't act like an individual anymore. And we as Africans have lost that a long time ago. We've not had anything to galvanize us. And these people are very clever. They never do anything to galvanize us. Except Trump makes a mistake. Except he makes a mistake. He made a mistake with Iran. He made a mistake with Iran. He shouldn't have done what he did. And now he has made Iran stronger. You see that? That was a mistake. And the same thing, if he makes a mistake with Africa, he's going to make Africa stronger. I just hope he makes that mistake.
Yeah, I disagree. You see, I disagree with the fact that Trump's mistakes would make Africa stronger. Africa, Nigeria particularly, have had so many reasons to come together and be strong. So many. But they have not taken them. Why? Because they're weak. Wait. They are weak and they are not nationalistic in any respect. We are not. You see, the countries that you wait. The countries that you have mentioned, all of them are extremely nationalistic. All of them. So if you are coming to battle them, you will see their people really come together. You see, the people, the country that really won that Second World War was Russia. Russia beat the East and the West. You know, the bombing of Japan wasn't the end of the war. The Japanese were ready to fight on. It was the destruction of Manchuria, which was what the Japanese owned in China. That's Manchuria. When they ran that thing right next to, they slaughtered the Chinese and just were now on the border. They were on the sea, the Great China Sea. That's where they were, ready to launch into Japan. Japan had to make a choice. Do we allow the Americans to conquer us, or do we allow the Russians to conquer us? But if the Russians conquer us, they're going to take us and keep us, and we will lose everything. That was what stopped the war.
That's interesting, actually, what you said there.
It's the truth.
I never knew about that part of it. I will check it out. Quite
Do
interesting.
so.
It sounds true. It sounds like something that will be true. I would make such a decision myself.
The Russians would have, right today, Japan would have been a Russian state. You know, where Russia ends, Russia has no business being there because Russia is European. But because they've really got their own empire, which was different from the empires of Europe, Russia, you will see so many different nationalities in Russia. You'll see people that look like Chinese. You'll see people that look like Iranians. You'll see people that look European. All kinds of different races are there. China took them over a long time ago. You think they wouldn't just put China and Japan into their pocket? They would have done so. They would have done it.
I think when you said something about nationalism, I think such circumstances forces people to be nationalists. Because if you look at even the recent case of Iran, where they are fighting the war, at first they were, the moderates, those who like to schmooze and, they are the ones in charge, Well, then they bomb them once, twice, kill so many elites. Suddenly the hardliners take over, the hardcore nationalists took over. When they take over, those are the ones that, when they are done, if this war ends, they are the ones that are going to build a country. Those are the kind of people that build nations because they can stare into the abyss and say, do your worst. You see, those are nation builders. No, all these people that like to schmooze and talk, they are just the surface. The core are people. They are the type of people that when they look you dead in the eye and say, this is going to happen, when they tell you, they mean it. They are not thinking about themselves. They are thinking because they have been forced. They have been forced to be like that. What do you expect? You kill all our leaders. You kill 40. You kill our Khomeini, our spiritual leader. You kill everybody. Why would their own life matter anymore? They will fight to the end. So, and I think it forces them to be nationalists. I don't think the Chinese were nationalists at first until the Japanese did what they did. The Chinese were misbehaving. Now, one of them they wanted to even spread Christianity in China. One of them wanted to spread Christianity in China. They rejected it. So many things, craziness was going on in China during that period.
Yeah,
Then
but in China,
the Chinese clear their eyes. Like you are confused. I will show you how to be confused. And then once once Japanese clear their eyes, they fought each other. They did fight each other. They even fought with the people that called themselves nationalists. The communists fought them, chased them to Taiwan, and still went on to both sides. Can you imagine that? Both sides created successful nations. If you want to call Taiwan a nation, I hope the Chinese are not listening to me. I hope, my apologies. But the point is, both sides created successful societies. That tells you what I'm talking about, because the people that went to those places are people that have been forged. And as a matter of fact, this guy, what's that professor's name? He too attested to it too. He said those some of people that are bonded by such things, they tend to be very powerful. If you look at Israel today, the people that survive Hitler, they are the ones running Israel. They don't fear anything. They don't. Do you know? They said during the period when Egypt was attacking, they wanted to fight Egypt, and I think was it Kennedy or one of the presidents was telling Israel not to attack, and Israel was like, they said they told an American official, go and look at that aircraft that is in our runway, on our runway. Do you see that payload underneath it? Guess what it is? That they were trying to use nukes. Can you imagine that? And they meant it to. That is why when people see Israel, they know when they threaten you, they mean business. Because the force that is driving them is so strong. They have a strong will right now. They are willing to burn the world if they don't get their way. Do you blame them? After they've abused them for centuries, maybe even for millennia, then Hitler did what he did, then you go and give them a nation. What did he expect? It's like abuse people. That's exactly what they're going to do. So the theory seems to be proven over and over again. But if you lose, though, catastrophe. If you fight that kind of war and you go and lose, and your oppressor decides to oppress you and stay there with you, you are going to have a problem. In the case of Germany, they oppressed Germany for a while, but Americans stupidly left them. And the Germans were so angry. They created Hitler, and the rest is history. The population psychology is a very, very interesting thing. I really wish we study more about that, population psychology, because it will explain to you what is happening in Africa right now. And for me, it makes perfect sense what is happening in Africa. And if that is true, why are we blaming our leaders?
No,
It's just our fate.
our leaders have a lot to do with our malaise. But we do have a malaise that is hard to conscientize. Speaking about Israel is another oxymoron that I don't always understand their behavior or what they're doing, how they're positioned, even who they are. I don't understand it. Who are these people? Really?
I understand.
Because you know, when it comes to the discussion about the what do you call it? The the 6 million who was supposedly put to death?
The Holocaust.
The Holocaust. Thank you. When I don't actually believe it. I don't believe it, and I don't believe it like yesterday. I don't believe it based on time thinking and understanding and looking at documentation that tells me that this thing didn't happen. It didn't happen. I think more Christians, more Russians died than anyone else in that war. I don't believe that 6 million Jews died. What I believe is that some Jews died, and I believe that, you see, this Israel argument.
But they have the facilities.
Wait. Understand. This Israel argument and creating Israel was before the Second World War. It may have been before the First World War that they started the designs. So what I know about these Europeans is when they begin one design, they will now begin to propagate and profess and study exactly how these things are going to take place. And that's what happened. That, again, what you're talking about, the psychology of populations, they would write into history what will change people's minds as to backing us in our quest. That's what took place. The world backed Israel to take over somebody else's land and go there. I mean, bro, these things don't happen. It's never happened in life. It's never happened in history. That's what it's taking place.
They did that because there was a lot of wealthy Jewish people in America and in Europe.
Rothschild himself.
No, they said they were competing here in Russia too. They were competing. I've forgotten which part of, was it against Germany or something? Then they said because the British wanted the support of America in that situation. I think it was before the First World War or something, or just after. They wanted the support of America, so they promised the Jews that they're going to give them a home. So then they lend their support to the British agenda during that period. So
Correct.
it's a quid pro quo. It wasn't like, it's just people were trying to be nice.
It's not only a quid pro quo. What it is that Germany, the Jews have been kicked out of about 132 areas in their lifetime. They were kicked out of England in 1215. Imagine that date. It was only recently that the whole idea of communism is a Jewish idea, and it was a Jewish idea to kill off the kingdom of Russia at the time. They killed it off. They brought what's it called? The Bolshoi argument. Yes,
the Bolsheviks.
Yes.
No, but to be fair though, I don't know how to describe it. It's like it is true to an extent what you are saying, but it's part of the evolution of society at the time. Because, like, if you look at them, they were one of the most educated groups. I think today they are one of the most educated groups in the world. So they are bound to be at the cutting edge of thoughts, isn't it? So from that point of view, it's hard to say, oh, the Jews were the ones that planned it, but they were part of it. That's how I would look at it. And
no. Understand these people. As I said, you have to. I'm admitting to you that I don't understand who the bloody hell they really are on this planet, and I'm trying to really work it out for real. And I say that because the way that they've organized themselves since date in this Europe is phenomenal. You can't really understand the way they have moved as Khazars into the bankers of the world. The bankers of the world. Their religion was between. Wait. Understand what Khazaria is. It was they took Judaism on top themselves. They weren't Jews originally. They know they're not, but they didn't want to become Muslim, and they didn't want to become Christian. So what they did in Khazar, and check where Khazaria is historically on the map. What they did now was to choose Judaism. So they traveled the big I won't call them priests because they weren't priests at the time, but the figureheads at the time traveled to Iran, what they now call Iran, Persia then, to get the old books of the Talmud and of the to learn how to be Israel, or learn how to be Jews, or learn how to be Zionists. This, you're talking about 9th century. You're not talking about yesterday. So when you look at what they have done as a people, imagine the Rothschild, Ross. He had 5 sons. He trained them to be bankers, and then he put them in the 5 biggest industrialized states in Europe: England, France, Italy, Germany, I think Spain. Yes, that's where they put them. All of the sons were successful. The most successful was Nathan in London. Nathan in London now quickly organized how to get into the royal family and back them in whatever they want to do. Imagine this kind of positioning. Just imagine it. I mean, bro, that's genius.
I think I wouldn't see. I feel like nature does this thing. If it's not them, some other people will do it, because there's always there's always critical points when you are present in any area of life. You capitalize on the advantages that you get, isn't it? So for me, it's not unusual. They have been highly educated from when the Romans kicked them out of their land, which is very brutal stuff. From what I gathered, that the Romans even banned them from returning back there for hundreds of years. So very, very brutal. And they spread them all over the world. So they have a lot of trauma to carry around.
Bros,
So
you see, this is where I have
unusual.
this is where I have an issue with who they are. Because the Romans that kicked them out, they knew where they kicked them out from. Those Jews, so-called, as they were kicked out, the majority of them went to Africa. They didn't go to Europe. The majority of those people that were kicked out of their homeland at that time went into Africa. So it confuses me as to who these people are. They are not of Shem, if you understand the Bible. They are not of Ham. Wait.
History says that they captured them.
They can only be of Japhet. And Japhet is not a Jew. Japhet is not of the Jews. So Japhet went to Europe. That's where Japhet went. So we have to try and understand, who are these people? Because they are not from Judah. They are not of the Judah line or lineage. They're not. Who are they?
Yeah, but the thing, see, hold on though. Let's be fair. Let's just be fair. Their religion is how do we call it? It's based on bloodline and also based on the religion. You can convert and become Jewish. So quite a lot of them are converts along the way, or the millennia. Yeah, if you want to say most of them, in the millennia that has passed. So that's how they survive up to now. I don't think if they were trying to remain pure in terms of blood, they will not be standing today. I don't think.
That are genetically quote unquote Jewish are the people that's in Palestine right now, in Lebanon. They just converted to Islam during the Ottoman period. The people that are calling themselves Jews now, some of their ancestors were, but majority of them have only like at most 60%, or no, at most like 40%. Then at least
not even
20%.
that, bro. Some of them have nothing. This is why you have to go historically, because Japhet,
pure converts.
You see, you have to collect it. We only have what is written. And what is written is that Noah had 3 sons, and the 3 sons' lineage is what we are talking about globally. Yes? So those 3 sons are Ham, Japhet, and Shem. Japhet is the oldest. Ham is the youngest. Yes? So Japhet, and what Japhet was given was the north. And I believe that's who today's Jews are. In fact, that's who the whole of Europe is, not just the Jews. Which is to say, they are not.
Why do we obsess over their way of life? I don't like. See, the way I look at them is that they're just human beings, and if you look at them as human beings, you will see that they actually behave like human beings.
Well, the thing is, you can say that, forefather, but then to take away the spiritual aspect of what you're saying, it takes away everybody's humanity. Everybody in this world comes from somewhere. The fact that we don't know where these people come from is to be questioned.
No,
because what they're claiming.
Eastern European. The thing is, some of them have from the best. They got the quote unquote Ashkenazi and Sephardic Jews now have at best 60%. But that's the minority. Majority of them fluctuate from 40 to 20% having Middle Eastern DNA. Most of them come from Eastern Europe. But what they did, like the Khazarians that you named, they're more Turkish and Anatolian. But they did is what Europeans do. What the Europeans did with Christianity, they formulated Christianity and made it a political ideology to where they could just actualize their power, but it made it insidious because it's through the guise of religion. The Jews did the same. The Muslims did the same thing. They use your religion to weaponize it. It's not about the spirituality aspect of it. And they get people because people get caught up in the religion, but it's just a mask.
Yeah, but I mean, like, I don't know why, Jagged, I don't know why. Do you believe that nonsense of Shem, Ham, and Japhet? I mean, like,
You see, it's whether I believe it or not. That's what's written. That is what I'm looking at. What's written, my brother. Belief is secondary. What I believe doesn't matter. What is written and what people say of who they are, that is what I'm understanding. You see, where we are concerned as West Africans, I will tell you this for free. You being an Igbo man, me being a Yoruba, do you know that it is in West Africa, Nigeria particularly, where the people, the men, are circumcised the most? There is nobody more circumcised than West Africans in the planet. Now, that may be something to look at for you, or it may not be. It may be, oh, they just do this as an action. But I don't believe we just do it as an action. I think we do it spiritually. I think we do it within our culture. And I think we do it as something that we have. You see, when the Europeans, again, began coming to West Africa, what they knew, there's a place called Judah that they mispronounce and call it Wida. There are so many artifacts that we have as Yoruba people.
Talk about in Benin.
Yes. But those are Yoruba people in Benin. There, that's
Wida their phone.
No, but brother, Wida itself. If you go there, the Yoruba is their first language. Yoruba is their first language. The people in that area, they are what they call Ago and Ago. They call them Ago. Yes, those are the people. The other people are the Ewe. These people, they don't play with the Ewe. Don't play in terms of the level of Judaism that they have within the culture. There's nobody in the world.
You try to say that
Let's not get it a little bit too far. Because
Sorry, brother. I didn't hear what our brother had to say. What did you say?
With who, me?
Yes, please.
Yeah, I don't, brother. That's them saying they Jews is not true. I've seen
it's not that they say.
Interviews from multiple generations of people that come from the Wida region and even the Lake Continental region of Benin. They don't know nothing about no Judaism. They do voodoo.
Yeah, I understand that, but you have to ask, what is voodoo, and what is the voodoo that they practice? The voodoo that they practice. Wait. Let me tell you this.
Jewish text, what they do is that they would be called what do they call them?
Da.
No, I'm not talking about. I'm talking about what Jews would call them. What they call them? Goyim. They would call them their practices Goyim practices.
Forget those people who call themselves Jews. I'm saying about West Africa. Don't matter what they call these people.
Hold on.
Wait. Please. I beg you, allow me to converse. What they're dealing with is their culture. And if you understand the Dahomey and the Da culture, the Da is a snake. If you go there, what they're doing is pure snake worship and snake magic. I'm telling you. And when you understand this, and then you say, who are Dan? When you say who are Dan, the original Dan, look in the Bible. The original Dan are wise. They're the priests. They look at snake culture. I'm telling you.
But brother, they don't know anything about no Talmud, no Bible,
no Talmud is not Jewish. Talmud is not the thing.
No, but they don't know anything about any Abrahamic text or culture. I've seen people try to make these.
Can I just add something? I think what Jackman is saying is a lot of conjecture, because there is no real evidence, archaeological, genetic, anthropological. There's no link. And even the written documents, including those of the Bible, where they refer to the land that they traveled to, none of them indicates that they were coming south into Africa. And we all know where Egypt is. Egypt, you can use Egypt as a reference point, because Egypt has always been where it's been for thousands of years. So why would that location be in Africa? And some of the practices that you see them practicing, I'm not surprised if we are one of the earliest humans. We are the bulk of the population of humanity, and people are practicing what they've learned on the continent when they left the continent. That shouldn't surprise you. So what should bother us is, how did we manage to somehow be on the continent and start following the beliefs of the desert dwellers that come from
No.
outside the continent.
You
I
see,
don't get that.
what you see, there's a lot of history that we don't have, that we don't know. And what we do have in our understanding as a collective on this channel is that North Africa, the Arabic conquest happened in a certain time in history. That conquest took those Africans in North Africa to come further south. So the further south you go, the older the people who dwelled there are. I lived in Spain for 10 years. 10 years. I traveled the whole of Spain. In traveling to La Alhambra, which is in Granada, Spain, the last foothold of the Moors. Bruh, when you go around there and you look at what was there in 7-Eleven, 7-Eleven, you know, Europe was a destroyed place, a forgotten place. That time they called it the Dark Ages. That's the name they gave from that period, when Europe had forgotten all of its culture. They forgot how to read. Imagine. It was the Moors that replenished them, recolonized them, if you like, re-educated them in all ways. Who were these people? I can tell you that there were Yoruba people in La Alhambra, in Granada at the time. It's not a boast. It's not a boast. Believe me, I'm not boasting. This is intellectual findings. And if you look, any one of you look and really study, you'll find it. You forget the Yorubas. You know, there's a place in Ondo State where returnees from Portugal and Spain are. And they knew where to go in Africa. They dropped them off in Sao Tome and in Ondo State. I'm telling you the fact. They call these people the Lakwaim. And I know them because I am from Ondo State. I'm from there. I'm not telling you that I'm like the Black Americans who took to themselves as a Black Israelites. No, I'm not talking from that point of view at all. I'm talking from the point of view of there was a Spanish inquest, as we know, and the inquest was to turn everybody into Catholic. Those who wanted to remain Muslim or Jew were killed or they were cast out. Some of them went to the Caribbean.
No, Jago, what is the point of this? Are you trying to say that we are Jews?
Bros, I'm trying to let you know that the history that we have, most of it is trash. It's trash.
I mean,
we don't see. You have to base everything you do on multiple lines of evidence. You can't just
fair enough
have so much evidence.
I agree. You know what? If all of us were in the same place, I'll show you all the books where I got this from. I'll show you them. You argue with the book.
Even if the book is there, the book is not something you can test independent. Like now, you can go now, check your blood and check somebody Palestinian blood. You find out that there's no link at all between both sides.
Maybe that's the case.
Not going to be the same.
And then you can also do it in such a way that you don't even put your name on just only your DNA, and then they put their own DNA and send it blind. The answer will still come out. They will still know who you are. So that tells you that there's a kind of credibility there because it's blind.
Okay.
There's no
selection. Do you know who the Lemba are?
Yeah, I know.
Do you know what forefather is asking that they did it with the Lemba?
Yeah, no, that's true, and it came back that some of their maternal genetics.
Not some. All of them were speaking the truth.
Really. Oh no, that's not true.
Bros, what they said is that the Lemba, for what they were speaking orally, they have found out it's the truth that they were speaking. Because at first they were laughing at them. Who do you think you are? How can you be a Jew? They did the blood test. They did everything. And they found out that these people are real. They're talking the truth.
No, they found out that their genetics tied to the Levant. They didn't prove categorically that they're Jewish, but I agree with you as far as it being tied to the Levant. But if you do, they've done that also with the groups that you're talking about, and it doesn't tie to nowhere in the
Kushites are
Levant.
tied to the Levant too now. The Kushites are tied to the Levant too.
Who?
So
So
the Kushites, like the Maasai,
yeah.
the Somali, many of those people are tied to the Levant. So we know the Natufians came from the Levant into Africa. So that is not new. This is information.
But
So
do you know who the Natufians are? Who were the Natufians?
The earliest this in Europeans now.
Yeah,
That
But were
had the
Afro-Asiatics that back market.
were they European?
No, they were
you can say
Afro-Asiatics.
that they are from the Levant. They are not what we consider European to be.
Okay, what skin color were they?
They were brownish, dark brownish.
They were black. They were black.
Yes,
They were
they were
people.
black.
I don't use black in the term of dark, black. I'm using that term in that they were closer. Their
They were your
heritage.
complexion.
What they have said, my brother, is that their heritage is closer to West African than any other race in the world. That's what they've said.
No. I actually looked into that jungle. That the haplogroup of the Natufians had North African DNA. There are some genes in North Africa they claim that are quite unique to North Africa. They had some of it, quite significant.
No, when you say North Africa, are you talking about the Arabs who are there now? What are you talking about?
No.
I've just explained to you. I've just explained to you that the Arab conquest took place, and the Arab conquest took place. The Arabs are not the original inhabitants of that North Africa. Most of those people in North Africa.
The Natufians now. You just changed the topic again.
No, I didn't change the subject. I'm looking for you to follow the argument. Wait. The North Africans initially were of black skin like me and you. And as the Arabs came in and took over that area, they came further south. Now, this further south that they came, and the Natufians, they are the same people. Because largely, you're talking about the Mediterranean region. You don't seem to understand that black people like me and you are the first on any piece of land on this planet. We are the first anywhere. But because we don't really understand that history, and we think history began when the white man came, not understanding that the white man wasn't even here. He wasn't even an aspect on planet Earth by the time Africans had conquered the whole world. We don't understand this. We have no understanding of it. We just talk.
No, I agree, but people go overboard with it. And then they make, I'm cool with the drastic claims, but you have to have drastic evidence to support it. If we talk about academically.
It's crazy.
Brother Ogbo Mideo, brother, your name sounds so Nigerian, but it sounds both Igbo and Yoruba squashed together.
Yeah.
That's
I'm beginning to think that there's a middle race people in this world.
Let me just quickly ask him.
Stop interrupting me, man.
No, I'm not interrupting that. I didn't finish what I was asking him. Wait. I will give you space. I just want to know.
You interrupting people and having your own conversation as if you own the place.
I beg your pardon. I just want to know, my brother. Do you sometimes go onto this brother's show? What's his name? Forefathers is there at times. Prince Dynast.
Yeah. Search for who? Yeah, I used to go on all the time.
I think I hear your voice. But I've never seen your face. I only see your face here. Okay, sorry. That's what I wanted to ask.
I ain't been on there like a month.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, I do go there. This African people that always talk about Fulani people all the time. It's getting a little bit exhausting. But that's I feel like there's a middle race in the world where black and white, when they mix, there's an ambiguous race. You see this guy here, he could be Arab, he could be Jewish, he could be Latino, It could be.
But is Yoruba? He just told you.
That's for India,
So don't
even.
confuse him.
I know. What I'm saying, I'm trying to make a point here that it's almost as if there's a middle race in the world. You have white, you have black, and you have people that are in the middle. Like he's Nigerian now, but he could sneak into India and get away with it. He could sneak into Pakistan and get away with it.
But that's how crazy genetics are. Because if I were to die and they and some anthropologists or archaeologists do take my DNA, they're gonna look back and think that I look categorically different. They're gonna, because I'm 77% West African through the DNA wise. So that's what I'm like. When you look at the genetics, even when you're talking about how the Natufians look, when they do their DNA, it's gonna come back totally different. They're gonna think that they're like Somalian area type because of the genetics. Genetics is all about probability.
So are we to agree now that the Greeks are just basically mixed between black and white? After all, it's funny, they are also stuck between both sides, isn't it? Funny, they look like pardon?
Like the Minoans.
The main ones, yeah, I think they are just basically mixed populations, really. And then the mixed population started having children, just like the colors in South Africa, and they became their own people in that location.
All the groups in the Horn are like that. The Natufians mixed with the people that was already over there, like the Nilotic people, like the Maasai, and they mixed with the Natufians and created the Somalians. That's what they say theoretically.
You know, one other thing that I found out that I'm a little bit curious about, and I feel like maybe I'm making a mistake somewhere. I found out that the population of Nigerians that were taken into transatlantic slavery, I think they made up about 10-12% of the population that went to across the Atlantic. But today, they said about 80 to 90% of African Americans have a majority Nigerian DNA. And then when you go to like somewhere in like Brazil, 30-40% of them have majority Nigerian DNA in them. That's black people in those countries have this in a majority Nigerian DNA. I'm like, that doesn't even make sense. How is that even possible?
It's because of samples.
Wait, let him finish his question.
The amount of samples to like the majority of the population that they sample those DNA companies, they're only doing it in mostly Nigeria. So that's why majority of the people's results are coming back. Like if you the best genetic test, if you're trying to look for like genetic line wise, would be the African ancestry, because they have like exponentially more samples.
Of Africans as a whole, not just West Africans.
For specific markers.
They majority of African ancestry, the samples came directly like from Nigeria area. They didn't get anywhere in the Congo like that. They didn't get anywhere in Cameroon like that. They didn't get anywhere really Senegambia. Like they got them, but it just wasn't as good enough to really make no distinct result.
But so you think the lack of data that is creating that disparity, that because they didn't get more samples from like other African countries, they didn't. I thought it had something to do with specific markers. If you don't have it, you're not from that tribe. Is it because they just took Nigerians and then they were like, okay, since you didn't fit into anything, let's slap you among Nigerians?
No, it's not as simple as that. It's just as my man was saying that whilst you see, when in my own personal study about slavery and Africa, they say that the majority of slaves came from the Angola, Congo region, the majority of them. However, when you speak about Nigeria, the majority of so-called slaves came from Igbo and Yoruba in West Africa. There were more Igbos and Yorubas taken away as slaves than any other. So when you look at this comparatively, and then you look at somewhere like Brazil, where they will say the majority that came from West Africa are Yorubas, and then the more came from the Angola Congo region, more. Then within the cultures there, you can see clearly that there are cultures that are traveled from the Congo basin. You can see in terms of their culture. Then the Yoruba, you can tell clearly because of the cultures that they have kept. They're there. There's no arguing about it.
But is it that they didn't take people from Delta State, they didn't take people from Rivers State, they didn't take people from Calabar?
They did. And you know, for those people who, you know, this guy from Ghana, Wadamaya, he went to Suriname. And when he went to Suriname, he went to one deep village. And then he found out that these people were speaking Yoruba. And he couldn't believe it. They were speaking Yoruba, and then they had Ghanaian dances. And then when he was speaking to them about the Ghanaian aspect, it all came out. He was shocked. The brother was shocked because he had no knowledge of it. But it's there.
You know, like
so it's very interesting.
Some of
but
these
then the
things,
question is, why are we showing up in higher numbers now? Is it that Nigerians are hustlers, or but his explanation, I find that a little bit contradicting the knowledge I have of genetics. Is it not supposed to be specific markers? It's not based on how much samples you have of a specific population. Does that
They're going through the blood. They're going through blood.
For example, I want him to. You were saying?
If you, my bad.
No, it's you, sir. It's you, sir.
I don't think, you know, these are samples. I think I have problems, you know, with all these things they put out there, because once, you know, like someone said that, you know, did her DNA, she's African American. She said, you know, she's half Fulani. I said, I mean, Hausa Fulani. Yeah, someone said Fulani. Someone says it's impossible, because those people during slavery, they were not taken from, you know, it was transatlantic. They were not taken. Because, you know, these guys were in the northern part of Nigeria. They didn't come, you know, people in the south were taken, like Yorubas, Igbos, you know, Ijaws, and all those, you know, those were people taken. You know, and there's so, you know, you're telling me also, you know, there's something wrong with this.
No, they did.
Oh no, they did capture people from the north too. They did capture people from the north.
No, they didn't go into the interior. But you see,
they traveled into the interior. They had a long trip, but they did capture the Fulani raised, the Hausa, the Kanuri, all the area. They were trading. They just took longer for them to get in.
No, but they were doing the which one they called the Arabic one, you know, the Trans-Arabic.
It was both.
Trans-Saharan.
It was, bros. Do you know that there is? I've forgotten his name. You have to forgive me, but there was a Fulani slave trader taken as a slave, and he was educated in Arabic.
Yeah.
He wrote his whole story, and he even went back to his Fulani land. So you know, the aspect of geography does not give you any answers that you can understand, because slavery.
You know, like, you know, so, I mean, Hausa, Fulani, you know, I can understand, because if you go to some other West African countries, I think there's a Fulani that, you know, Guinea, they live closer.
Absolutely.
They live closer to the ocean.
To the coast, yes.
Yeah, to the coast, because, you know, the country, they're small.
Yes.
Yeah, but Hausa, you know, I mean, I don't know.
Potatoro.
Yeah, they took Hausa got taken. It was just in less numbers, but they did make the trip.
That's all. It's just less numbers.
If somebody says that, like, because even like with the House of Fulani, like, they've mixed genetically, so that could mean that somebody that took the sample that identifies with Hausa, they could have the genetics that are similar to another group.
No, but this thing, you know, it's a transatlantic slavery, you know, occurred before the Fulani came to, you know, for instance, for Nigeria. The Fulani came to Nigeria. They came after.
Still, those genetic markers, now that they've mixed, it would match with them, even if that happened before, because that group they interchange genetically.
Yeah, but
so
what I'm saying is
match the current population.
Yeah, I don't know, but you know, I think, you know, there are some issues. I don't know.
Well, what are you saying that the findings?
Observing the genome and they're matching the markers hit by hit. There's nothing complicated that they're doing.
I don't think so either. I think when it comes to,
come on, man, it's not fair though. It's not fair to say that when people are going like to DNA to ascertain whether somebody, like, if they want to check paternity, it's a very, very serious thing to not get it right, and because it is legal and there is insurance, there is all kinds of stuff associated with it that could cost these companies billions. I would like to think that they take it quite seriously. You see what I mean? This is why people believe them, because they are a kind of in trouble, big trouble. That their company collapsed overnight if the science is not solid.
Nah, I'm not saying that science is
What are you going to
the
go it against?
methodology is difficult for people to understand. So therefore, you can just go research it and see that what they're doing is ethical and it's right and exact as far as methodology is concerned. But it's not. It's just giving you the percentage based upon the genetic markers, and they match it to another group.
It's very. I don't know how that could happen. I really don't know how that could happen, because if I think about it, like, except other groups have similar genetic traits, so that when they find this trait that, let's say it's supposed to be for Yoruba, but actually it also belongs to some group in Congo that that has maybe the Kwa in Congo, then they were like, okay, but since we don't have Kwa DNA, it's actually Yoruba because it looks like Yoruba DNA. I would like to think that they have confidence level and analysis level that gives them very, very high confidence that this person, when they say this person is from here, they'll be able to ascertain that this person is from that area. But there's some truth to what you're saying. I think, if I think about it rationally, because if it is based on similarity, not exact matching, then you can see how, you know, they could forge it because they don't have, maybe some other person has close enough genetic similarity. But I really don't think that's how these things work, because the scientists will be like, yeah, you want to invest billion in that, so that somebody shows up tomorrow and they give them a totally different result. What they will do then is
one of the biggest one they got out of business. I think which one? I think Ancestry DNA or whatever.
Yeah,
they went out of business.
No, that 23andMe I think went out of business.
Yeah, 23andMe. Yeah, they went out of. But actually, you know, like the Yorubas and the Igbos, you know, we belong to the same family. Probably, you know, our you know, our DNA
language
should be
family.
always same. Eh?
I say language family.
Yeah, the same language family. You know, we all came from, you know, East Africa. You know, we joined.
Yeah, actually, look, Yoruba. Actually, I'm meaning to watch you too closely.
You're a very strange brother. You that will be telling us how we look and who looks like who. You that can't announce who you are. Bros, you have no mouth here. Make you sit down there.
Okay. Okija looks Yoruba. He could pass. So he could pass as Yoruba. All he has to do is
based on what, according to you, it's complexion. You don't start again.
It's darker than the two Yoruba guys here. You know, this is a total opposite of what you should expect. So
no. I remember having this discussion with you before, forefather, and you used to say that the Midwesterners are more like the Igbos than the Yorubas, and I disagree with you, because the relationship between the Benin and the Yoruba is much closer than the relationship between the Benin and the Igbo. It's much closer.
No.
Yeah, it is, whether you want to argue or not. I'm not saying the whole of the Midwest, because, you know, the Igbos have done their own level of traveling around. Where they are today is not necessarily where they were back in the day, because they had a bigger space. And if the last people to enter into Nigeria are the Fulanis. But the fact is that every Nigerian came into that land. There wasn't there like from time immemorial.
Somewhere there first. See, but the point you were making was that I think you can argue that the Edos are more like Yorubas, because the moment
they would say it themselves. They would tell you themselves. The next time you speak to Brother James, I'm asking you. Sorry, my brother. The next time you speak to James, Mr. James, ask him.
Yes, I'm trying to give you the reason why I don't disagree with you is because the moment you get past Edo, you are looking at Yoruba. But the problem with the other side is that the moment you get past Edo, you get to other parts of Delta states. They don't associate themselves. They don't want to associate themselves with Igbo at all. So it makes it. Otherwise, you can argue that they are just as close to the Edo if let's say like Agba and all those places say they are Igbo, then the Edo people are just as close to Igbo people as the Yoruba people. Is what I mean. So you could, it depends on how you look at it, isn't it? But
Well,
phenotypically,
it's just like Okija said now. We are actually of the same family group. So
language
these
family,
arguments,
DNA
yes,
family.
we are.
Okay, DNA family too, to an extent, actually.
Similar too.
Yeah, then DNA is quite similar too, actually. But the phenotypically, there is a significant difference between Yorubas and the Edo people. I believe phenotypically looking at them, the Edo and the Igbos look more closely alike. Well, as a matter of Yoruba people, some of them even look like a little bit like Ghanaians, or some of them can be a little bit darker, and so you know that to be true. So that's what I mean. If you look at the Edo people, they tend to be brownish, or reddish.
Would you agree with me that when we speak about the Bantu expansion, if you look at the San and you look at the South Africans, Zulu, Xhosa, whichever one of them, they look like Igbos to me. They're very similar to Igbos.
It's weird, isn't it? Igbo don't even recognize their brothers. It's sad. It's sad. when they go to South Africa, they start recognizing them.
Like the boys, because they had some of them having like the epileptic fold on their eyes. I'll be seeing. Like
yeah, do you know when you look at Mandela and you look at Chino Achebe, there's resemblance.
Yep.
When you look at those things, I said the eastern part of Nigeria. If you look at the eastern part of Nigeria up to Taraba, which they claim to be the expansion point, the Mambila Plateau, those areas, they are similar to South Africans. They are closer to the looks of South Africa, apart from the ones that are actually mixed with Khoisan. Even Mandela is a Bantu. So the what gave the Bantu the edge is the working of iron. And guess what? Ninonok culture was also there, right in the heart of Nigeria, very close to the Mambila Plateau, and that's where they got the technology and expanded all the way to this is South Africa. So you can see the effect this area we call Nigeria has on so many parts of Africa. When I was saying it, people thought I was making a statement that at some point in the last 3,000 to 4,000 years, all 70% of black people had some kind of tie to Nigeria. 70% of people alive today have a tie to Nigeria, if not more, because they said 10% of people in the Ivory Coast have genetic heritage from Nigeria. 10%. That is crazy.
Forefathers, you are trying to make Nigeria the center of this center.
It looks like
if you look at all those what do they call them? The people that discover that do all this thing. What do they call them? And
photographers.
Anthropologists.
Okay.
Yeah, they most of the discovery they've gotten so far, they come from southern part of Africa and the eastern part of Africa. So I think they are thinking that man originated from southern part of Africa.
Southern Africa.
Yeah.
Yes. But the thing is, I still that's only because that's where they found the oldest bones.
Yeah.
But what they have not discovered, because the land in West Africa is very different from the land in Southern Africa. Yeah. The land, especially where we are from, in the south, the land is very wet. So things decay there to the point that you can't find. But they found a 20,000-year-old remains of a woman in Nigeria, 20,000 years. And in the DNA that she has, it really goes deep. It says that there are few people with this DNA. However, this DNA is in all West Africans and it's in all African Americans. So the thing is not completely written. It's not finished by any means. Can you see my Ondo state there? Can you see how beautiful it is? Look at the shape.
Look at that.
It's bending like.
We don't hear the end of it now. Ondo is smaller than Edo. I didn't think it was. Okay, just about the same size. But do you see the river? I think this is what makes Nigeria special. That white shape at the heart of Nigeria.
It's
That's
beautiful,
what
isn't it?
is, yeah, because it's almost like a nerve ending coming
It's
through
like
the middle of
it's white for Yoruba. Omo. Now we all know.
but we are not going to hear the end of it. We are not going to hear the end of this. All right. So see the water from Benue and all this river, both sides of the river. There's life on both sides of the river, and from what I gather, River Niger is actually more fertile than the Nile. So you can see why this area is quite special. And this area, the area around Kaduna, Plateau area, that's where the Nok culture came from. And look at Taraba, that's where the Mambila Plateau is. You can see the proximity of and that Mambila Plateau is where the Bantu expansion started with iron. So this area, and then look at the southeast here. The populations around this area, they are more similar to the Bantu population, because the Bantu population tend to be brownish, not really dark, seriously dark. They tend to be brownish, and that's the population you tend to see around this area. And it's a very fascinating this country, this area, because of the dense amount of life here, there has been a lot of migration from this area. And also, if you look at it on the map of Africa, actually, Nigeria is like a junction, even to an extent. It's almost like a junction.
You know,
Africa, you have to go through Nigeria. If you're coming from the north, you have to go through Nigeria somehow. So
I've always wondered about the population of Nigeria and why, not just the population in numbers, but the population in terms of different ethnicities, and why so many different people gathered here. And you are underlining some of these factors as to the I don't know, the importance of it. I mean, I believe that place is deeply blessed, and we don't really understand it. That's my belief. That I just don't understand what Nigeria is. Yes.
You know when I feel like, oh my God, we are really spoiled, is when this analyst said that if Iran destroys Saudi Arabia's desalination plant, that within weeks Riyadh will be empty. I was like, what in the world is this? Like, these people are living from hand to mouth, literally. Do you know Saudi Arabia? They say they don't have any river.
Not one.
Rely on irrigation.
Oh my God, man! Oh my God!
No, it's not even irrigation. It's desalination.
Oh yeah,
they take salt water, and that's very expensive. You know,
and we are basically living in the Garden of Eden. And
simple, bro. This is how we have to understand. You see that term you used? I know you were just using it generically, but sometimes we have to think: is that actually the Garden of Eden? Or what is this place?
Not start now. We are not Israelites. We are not Israelites.
Okay.
Don't start.
Okay, I won't say anything.
You already ruling enough. Imagine if you become Israelite. We don't need you to need Israelite on us, so Jago.
Okay.
Imagine that. Imagine if Jago becomes you're halfway there already with that long beard of yours. You look like Moses. Oh my God, man. Hebrew Israelites, those guys are stubborn.
Hardcore, some of them.
Man, they be back there.
I give it to them. They know the word. They know the word. I'll give it to them.
Tough. Now, I wish they met our this is that. I don't know where this idea came from. You know, where they started saying that we are kind of like, because every evidence I've seen is too many pointing the other way around. We've always known where Persia is. Persia, historically, we know where it's located. We know where Egypt is located, and we know where where Abraham came from, and we know it's in the Persian areas, and then that of Mesopotamian area. So if you do your geolocation, I don't see how, because then we should be finding bones that have E1, B1, ADN, isn't it? But we don't see it in the Levant area or the Sinai, all those areas. We don't see that. It's just other groups of people. Personally, I believe that darker people were in to in the founding of Egypt, because I can see in the Nama Pale that it was there. We're there, but we didn't hang on, because I believe that the Sahara Desert were conspiring against Africans. That's why, in a way, I have a grudge against Sahara Desert, because it keeps expanding south and opening the north up for people to come into Africa. So it kept pushing us further south over time. During the time of the founding of Egypt, the Sahara Desert was still relatively green. It wasn't totally as desert as it is now. Can you believe that? During the founding of Egypt.
What about this one? Let me ask you this question, forefathers. Whether or not you believe in the Tower of Babel, the Tower of Babel put an aspect on language, and that God apparently confused all the people and gave them several languages so they could not understand themselves. Now, when you look at languages of the whole planet, there are more language groups in Africa than in the entire planet. What do you say about that? It does not tell you. It does not tell you something.
It was the Tower of Babel is in the heart of that white shit.
Conspiracy. No, I'm asking. I'm being serious. I'm being very serious. I want us to explain why Africa has the most languages if it doesn't belong to that story.
See, the story, we don't necessarily know what it represents, to be fair. I worry that, for me, it makes me even question the logic of the creator, where he wants to confirm people to be enemies with each other. I don't get that. Do you know that is partly what drives this Illuminati too? This Illuminati movement, they believe that that's why they want to. I think they say they are looking for the body of Gilgamesh or something, or Nimrod, because they believe in his vision that they want to bring the world together and for humanity to prosper. So I don't understand. People that worship Christianity, that believe in these religions, why would a God confront these people so that they don't work together? I thought they went to a prayer, gathered together,
Yeah, let me answer the question for us. I think the reason why, I mean, if it's not that I believe that story, but I mean, just my answer is that I think they were doing something stupid, something silly, something that could not be accomplished, because there's no way you can build and they didn't even have rods, metal rods to build steels to they were just put packing sand and bricks, so it's impossible structurally. It's impossible for you to build it to get to heaven. I mean, where is heaven? They don't even know where heaven is. They were just doing something nonsense. So I think God was like let me just just put this in them so that they will stop this stupidity. Because if he had someone had told them stop it, they will still continue. Because in their mind they were like we can still do it. So
why didn't you just give them the plan to build it so that they can?
Well, I don't think you answered very well, brother. Because what about the pyramids? Nobody even knows how that they were erected.
Pyramid. How many? What was the height? What was the maximum height? I think.
It doesn't matter what the height was. That at one stage in this life, it was the highest buildings in the world.
Yeah, but there's no way these guys if they were building pyramid, there was no way they could build it to heaven. But where is even heaven?
Yeah, but you gotta give it.
You're not even understanding. You don't even understand the story. You see, that's why I wait, bro.
Time.
But this is why I use the word story. I use the word story because I know that there will be people that don't believe the story necessarily. However, I related that story to the geography of today and the spread of people around the world. Why is it that Africa holds the most languages in the world? Why?
It's the founder.
Okay, for Africa, why do you?
It's a massive continent now and diverse. It has how many latitudes and longitudes within the continent. I think it's one of the largest.
I think the reason is that because we lived more independently. Like Europeans, they had many languages, but they came together. Because they had so many wars. So people were, European, they have more wars than we did in Africa. So they were conquering people.
No, that's wrong. Because if you understand European languages, you know that they have something called Eurasia. So most European languages belong in the Asia region.
But
Just like
don't you think that there are so many languages that have been lost in Europe? Over the
the Persian language, the oldest language in Europe is Basque, which is northeastern Spain. That's the oldest language, and it's not like any language in the whole of Europe. When you talk about the Persian and the way the Persian,
jargon also Latin.
Yeah, Latin has been lost. Nobody speaks
no,
Latin.
the Basque language is far older than Latin, far older. They don't even know where it comes from.
Yeah, I'm just saying also Latin.
Fair. That may be so. But you know that the Greeks created Latin, but the Greek language is older than Latin. Now, the Basque language is much far older than Greek. Far older. And all I'm saying is that most of these languages came from Asia. So there's a relationship between European and Asian languages.
Yeah, Indo-European. That's the language family, the Indo-European.
Correct.
Language.
That's correct. Indo-European.
They're way
Whereas
younger.
Africa, when you're speaking about Africa, it has nothing to do with those languages, and it's far, far older. Most African languages are far older.
Yeah, is it the Yamnaya language that a kind of the Eurasian this in language that the Indo-Aryan did you call it Indo-Aryan or Eurasian?
Yeah, Indo-European, yeah.
Indo-European, okay, that's the term.
That's the
so that's the language that they were probably speaking. Personally, I'm not so sure because when Indians are speaking, I don't know. They don't sound very English to me. Well, if they say it's similar language,
you're not going to hear it on base. Like, you would have to do the comparative analysis. I've seen linguists do it. They had like the word father. The word father in the majority of those Indo-European languages, and Farsi, I think, is like father in Indo-European. It's exactly the same too. So it's extremely similar. But it's been so diverse. It's not going to sound the same right now no more.
Correct.
Do you know, funny enough, just like the Europeans expanded from the Caucasus Mountain to all the way to Western Europe, the E1B1A and E1B1E gene, they came into Africa as a single DNA. I've forgotten whether it's some kind of C or D gene, whatever it is. They said it's either a returner from outside Africa or it was already in South Africa. Then it split in half. When they split, they spread all over the continent, almost in similar manner. So you see this pattern in the natural world where something will just happen and then it almost like it triggers a fire. Everything just catches and that population just expands like crazy. That we are one of those groups and we dominated the continent, just like the fathers of Europeans now dominated this in Western Europe, East to Western Europe. They dominated the entire space. So, but we didn't leave Africa. They were there thriving and doing their thing in the rest of the world until now. This is the first time in history that a large chunk of our population on the continent left and went overseas. If you think about it from that point of view, we are basically almost like infants from that point of view because we have never really been out in the world. We remain in Africa throughout, and now the world is encountering our population outside. I don't know, maybe that's why they are hostile to us, who knows? Or they are discovering something new on the block. And if that is the case, I think in time it will unfold what the consequence of that is, because I always think that there's a reason why we dominated the continent in the first place.
Let me throw this in real quick and see how people balance on this one. Do you know what the name of Tokyo was before it was Tokyo?
Edo.
Well done, my brother. Edo. Now, what would you say to the languages in Edo and the southern part of Africa, both Yoruba and Igbo, Edo included, and even the sound that Japanese people make? Do you not find them very African?
To the Edos, very similar.
Indeed.
And like I'll be looking at like comparing Shona languages, the AE ending of majority of the nouns, that's extremely similar to Japanese.
Africans they sound very Chinese. In many African languages, at least I know for sure in Nigeria, many African languages sound Chinese. It's like it's so
Now, how do we constitute this? If
A study actually came out that the ancient Chinese actually came from West Africa down to Central Africa. Mm-hmm.
I won't be surprised if that is true. I won't be surprised because
this is what I've seen. Not only have I seen it, the language, the amount of language similarity is amazing. You know, we have a name Aki in Yoruba. Aki. Do you know who else has that name? Turkish people. They have the name Akin, and it has the same meaning, which is what the warrior. The same meaning. And you know, I found these fascinating.
A lot of Turkish names actually sound very Yoruba. Very Yoruba.
Look at that. You have to wonder, what is it? What's going on? You know, we haven't really, we don't know ourselves. I don't know we don't really know. You know what I mean? But I believe that there are findings taking place now. Things are being revealed every day, and we have to be aware. We have to be aware because, again, in terms of education and the next generation, if we don't feed them well and feed them accurately, then they will be as confused as so many generations gone. And I don't want that for our children. I want more. I want us to have an understanding of what the hell's going on, man. You see, you know, we have to really look into it within our time.
Did you guys discuss the Bassem Yusuf position about the designation of North Africa?
Not really. I don't like. You know, when I saw that, I didn't even watch it. I've only seen clips.
Yeah,
and
I was
normally
kind of disappointed in it.
And I like my man Godfrey. The other brother is not as well versed as Godfrey.
Yeah.
You know.
I'm trying to find this video that I saw the other day. I think I played it here once. That to hear some of these people that come from the Mambila area in Nigeria, how they speak. At least they were just trying to describe something. And when I checked it, I think that might be it actually. This looks like it. Let me see. I think we've got too many stuff on stage. I need to get rid of something. Which one did I get? I get rid of this one then. Yeah, when you have too many videos, it doesn't let you bring anything more on stage. Let me see. This should work now. Yeah. So I've always been fascinated. There was this guy that did a PhD report on it, and he put the video online. He said some of those people, the Zandang people, their name even sound like Chinese. I don't even understand how these people.
Yeah, I know who you're talking about.
Yeah, he did that research, and now I saw this one the other day. People from that
Some Mambila names that have to do with God, and these names are based on the two clans of Mambila. I'll be saying it in Mambila while she interprets it in English. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
Okay. We have Hima-chan.
It means praise God.
Kuli-chan.
Thank God.
Girl-chan.
God's peace.
Girly-chan.
God's happiness.
Pen-chan.
God's life.
Bull-chan.
God bless you.
Jor-chan.
God's grace.
Ki-chan.
God's time.
Bu-chan.
God's hand.
Ku-chan.
God's power.
Muri-chan.
God's smile.
And Chir-chan.
God's grace. Thank you for watching. It's your girl Standard and
Priscilla Benchiri.
So you see, they are chanting. When I went and checked what God, I know that's what God means in what they are saying there. And when I check what God means in there, this, if you check it yourself in Chinese, you'll be surprised how close the sound was. It's like, I don't know what the coincidence is. Maybe when people start speaking sounding like this, they come up with similar words for similar meaning. That's my own explanation.
I will tell you what the coincidence is. It is that the African had gone all around the world before anyone else came. and we created this world as we see it today. And I don't mean that as a boast. When I say created, it's God that created everything. However, we as black people, we're not foreigners anywhere on this planet. Nowhere. I don't care what anybody has to say. We're not foreigners anywhere. Me, I've always taken life like that. I can go anywhere. I'm not a foreigner. I don't go around like a tourist in this world, and I've traveled. I'll go around this world like me, or I just step on my own ground, almost. So I hate that.
So let me see if I can find this thing. So
Those beautiful people.
I can't hear the sound because I can't play sound these days. The sound is Shangdi. That's what they call God in China, Shangdi. And this one is Shang. Yeah. So the similarity with the way the sounds are, it's just like, why is it so close? Is it that when you speak like this, you have to use similar words for similar things? But this, I don't know, man. The linguists, they can tell us. I don't know
it's
our language.
Lineage. You see, I've been to Japan many times. The further south you go, the more like me and you they look. The place called Okinawa. The place called Okinawa, those people were my hosts in Tokyo when I was there. When they took me to Okinawa, bruh, apart from the tropical climate that Okinawa is so different from the north, these people, they behave in a Japanese way, no doubt. But there's something about them that you'd see that they're like Africans. They're like Africans. And this is what my host was telling me. So our people are dark. We're dark. And, you know, someone like me is looking in a different way to how these people look. I was in Japan when I was there, on the tube in Japan, I came across a Papua New Guinean, bruh. I had to stare at him. I didn't mean to, but I was just staring at him until he began looking at me. And then we nodded as black people would nod to each other as recognition that, we're there in this place, so with all these Japos. However, the way this guy looked, brother, he looked prehistoric. He looked older. He looked older than Africans, if you understand what I'm trying to put to you. As a people, older, honestly. And it's like, wow, man, these people left Africa a long time ago. They left a long time ago. When they left, there was no white people in their way. They walked all the way and then swam across that strait to enter their island.
Right. I think somebody said once that the Australians are some of the oldest people outside Africa. Because when they left Africa, that's the longest lineage and remained the same. They didn't mutate that much, so it could be possible that you're looking at an ancient people.
The Aboriginals, right?
Yeah, and you can tell pedigree. Like, they already look alike, like extremely alike.
Even the dark Indians like that too.
Have you seen some of those dark Indians? Have you seen the Sentinels? Have you seen those?
Yeah, the Sentinels, for example.
My.
Yeah.
And you can tell that they're African, but you can tell that there's no African like them.
So let me ask a question, and this might seem out of the way. If we know that black people are the original inhabitants of this planet, we agree on that, and even scientists will agree on that. Where do white people come from?
From us?
No, they don't come from us. They genetic mutation.
They definitely do not come from us.
No, they came from us in the sense that they mutated from us. We didn't manufacture them.
I thought you said that they came from the Moors.
But they didn't directly come from our genetic land. That's what I'm saying.
I think they did not directly come from us.
They come from L3 DNA, and they come from the A haplo group that left Africa. Those two are the ones that the rest of the population.
Where did they come from? Were they created? Were they manufactured?
It's not easy, man, especially where you're going. Hey!
Okay. Check this out.
Yeah, this our guy, he come with controversial.
I'm saying,
To show you that what I'm saying is true.
To
show you what I'm saying is true.
You know what I'm saying? When they created about Yusuf, what?
No,
I heard that story about Yusuf many years ago.
Yakub.
Yakub, that's right. That's right.
Okay. If you look at South Africans are lighter skin, and the reason why they are lighter skin is because of their climate there. Their climate there is a lot more benign. As some of us, South Africa, from what I gather, has the most diverse climate system. They have multiple climate systems in one country, and but then if you go into Europe, that area is very, very cold. So you can see that over time it will start selecting for lighter skin to survive in that kind of environment. And if they are human beings, they will transform. They have to.
Dude, no, I'm not buying that. Go ahead, bro.
Because you got people like the Inuits that was
all animals, anyways, not only us, eh?
Man, I did the whole Ice Age, them mutated. I don't know about that.
Yo.
Okay.
Let me
although this is the tigers in the
let me ask you. Look at it like this. They have that Neanderthal. They've got that Neanderthal DNA, but then the Nevosians. That's not what I'm talking about. Now look at their attitude compared to the rest that we call
the world
Homo sapiens. That's what I always ask. Like they're way different.
No, the way
when you're living in the cold weather, you're going to be different. Now, Fulanis are different from Okija now. You think Fulani?
No, I'm saying different in like attitude. The provocation to violence, for example, bloodthirstiness.
What is it that you are understanding? Why are you saying yes now like it's ordinary? What are you understanding?
No, it's ordinary. I think because you're not seeing it the way I see it. If you go to a hostile prison, you come out, you're going to be aggressive.
Not necessarily.
Not necessarily.
Aggressive.
Exactly, Jack. Not necessarily. Some of the calmest, nicest people I ever met were like, if they told you their past, you'd be like, holy shit.
Indeed.
I've been hanging out with this dude forever.
Indeed.
Not calm though. Okay.
No. Wait. I think we should think about the question before answering. What it is, what BBI is putting to us is, where do Oyinbos really come from? Who are they? It's the same question I asked about the Jews. Who are these people? Who are these people for real? Because I'm telling you, we don't know. And with that understanding, the European in the whole world has a completely different attitude than everyone else in the planet. We must understand it.
That's not accurate. What we see, it's not true. See, the reason why they are like that is because it's just because they come from a hostile environment. I remember they were backward. They were backward once. It was just after the Moors they started becoming the Greeks, and the rest. But the Greeks are basically Africans. If you think about it, they are just next door. But it was later on that the English, the French became powerful. It was a lot. Even in Portuguese, it was a lot later. Maybe it was the Moors that went and helped them.
All right, but forefathers, when they became powerful, as opposed to others that were as powerful in centuries prior, what did they use that power to do? How did they act when they had that power concentrated in their society? There you go, baby. That's what I'm asking.
They had to fight for survival, man. The cold is mean, man. Before I came to the UK, I thought cold was beautiful, snow is nice and everything. Until I started hearing that every winter people are dying like this. They will say excess deaths. I'm like, I've never had that in Nigeria before because of Mamman. Cold is evil, man. Cold will kill you before you know it.
Because at one point, our ancestors were the most powerful. But they didn't go around slaughtering people
not just that. When you
and
look at
cheating and stealing and lying and
yes, now
censoring.
when you look at the philosophies of world cultures, as hostile as they are, we can see through the white man's history that the white man was always welcomed. Always. They were welcomed into the terrain. The Japanese were probably the toughest at a time, but still they welcomed them until they shut the door because they understood that these people, they're bonkers. These people are crazy. So they shut the door. After a while, the Americans had to come back to them after many years and tell them, oh boy, if you people don't open the door, we are going to blast you to tomorrow.
You know, funny enough, I was thinking about that today, what you just said. That what prompted the Japanese to shut the door on them?
It was them bringing mad religion and jumping up and down, eating themselves and all kind of madness.
Other people stayed with them. My thinking is that it's because the Japanese are already used to shutting the Chinese out. Maybe that's why they had the instinct to do that at that time, because other people didn't do it.
No. They did. They shut them out afterwards. It was after that they had engaged the Portuguese for a long time. The Portuguese that reached there first. When they engaged the Portuguese for a while, they began to convert people. And the Shogun and all them, man, they didn't like this. Why are you converting our people? We are Shinto. What are you people doing here? Who is this Christ that magically come back?
How long did they shut down their borders?
For a good 20 odd years, if not more.
I think it was more than that too.
Yeah, probably more. You know, the first people to reach Australia and enter there, they thought that these Aborigines, they don't know what they're doing. Then a botanist came with the next travel, and he saw what the Aborigines were actually doing, that they were traveling to the best part of the land, and the whole land was a garden. And once they left an area, they left an area.
Oh my God.
Why are you shouting?
I'm shouting because they shut their border for 220 years.
Yeah, I thought it was something like that. I was trying to be... Imagine.
Conservative, yeah. It was over a century. 2 centuries.
Man, that is people with their heads screwed on.
Man, they didn't like what the Europeans brought at the end of the day. They didn't like it.
Wow.
They knew about shogunism and slicing people into half with one swish. That was what they was enjoying.
I wish Nigeria could do this and get away with it, man. It's impossible. That is, man, you have to give them that vision. That's vision.
Imagine.
That gotta happen.
What you said you broke up?
No, I said it could happen. The mindset just has to change through socialization.
Yeah, definitely.
Wow. You know see the will that would take. That's iron will.
But it's more than that. It's more than that. It's because those people were so cultured that they knew that these people are direct foreigners, mate. These people are from far away. We don't understand these mofos. This is it. We don't understand you now. You know, as I was saying, it was a botanist that came on the second voyage and saw what the Aborigines were actually doing. That they so knew the land, they were so engaged with their terrain that the whole of Australia was a garden. And the guy saw it. And he said that they move around to go to the best fertile land in season. So they were always fresh. And their knowledge of the land was second to none. Nobody could understand the land like they did. They began killing the Aborigines. There's about 2 of them left. And their sheepdog, for goodness sake. They did.
Let me share
so wait. So BBR asked a question that nobody is near answering. Who are these people? Who are they?
Wow. No. These guys don't play, man. You know what other thing they did? They banned their people from leaving the country. That you basically you shut the gate.
Lee Kuan Yew said about how Singapore developed, and he used Nigeria as a case in study.
Yeah, as a cautionary tale.
Yes.
They said the Japanese, they said if you travel abroad, if you dare to want to come back, you face execution. You better not. Wow. These are old school, Old Testament attitude. Like it's done up. Man, Africans, we were never like that. We didn't have this type of strong mindset. Look at our
because
country.
Africans were too trusting.
We're too soft, man. God gave us
We're too soft, and Africans are very naive. It's just like, for example, and Obumade will attest to this. I don't know if he is of the same school of thought, but we were first on this land. Before they came with the Mayflower, dropped us off of it.
That's what
we used to come to the United States. We used
on
to
a
come
regular.
On a regular. Are you going to tell me that we did not know about seafaring until the white man that wasn't even close to the Atlantic Ocean taught us how to do it? You want to tell us we were that stupid that we weren't crossing oceans? We were doing it.
It's possible because even when we were trading with them, we didn't build any ship that we can
Columbus no, we did. Yes, we did.
Brush.
How did
are you aware?
Let me just finish 1 second, Jagun. How did Mansa Musa, because he's the second one, how did Mansa Musa become king of Mali? The first Mansa Musa went on a voyage.
Correct.
Thank you, brother.
He did.
And he got lost. So we assume he ended up in Brazil.
No, the story he told was so accurate. He said that there was a river within the sea that took them away. The people that came back were lost. They said that there was a river in the sea. Today, they know that there is a current that goes directly from West Africa to the Caribbean.
There you go. This was it wasn't like it was their first time. That could have just been a journey gone bad. They didn't teach us these things.
The second oldest boat in the world is found in Nigeria.
Yeah.
I'm telling you that we have been thoroughly lied to. Thoroughly. By our history teachers at school. They'll start telling you.
God help us, man. I just hope that we are able to figure out our way out of this mess we are in. And I think Trump may be our Trump card. Maybe he should, what should he bomb even? Maybe he should bomb us. No. I didn't say that. Hold on. I never. That was just me speaking from being tired. I didn't say anything like that. But there is something he should do. He should do something stupid that will get him in trouble and unite the country.
Trump is not going to do anything but just figure out how to sell Nigeria.
Yeah, the thing is, the frustration about Africa and Africans is with all of us. But we have to be careful of our words and careful of nonsense. Because words are powerful. We have to think in such a way, I believe, that we know how difficult it is to get from where we are today to where it is we believe we should be. But I think we should think about the steps it takes to get where we think we should be. We can't wish it into existence. It's not going to happen. We can't dream it. We can't ask for a blast to happen and then, hey presto, here we are. That ain't going to happen. We have to think more practically. We have to think beyond our thoughts. And this is what discussions like this are actually for. We're to sharpen our wit. We're to sharpen our balance of how we think. We can't say all other societies have gotten their galvanized position and their strength from going through trauma. We've been through enough trauma as a people. Believe me, it'd be like saying we don't understand the trauma we're in. We've been through enough, to be frank. We have to start using our brain accurately and correctly. and stop talking shit. I don't know how else to put it. You know what I mean? Got to. You know, there are things that we don't know in terms of what could happen. Well, I'm speaking to.
What trauma have we been through though? Like from external forces, what trauma have we been through that would galvanize?
Oh, where you want to start from?
Oh my goodness!
You want to start from when? You want to start from when the Rome destroyed Carthage, or do you want to start from when?
I think he's talking from our own context. What trauma has Nigeria?
The country.
Carthage is our context.
Slavery
is our context.
Colonization.
Who?
All that we're facing from
who were the
IMF,
Carthaginians?
the World Bank.
Who were the Carthaginian forefather? Were they European?
Africans.
They were Africans, but then they had mix of populations, I think.
Oh, stop with that mixed shit. They were Africans.
They're African. Yeah, I would agree that they had some Phoenicians among them.
Well, they were Phoenicians. They were the Carthaginians.
No, some Phoenicians. Yeah, they have Phoenicians amongst them.
They are Phoenicians.
Right.
Carthage was just an area that they took over because they were seafaring. They were the best.
Well, no, some of them were what we call sub-Saharan African, like Hannibal, for example.
Was a Carthaginian.
Was Carthaginian, but black.
The Phoenicians,
right?
The Phoenicians had Egypt for a time.
Mm-hmm.
So their understanding, not just of seafaring, but of what's the word? Not, oh dear, forgive me. What is it? It's not architecture. I want to say it's more geometry or
artisanship, archaeology. What
geometry? I'm pronouncing it wrongly. The working out angles. I forgot the term.
Geometry or trigonometry?
Geometry. They had this because they built their boats. They knew angles. They were the one who figured that the world is round. They were the ones for the Egyptians. So these Phoenicians, as they traveled and settled somewhat, because they were in Spain, they were in Italy, they were in Crete, they were all over. Yeah, they were the first. They were the first to circumnavigate Africa. They were the first. So, you know, we can't just brush these people off and go.
Nigeria has gone through trauma. Like the pattern, the way the pattern works is that when you go through that trauma, you have to be either victorious or the power that conquered you has to.
But so far, you don't think Nigerians have gone through trauma?
The traumas we went through, it ended in a state that is even worse than actual major.
It hasn't even, the trauma is not over. Okay, let me ask you a question. For example, do you think, right, good. So, so you agree, because I was going to say, okay, if you think it's over, do you think slavery is over? You know, that was going to be my next question. Right.
It's not over.
So Nigerians are still going through trauma, and that generational trauma. This is why sometimes I come on here and I tease everybody, and I'm like, oh, maybe you need therapy. And sometimes I'm being serious. I'm not just being facetious. Sometimes I'm like, people,
hold on. I think what you are saying there is very interesting, because even if I say we are still going through trauma, the kind of trauma we are talking about, maybe it's not the term trauma we should call it, because since it seems to encompass a lot of things, it's a shock kind of movement. Something that happens that
trauma. If you forefathers slapped a Nigerian in public, barring the fact that you are in a Rolls Royce Spectre or a Cullinan, that Nigerian is going to slap the shit out of you. He's going to slap you right fucking back.
Okay,
if a Chinese person, just pardon me, I'm sorry. So if a Chinese person slapped that same Nigerian, he's probably going to get on his knees begging him and begging God and Jesus and Muhammad for help.
You may be right, but to make it simple, that trauma is the reason why you cannot respond, because it doesn't see. In other words, we have been subjugated already. So when you have been subjugated, you are not fighting anymore. The fight is over. You are still under their threat.
In a traumatic stress mode.
Let me finish. If they change the equation now, if they change the equation and say they want to exterminate you, then you go into it's like a goat that you've already captured. But the moment you want to slaughter that goat, the goat will start fighting again. You see what I mean? So the way the Chinese Chairman Mao described it when he was thanking the Japanese military for invading them, he said without the Japanese military invading them, they would not have woken up. What does he mean by that? If you can understand that, you understand what I'm saying.
But you have people coming
sorry, brother. Go ahead. Go ahead.
It don't make it like mentally. It's just not. It's to me. It doesn't track. The people are already mentally just destroyed as far as for most of the sentiments out. So even if a traumatic event happens, you're going to have the same social stratification that occurs. You're going to have people that's just sellouts, and you're going to have a small minority that fight. But I don't think that it's going to be
absolutely.
No, I don't believe that. There are signs that is not going to be the case, because even when Traore was threatened with assassination, I saw protests go up all over the place. When President Tinubu threatened to invade this in Niger Republic, I saw how our community reacted. You see, when people start facing threats, they start changing. Their attitude start going in sync. And that is what I'm talking about. I believe that there's a reason why almost all... No, let me just finish this point. There's a reason why almost all Sub-Saharan African countries, apart from Somalia, is not being attacked the way they attack other parts of the world, with jet fighters coming in with big militaries. There's a reason why that has not happened in Sub-Saharan African countries. Because they know if they do that, they are going to...
Let me come back on this. Bro, let me come back. Let me come back.
I'm not going to spend more than 30 seconds. I'm not going to spend more than 30 seconds.
Can you bring us all back so we are face to face? Let us be face to face.
Fafa, let me tell you why I think the Burkinabés are prepared to fight behind Traore this time, because they had already suffered the same fate through the elimination from Thomas Sankara, most especially.
Yep.
So they had already experienced it, and they're now willing to experience it a second time. Now, this is just my personal opinion.
Let me put this to you, that when we say Nigerians are trauma, it's not Niger, it's Africans I'm talking about. All over the world are suffering from trauma. If you speak to African Americans and they start telling you about FBA, you know directly that's trauma. That's just trauma, mate. Nothing else. You've gone half crazy. And we have to understand why.
Not half crazy, but come on.
Well, it's true. I mean, imagine. Let me just continue. You see, in coming to this country, as I say a lot, that I remember leaving Nigeria on the plane. I remember the day as a 3-4-year-old person coming into England, landing at Gatwick or Heathrow, I don't even know which one it was, and then on a coach driving and see my father for the first time, entering school in Britain and understanding that I am foreign to all what's around me. I just knew I was in a foreign place. So I spent my life observing. Part of the thing I observed is the difference between Jamaicans and Africans. I had to analyze it. Firstly, that it was a different class of Africans that came into this country in the 50s and 60s than the Jamaicans. The people that came in from Jamaica were largely physical workers, people that artisans, if you like, people that work with their hands. Whereas the Nigerians that came in were educated and entering into universities. And I saw the different traumas that were going on between my African brothers and sisters compared to my Jamaican brothers and sisters. Different kind of trauma. You understand? But trauma nonetheless. So as we traveled on, wait, trust.
I didn't say trauma really. I just said traumatic events. And
no, trauma, bro. This is 400 years of this thing that we're calling trauma, especially with the Africans that they took away.
Even if that is true, it still doesn't negate the idea that if a traumatic event...
Here where I'm going to end. What I saw was that the Jamaicans had a different relationship with the white man than the relationship that we as Africans had. Their relationship with the white man was they knew who the white man was. They knew the level of wickedness that they possessed. They knew it. But we were on the level of, we didn't really understand the Oyinbo. We only understood the Oyinbo from the higher echelons, who we saluted. But the ordinary Oyinbo on the street, we had no understanding of the fact that these kind of Oyimbos were among us. And they're among us. And what they had in store for us, we had no idea. So me, growing up, I knew how to choose the side of the Jamaicans when it was time, and I knew how to choose the side of the Nigerians when it was time. I knew, but I wasn't going to behave like a Nigerian when it was time to behave like a Jamaican. I wasn't doing that. If you come near me, I'm going to bust your head if you're coming with bullshit, as opposed to a Nigerian who will start doing all kind of talk when it's time to fight physically. There's a time to fight, and yes, there's a different time to fight physically, and there's a different time to expound your knowledge. There's a different time. That's why when I Can Fire come here, it's not the fact that he doesn't have knowledge. He's a crude, rough individual. However, it's not that he has no intelligence. It's not that. We have to understand who we are.
I think he has intelligence. It's just that sometimes I feel like he's a little bit too
He's
aggressive.
rough. He's a ruffian, man. You can't play with him.
Which I can understand.
If
you, I grew up around Jamaicans. And that's why I said Jagan will understand them better, and maybe our brother, maybe even everybody on here, right?
Everybody by now should.
The Jamaicans, someone like they go towards more the Rastafarian ideology, the more radical. Africa for Africa, black for black, screw everybody else. I chop them head off. That's how they go. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, like that's how they're going. So that's why he comes around. Sometimes it's like he's going off track. But if you've ever been around them, that's the roughneck ones. That's how they are.
Man. There's always a polarity. You either gonna get one that's super revolutionary, or you're gonna get one that's a super coon.
Thank you.
Man. Yeah, man.
Thank you.
And you get the ones that are super educated as well. You get the ones that are super educated.
Let me add something. I think you are all missing the point. And if you look at Jamaicans, they are and African Americans, they also behave more aggressive in terms of towards people they perceive as oppressors. And you see the same trait in South Africans. You see the same trait in Zimbabweans, and maybe a little bit in Angolans.
The people that fought.
Yes,
the people that were with white people a long time.
And fought against them.
They fought them. This is my point. These are the kind of what I call, what do you call it? Catalytic events that has occurred to them. And if you survive it, generally, if you survive it and come out on the other side, you tend to be stronger. But one other one that really puzzles me, I can't even understand it fully till now, is that even in the Second World War, the countries that lost went on to do well too, which is weird. Like Germany went on to do well, and Japan went on to do well.
Germany went on to do well, not just because of the war. It was because of the reparations. They were.
Thank you.
Why they have to do that? They've been conquered.
Because they knew that. Because what they did, they knew that the First World War was not balanced in bringing a European nation up to a standard. They knew that to leave them in rigmarole would have them come back ready for another war. You feel that the Germans are easy.
What does that tell you? Strength.
But Jagan, you're absolutely right. And 4-5 you're absolutely right. But I think that also lends credence to the fact that there's a racial hierarchy. So it's a situation where we look at these people, I fought my brother. And I'm going to raise my brother back up. I've knocked him in the head. Hopefully he learns his lesson. We're going to give him the Marshall Plan. We're going to rebuild your societies. But we're going to put things in place to make sure you never try this again. So, like Japan, no, that's what I'm saying. So that's what goes back to what Jagun said and what you're saying, that we already made a mistake in the First World War. If we try it again in the Second World War, if there's a Third World war, they're gonna wipe us out because they're gonna say these people don't say no mercy.
My brother, then? It's not that my brother. This is
my
sense.
brother. My brother. My brother in the sense that there was air raid campaigns, for example. The likes of the world have never seen over Berlin, over Frankfurt. Remember the Luftwaffe destroyed London.
Bros, that's why I'm telling forefather. If the Germans didn't go into Russia, they would have won the war.
Well, forget about even winning the war. And let's forget about Russia. Because Russia, I'll say in terms of the social hierarchy, we all recognize they're not Anglo-Saxon. In the end, we got to realize the people that decided to fight themselves, minus Russia, of course, the Japanese are not Anglo-Saxon, but the Japanese also had that racial closeness in the eyes of the white people. Of course, you read about Churchill saying they were savages and Roosevelt and all these people, right? But I always say, let's assume it was Germany, Russia, France, Poland, Japan against Nigeria, Togo, Mali, Mozambique. You think they would have done the Marshall Plan for us?
No way. They
would have made sure we got eliminated from the earth.
Bro.
So that racial hierarchy is where I say
that's not necessarily true, to be fair. That's not necessarily true because they could have if they tried to even eliminate this in Japan, they didn't have the ability to do that. Not on time. They didn't have the ability to do that.
What's your aspect? I don't understand where either of you are coming from.
He's saying that if it was us that behaved like the Japanese, that they were going to wipe us out.
Let
me give you a middle. The middle is that the Senegalese in the French army did wonders in terms of action on ground.
Dude, even Nigerians in Burma.
Yes, the Nigerians in Burma and such, yes, they were part of it. But the way that they were treated after the war, they received death as payment. Instead of them they killed them. So there's no reparations for us. Don't even think about that. What I'm talking about is that if the Germans didn't understand the Russians and Russian terrain and Russian will and guts. That's what balanced the Germans' mind, and that was the beginning of their end. You understand? Because they would have won the war. If you really understand what the Germans were doing, not the rhetoric that we watch with all these war films that tell us all lies. Have you ever listened to any of Hitler's speeches in translated? Because when I used to look at Hitler, go on.
I think you have to be a kind of fair to Jem. Okay, me be fair to Hitler, God forbid. See, the point is, I think. So the point is that they were worried. I think you can see that Hitler will be worried about Russia. Russia is too big a nation to turn your back on and go to Germany, UK, because UK is going to be a headache to defeat. But by the time they defeat UK, maybe his worry is that Russia is behind him, and he doesn't even what do they call him? Hitler doesn't know whether Japan is going to betray them, and if that happens,
no.
I'm in big trouble. Because
this
Russia
is not what I'm trying to. This is not. You're making me lose my thought. Please, it's not the chain. All on, brother. All on. It's not the chain I'm looking at. I am putting to us that.
Remember, we're talking about why did they raise back these societies after destroying
Hey,
them.
look here. I don't have
Wait,
much
wait, wait,
data.
wait, wait.
I don't have
I
much
can.
data.
Hold on, brother. You have to hold
Jagan,
on,
I
brother.
have low data. I have low data. Let me just say something, man. First, man. Chill, man.
You're
Y'all
gonna
be
let me
talking for
speak over
9.
I say, you know, Starsky.
Y'all be talking for 9 hours. Give me a chance.
Quiet.
You're rough.
All
You're
right.
rough, you know, Starsky. You're rough, yeah.
All right. Listen. Yeah.
Bonfire.
I am rough. Yes, I am rough. And we as men, we should be rough. Our energies, our bad energies should be directed to our enemies. You feel me? But we should have bad energies. We should not have manners and respect to our enemies. We need to reserve. Let me talk. We need to reserve manners, respect, privileges, and all of that stuff for only Black people. We must understand that these people have disappeared the Native American from America.
From
now
the planet.
they are. Let me talk, man. Chill. Now they are. Now they are have what you'd call shape shifted into Americans. So just like how this Macron dude, you see me, this dude, he referred to himself as the true Pan-African. That's shape shifting. You see me? What he's telling you that he wants to take your place. He will take your place if you plan on smiling with him and laughing with these people and trying to be with our friends with these people. That's why I speak about our women, because our women are dangerous. If we do not what you'd call guard who our women are speaking to, they gonna lead us to hell. You see me? We need to defend our security, and who our women deal with is part of our security. You feel me? So
Fair enough.
How do they deal with?
Wait, we're not gonna. I'm not gonna change the subject. I'm not gonna change. No.
It's like
I'm not going. I have
hold
to
on.
say.
So
let me
No,
ask
because I have something to say and I was interrupted. So I'm not going to change the subject. I'm not going backwards. No.
Yeah, but
What it is.
what we have to do, we have to acknowledge that any woman that is wearing wigs and weaves are not our woman. Actually, she may be in our face, laughing with us, and she might be go to bed with us and maybe marry us, but only because she have to. She's really loyal to something else. Because if a woman is not satisfied,
I can. You shouldn't. You know, we are now, as you put it, 9 hours away from the conversation. Now we can't go back to where you began 6 hours ago. No.
Yeah.
We are on a different page now. You can't come in and.
But boss man, I am saying that. I'm saying that.
Flow.
No,
There's
you
a
see,
flow
that's
happening.
I can. That's why me and
I'm
you
not gonna
gonna
allow it.
fall out. Me and you gonna fall out all the time, Jagan, because you're not considerate that you've been speaking for 9 hours.
I can.
You've been speaking for 9 hours, and you can't even let me speak. That doesn't mean that
you should come in and crash the place. You can't
but leave me alone. Let me leave me alone. Respect my views. No, respect my views, bro.
It's not that I don't respect your views, but it's already 6 hours late. It's 6 hours late.
It's somebody else's time to talk, Jagan.
No, man. You're supposed to respect the room. You not respect the room at all, brother. You not do that.
All right, go ahead, sir. Go ahead, sir.
All right. Yeah, because what we was talking about, we're deep on Europe now. You need to listen before you add. And I'm saying that the Germans entering into what I'm
Russia.
saying, have we ever listened to any of Hitler's speeches translated? Because if we do, we would have a different concept of who Hitler was. The way he was talking about Jews then, it's the way myself and somebody like BBR would speak about the Jews today. And I think this needs to be underlined. Why did they make Hitler such a horror figure? If by the time Hitler was speaking, as when I'm listening to him as a youth, I was scared of the brother. I thought,
I hated him.
What? It was beyond, as far as I was concerned. However, in today's day, if you translate any of his speeches, you would find yourself 90% in agreement with him. 90%.
But Jagan, Hitler saved Africa. Only an idiot wouldn't know that.
Enough people don't know it, bro.
How did he save Africa?
Good.
Because he weakened the colonial powers of Africa and made Africa gave Africa an independent voice.
But
when Africans was assuming their independence, it was right 5 to 10 years after World War II, where England had to send for my family to come, which is the Windrush generation, to rebuild England. So England was in a devastated position.
Yeah, but Hitler did not do that because he loved. Let me line, brother. I've not said anything.
But why are you telling me that cartoon shit? Did I tell you that he did anything for us?
Let him speak.
No, let the other person answer.
I'm telling you that because of his actions, we got free.
And I didn't dispute you. Sorry.
No, don't put words in my mouth. I didn't tell you that he loved Africa.
Don't argue. It's not an argument.
Hold on. Is Hakabai saying that because of Hitler we got free?
He did.
Wow.
How can you argue a point I haven't even made? I hadn't even made a sentence.
Wow.
So you said,
technically, no. hold on. I can find technically what I can said is not wrong.
I never said. I haven't even landed. But it's okay.
He was inquiring.
Why are you arguing the point?
No, we have to. There's a way.
Wait, Jack, 1 second. What was the statement I made that determined argument?
No, you said as if I was saying that he did it.
No, it was a question, brother. It was a question.
My God. It's okay to let the other person land, all right? So let me just land, please. So this is what I'm saying. Hitler did not do that because he wanted the after effect to be the Africans will be free. In fact, if you read history, you will see that General Rommel, who was in charge of the 7th Panzer Division, which is the Waffen division that controlled North Africa, right? The only reason they fought the French in Algeria and the British in Egypt was because they had a plan. Hitler also had a plan for Africa, and it wasn't a good one.
No, it wasn't.
It wasn't a good one. So
I know them. All right, all right. Give me I understand right there what you're saying, because me personally, I know about the Nama genocide and the Herero in Namibia, in which Hitler was alive at that time, and I know that was the exercise of concentration camps. I understand all of that, but what Hitler was not an enslaver. They didn't have slaves. They were newcomers in colonization. You feel me?
Wrong.
The Germans.
No, they weren't.
The Germans.
No, they weren't.
What the reason why
I don't want to. The Germans colonized Namibia. The Germans colonized Namibia. They colonized Cameroon.
Namibia.
In 1800, brother.
Wait. Okay, just
where
hold on.
do you think the Berlin Conference occurred?
It took place in their backyard.
Yeah, but
they
just hold on.
They weren't
Outlaw.
new to colonization.
All right, but just hold on, Outlaw. Just hold on, right?
Why couldn't you outlaw?
In 1492, Columbus, which was Spain, started the transatlantic slavery, right? Then Portugal, and then France and England came in. So Germany and Switzerland was mostly the financial hubs where the logistics came and development of certain things went on of slavery, right? So what I'm trying to say to you is the people in those colonies never got colonized actually by German. They just occupied these regions. You feel me? And
I don't understand. I don't understand. What do you mean? Germany just occupied, but did not colonize them.
All right, they would have been German, just like we are English speaking and attitudes, and French speaking and French attitudes in the Francophone areas. So they would have been German. They would have spoken German, and
they
it would have been
speak
hard.
German up until they got up
the
until
colonies were taken away from them.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Those colonies were taken away either by trade, or they had to sell them, or they had to give them up.
Yes, give them up, man. Togo was German. Cameroon was German. Tanzania was German.
Namibia was German. They took them away.
Yeah, but when did they take them away? They took them away after World War II.
No, they mostly took them away. Some of them prior to World War I. During the war, but that is the cost they had to pay.
Yeah, but all right, just let me speak. Just hold on.
Regardless, hold on 1 second.
Yeah, so but your timing.
Calm down.
No, your timing is.
Regardless of when they took them away, whether prior to World War I or after World War II, the point is Germany did participate in colonization of Africa. That is the bottom line.
Boss. Yes, boss man. But what I'm trying to tell you that the Germans was doing it in a more what you'd call ripping, occupy and rip off. They wasn't doing it on an educational level or major institution.
Yes,
I don't. Yeah, I understand. If you may, listen, bro. I told you they committed a genocide. I understand. Stop acting like you know why you're arguing with me, and you need to chill. We're on the same side.
Oh, dear me.
You feel me? Yeah, you kind of
give some respect, bro. Give look of respect, brother.
Jagan. He's kind of being hostile. As if,
no. I'm just
calm down. Calm down, bro.
Brother,
calm down.
Trust me, I'm very calm.
All I'm saying is
calm with you right now. I'm not.
Yeah, calm down. Yeah, calm down, bro. Calm down.
All right. So if I hear something that needs to be disputed,
all I'm saying is 1947, the World War ended, and that is when Germany left Cameroon and all.
1945.
All I'm saying is when the World War ended, I don't care what you're talking about because you're being very hostile.
Well, you said 1947,
so and I'm saying when the World War ended, that was when Germany lost their colony, which is Cameroon, Rwanda, and goddamn parts of Tanzania and goddamn Namibia. None of them was speaking. None of them was speaking German at the time. They were speaking their own language, and very few of them have spoke the language. So miss me with your kind of argument.
Yeah, but what's the point?
All I'm trying to tell you is because Hitler bomb Paris and bomb goddamn London. See me? Because these places was bombed, that's why you're free, dude.
And I say you're absolutely, well, you can call me names all you want, but I'm saying you're absolutely wrong. We can have.
I'm absolutely right, because if Hitler had won,
you're wrong.
He listens to you.
All right,
listen to him.
Yeah, because he thinks I'm going to engage in ad hominem. I'm not going to engage in that. So this is what I'm saying. This is my position. I already mentioned Rommel, and I mentioned the 7th Panzer Division, and this is something that was a thesis. We had to anyway. So to say that Hitler's campaign led to us being free would be to ignore the atrocities which Germany itself, which you consider to committed against Africans. And one of the worst things they did, like you just said, they didn't teach the people the language. Not saying they didn't speak it. People did speak German in Namibia, for example. But one of the worst things they did, as opposed to the French colonialists and the British, was that at least the French and the British and even the Portuguese gave Africans this pretense of being part of them. One of the most notorious to have done that, aside from the British, were the French, which is why even French colonies or former French colonies till today still cannot realize that they are not French. Because one of the French saying, and I'm not verbatim about this, we can always Google it, was the way they described it was like, regardless of where you are, regardless of your race, you're a Frenchman. I'm not going to, you wanted to say something, brother?
Oh, no, I'm good.
All right. So, I thought you wanted to
anyway.
Hold
on.
Hold on. Let me just know. You've been talking now.
Respect to you, Saxonoia.
I was listening to what he said. I think what you said about the French, I noticed that there are a lot of French nationals in France, and compared to like how many of Nigerians that are in the UK versus even Canadians. Yes, the French people took on a lot of the Africans into their country. Because of that, in Europe, Nigerian population versus, I think it makes up about 10-12% of population in Europe, black population in Europe, while vast majority of them are francophone countries in Europe. So what do you mean by the French taking on a lot of the people? Are you saying?
No, I didn't say they take on the people. I said what they did in layman's terms, or to just lay it down, they did an absolute good job in brainwashing the citizens of their colonies and making them believe that insofar as we colonized you, this whole French liberty, thank you. There you go. So they gave them that illusion of inclusion, like insofar as we colonize you, this French libertad thing that we're proposing all over the world, you are, don't worry about how we whip you. Don't worry about how much time you have to work on the cotton fields or the rubber plantations. But they had something in the Constitution. You are French. There you go. And they did a good job in colonizing.
I think the reason why it worked is partly because of the amount of those francophone countries they brought into their country. It's quite a lot. Yes. I think the UK now, the Nigerian population in the UK is heading towards 500,000, and most of them came in the last 6 years. So the UK didn't bring their people this thing, but the French. Let me see the population of the sub-Saharan Africans in France. 2 million in France. You see that they brought in more of the this francophone people into their country versus us. And can you imagine 2 million Nigerians in this in 2 million? If you put Nigerian Ghanaians there in UK,
they shut it down. Shut it down.
How much?
They're gonna forget about the Muslims and they'll start fighting the Nigerians and the Ghanaians.
Who knows?
You gotta go. You gotta go back. You gotta go back to where you're from.
That 500,000, so is gonna feel it soon. 500,000.
So I'm not arguing. I'm not arguing with you just to argue. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying I'm seeing it from a different perspective. But in the end, I agree with you that in the end, these people are a threat and a detriment to our development as Black people, regardless of where we were born, raised, or wherever we find ourselves. I totally agree with you.
Yeah. But what we should take out of it. 1 second.
I have your say so we can wrap up. But I think we are going to 10 hours now. That's a bit much for the day. So that we can.
What we should take out of it is it's good when our oppressors fight each other. You feel me? Because when that happens, we can maybe assume freedom. When the elephant, when an elephant, 2 elephants is fighting. When the fat person is fighting, they have to get up off you to fight. You feel me? So that's what's going on with
if they fight this time, if the powers fight this time, Africa, if we cannot figure out a way to defend ourselves, they're going to take over Africa. They're going to have to look for a place to stay because they have the weapons to wipe each other out. And if it does not end the world, as I assume it would, and it only affects the places where the nuclear bombs were dropped, the places where it wasn't dropped, Africa, they're coming for it.
Yeah, that's a given. They will come for us. Thank you, gentlemen, for coming and staying all this while. And my friend,
and y'all threw me off, saying I was out of context. I was saying that they want, just like the Native Americans, they will clean us up. They will clean us up off the continent. You see, man? It's not 10 hours yet. It's not 10 hours yet, bro. We still have 18 minutes left.
Yeah.
I can fire. You're a hardcore roughneck. You see me? The brother, everybody calm me down. Everybody, I sit down with you. You come here and you can do your ass. You can't do that here stuff. You see, this show is not the same. Wait. Listen up, brother.
I mean, say that.
Yeah, that's right. This show is not the same as Dynast.
You're a roughneck, man.
They're still talking. They don't want to go anywhere.
This show is not the same as Dynast. It's not the same. It's of higher intellect,
You didn't even
brother.
get what he said. You heard something I said and he didn't like it. The person I mentioned. So he's trying to tell you over what I said, like, yo, that was disrespect.
No. Saxonia, you disrespect my bad, dude.
No, I'm not disrespect that. I'm not calling you a sugar picnic.
You know what was funny? When Akafaya said something, you see, they don't want to be quiet. See, when Akafaya said something the first time when this is Saxonia was talking, Saxonia said, yeah, he's here again. From then on, it was downhill.
That's my guy. Right. I understand. That's my dude, man. That's my dude.
Thank you for joining me today. It was an okay conversation, actually. It
was a bit erratic. It was a bit erratic in the middle. But I believe we started well and we ended well. Apart from I Can Fire, we come with too much fire.
You see the fight that Mali is fighting? You think you can have no baby? You think you can have no baby?
Kizzy,
Too nice, you won't let people talk, man.
I see. Yes, we are closing now.
We're trying to close the show, bro. We've been here for overtime,
I'm
bro.
going to 10 hours now. I have to thank the people for coming in. Let me thank the person that donated.
Nobody's even awake with us. It's only us. It's only us and Oscar Blackbone.
All right, Too Niger. Go to your pecus. Go to your pecus.
Don't worry. When I'm busy, I can fire. Just when I'm online, I can come online, okay? I can come online when I'm online. And let's take it easy, man. I can fire literally said Hitler saved Africa. Shy. That one is not going to go down well. Kizzy, thank you for coming.
Yes, flip I can fire smoking.
All right, sorry, I won't say that again.
Don't say Hitler saved Africa. I've never had anybody put it like that. Technically, there is some truth there, but I've never had anybody. He definitely
that's the way I took it. I took it and I just let it go. But my man challenged you, and as he challenged you, I thought, "Oh God, this is gonna go." But I think he did well to challenge you.
That Isaiah, Pansat, even Pansat has been there for long, you know. Thank you for joining us, Pansat, OBO. I see you there. Fumi,
Too Niger.
Yes.
Too Niger.
Yes.
Too Niger. Why does Nigeria produce so much ashaho?
I don't know. There are not that many.
It's a lie.
Nigerians are just many. There are not that many.
It's part of our manufacturing base.
I see you there. Thank you for joining us. All that politics, Aladdin Kelly. I see you there.
All right, good night.
Good night, brother.
Good night. Thank you for joining
good
us.
Good night, bro.
Man, they are doing Nigeria harm, man. Greater Godage. Greater Godage. Long time I've heard that name actually. Greater Godage. Thank you for joining us, Greater Godage. I think I've said as much to Madam and everybody that joined us today. Till next time, we're going to catch you all again. Bye, everyone.
I thank everybody on the stage.
Namu